shit. Where are you?
Uh, you have to go to the opposite side of the table.
This way?
Yeah. Oh yes, yes, yes. And then no to the
Yeah.
left.
Alright. This one?
Yeah,
Not this. This.
not that. That. Yes.
That's
And
what.
then you go for the. Oh shit. Yeah. Just run. Just run.
What?
Yep. 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 And then
Burpina's live!
hold down the
Burpina is
message button.
live!
Hold down the message button.
You throw up the
I'll,
streamer, but I want to watch.
boom. We did it. We did it. Come on. Up high, baby. Up high.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's. Are you? What the?
He's playing
I'm just
Arc Raiders though, he's not even playing Tarkov.
What
Whoa.
the fuck?
pick.
Yeah, it's like a new... He's been fucking with this new, like, extraction game.
Alright. You get in a. Bro. Yes, trouble. Fuck you setting off explosives in my step. Yeah, hold on, get the fuck.
What is this room?
I'm a monster.
I literally tried to give it to you, Olivia.
You're cheating, monsters. Monsters are made bad.
No, bro. If they see you go under something,
No, bro.
they'll hit you. I just hit myself. Damn. Alright, hold on, hold on. God damn! God damn!
Get the fuck on it.
Damn, bro.
Get the.
Alright, but so when we go back to the lobby, bro, I have to take everything. Alright? I have to take all the upgrades
Ruben,
because
I actually can't
otherwise
fucking stand
it
it.
won't work. Alright?
Thought it
Alright.
was Jake. You
Trash.
said what, Jake, into that?
So when
Bro
we
said
go
I'm done doom
back
scrolling
to the
and started doom scrolling in the
truck,
headset.
when we go back to the truck, uh, I have to take all the things or else the shared upgrades won't work. Okay?
You have to eat all of them.
Yes, or else the shared upgrades won't work because it only works for the host. Now come
Bro,
on.
I'm over this shit, man. I swear to God, man. Like,
Well, is it because of the
we're
host
gonna
or is it because Bruce doesn't
we're gonna
have the shared
fucking
upgrades
fail.
loaded?
It's the host. Alright.
I feel like it would be because Bruce's shared
Like the
upgrades
host
ain't working.
no, the host has to take them.
Ocha, Ocha.
I think Jake and Nader's robbing you.
Chicken is always robbing me, bro.
Alright, check your thing, check
Nigga
your
just took all the fucking things, bro.
You sick bastard.
See bro, it worked. It worked.
I don't got none of them, bro.
Bro,
I
you just
have zero upgrades. This is crazy, fam.
just gap it to me.
Evil Nader.
Yeah, I'm fucked, man. What the hell?
Yes, 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 yes. Alright.
Where are we?
This is a new
I'm about
map.
to get so much money. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Who can see my screen? I'm almost at 400.
Where are we, Jay?
This is a new map.
From the beta?
Yeah.
Oh my god, this looks
Look at all this money, dude. I can't even scroll down and look at it all.
Yo,
$215.
yo, look at
I'm
look
so
at this
close,
stuff.
bro.
Oh shit.
I'm taking it.
I want it.
Taking it for myself.
Okay.
What do you even do with that then?
What?
What do you even do now?
I'm trying
That's
to
from
unlock
the
all the
beta,
jokers,
sure.
and
That's
in order
something
to
from the-
unlock one of them, the challenge is to have
What is
$400
this,
plus
like, some
dollars
art
in one run.
installation or some shit?
And then there's another one that requires you to have 25 diamonds. I need 2 more diamond cards to unlock that one as
Yo,
well.
is that a giant fucking cart?
Gotcha.
But the thing is, I have to keep spending money to like keep up with winning. You know?
This is a maze, bro.
All right, a pair.
But the smoke shit is actually lit.
You got the duck thing, right?
Oh yeah.
Bro, what the hell is this?
I don't know
Jake,
what
you
it's-
come back here?
Yeah, I saw it already.
The moldy glizzy and didn't tell me about it.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Bro, why is everyone literally playing Arc
Why would
Raiders?
that not be the first thing you tell me about? It's the moldy glizzy.
Playing what?
Arc Raiders.
Look at it. It looks like a moldy glizzy.
Have you seen that new game?
No,
What's going on here, right?
It's the new extraction game everyone's playing.
Jake modded it.
I haven't even seen it.
It's third person. It's a third
What the
person
fuck?
like extraction game.
Yeah, I forgot to expose Jake to the Discord because he wouldn't let me do it mid as he was live doing it. This dude Jake was gobbling mad glizzies down in the Discord, bro.
What?
Yeah, bro. I caught him gobbling glizzies down. Three glizzes.
Bro,
No
even
bun.
Landmark is playing this shit, dude.
No bun, no condiments. Straight
Bro,
glizz.
Fucking
Raw
map.
glizz. Not even cooked glizz. Raw glizz.
No, Jake.
Raw
he's
Glizz. is
Raw
crazy.
glizz. Not even cooked, bro. No bun. No ketchup. No nothing.
Just straight.
Straight out the
Yo, let's break
pack.
it.
Wow.
Just opened
What
up the
I
pack.
didn't even know
Just
you could do
gobble,
that.
gobble, gobble.
Bro, I was
I
eating
didn't
cooked
even
fucking
know
hot
you
dogs.
can do that.
You can cook fucking hot dogs.
Yo,
Nah,
Jake, look at this
twin.
shit.
I wasn't eating fucking ballpark franks like that motherfucker hunters. Okay?
Hey.
There you go. Why am I getting shot at? Why am I getting shots?
You
That's
should have
fun.
been eating those
Fuck.
ballparks.
Why was you ballparking with that glizz?
What the
ball-
hell?
I'm not-
Look at that tongue.
I'm not
It's so
ballparking,
creepy.
dude.
Yo, look at that head, though.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah,
You're
I saw that.
ballparking,
That's-
bro.
that's the thing.
That's crazy work.
Like,
Only a fellow ballparker.
Ballpark
would know
snipper?
if I'm
She need to be-
ballparking.
yeah, yeah.
Ballparker.
Man, I'm about to. Oh, he's the ball snipper.
The ball snipper.
You got it. You got me.
Snip Parker.
You want to know how
hit it.
Jakeinator knows I'm ballparking? Because
Because he was doing
he
it
was
with
going to
you.
get his ballparks.
Oh
and
my
he seen me
God.
in the aisle.
Pachi's fuck-
He said, you want to share a glizz? That's crazy.
He said ballpark.
you-
Trying to
know
share a
ballpark
ballpark together? Trying to
Bro
split a
said
ballpark?
cheers with the ball. Bro said
Aw.
cheers with the ballpark, Frank.
Ah, hell no. Yeah. Ah, hell
And
no.
touched tips. With the ballpark, Frank.
Clinked ballparks together. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's how you cheers, right?
Jakeinator?
And oozing out the package.
I did not.
You have no words?
How
He said, I did not do that.
I did not do that. I did not do that.
I, I did not do that.
So you would get us in the ballpark? Huh.
He was gobbling the glizzes though. I caught him, bro, and I tried to unmute and he was spamming the deaf button, so I couldn't unmute him.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, we tell nobody about this, but
Nobody knows about this triple ballpark glizz that I just consumed. Bro, at
I
3
guess.
ballparks, dude.
things have
No
changed.
bun.
Yo, Jake,
No
you
bun
see
and
this
no
shit?
ketchup is cool.
No bun, no ketchup.
And
No
raw,
bun is
too.
diabolical.
Raw.
Why
And
is
not
that
even
like
cooked.
that?
Fresh out the pack, bro. I
Crazy.
seen the package In his room, right next to him.
On his floor, crumbled up.
Yes.
He'd be high, bro.
Oh hell no, twin.
Yeah,
He be
bro.
high as crazy.
Jake is. Jake was born fried. Friedinator.
Alright, man.
Spenny witnessed it in real time.
Yes.
He was born
Yes,
fried.
I did. Fried
Yeah,
and
I'm fried.
Second hand fried.
Yeah, I'm fried.
Alright,
So fucking
so,
fried. So fried.
So
Alright.
like, yo, so
we finna bring these over to the extraction point so that we could get one
we
extraction.
got 8. Right now?
Yeah. That's true.
Oh, that shit just ramped up.
Uh-huh.
He just quadrupled.
Is he ever gonna play this game? Like, what the fuck?
Ooh.
The burnt peanut.
Burnt
What game?
peanut.
What the fuck is that?
I'm watching his stream.
So am I, but is he ever gonna play what game? Archangel or Arc Raiders?
Yeah.
Like, is he ever
Is the
gonna
game
get
ever
into
gonna?
it?
Yeah.
Archangel?
Like this
Come
shit
on,
is
bro.
crazy.
Yeah, I said Archangel.
Let's go, man.
Yeah, he just, likes to talk to the bungulators a little bit before the stream starts.
Type shit.
Who is this guy? Where do you see his stream?
Probably one of the funniest streamers on Twitch right now.
You know, dead ass.
He be playing Tarkov, I think.
Yes, and I
He's a
watch him
turkey
every
main?
single morning.
Oh shit.
He
But
literally
it's like,
he streams
it's
from like
not even
10:30
just
at
that
night
he
to
plays
5 a.m.
Tarkov. He's just funny.
Type shit.
Yeah, he's literally funny.
I believe it.
Like a lot of people that don't even play Tarkov or have no idea what Tarkov is, like they watch him because he's just fucking hilarious.
He's just a goober.
He's a very, very funny goober.
Full blown goontard.
Not hit it.
Yes. 1 a.m. he will play the bungus.
Yo,
Let's ride.
yo, Jake, I see what you're talking about GTA's delayed. The new date is 5/26/26. Why wouldn't they just do 6/26/26? I'm gonna call up Rockstar and tell them to push it back a month.
That might
Wouldn't
cause a
be
war right now.
surprised.
That's like Cardi. You
It's
just
tough.
take another year. Don't drop. It's okay, bro. We can wait.
I wouldn't be surprised that motherfucker get here.
What's that?
I mean,
I'm gonna call Rockstar right now.
yeah, man.
Just give it one more month, bro. The date would be so much cooler.
Like a hot revolver. Let's reach my beach.
Ruben, drop 100 subs to this dude.
Oh shit!
Wait, what's
Drop
that,
100
Rick?
subs to me, bro. What? Shit.
Rich
What the
nigga?
fuck?
Shit. What the fuck?
What the fuck, twin?
Hey there, guys.
What a
Hold on.
rich
What the fuck? Say it 7. Wow. She gonna fuck the cops.
Whoa! Bro, there's a massive uranium.
Streets ready for this one.
I'm with Swamp. It's all turn my music out. Swamp. It's all. I don't give a fuck.
It's down one floor. It's down one floor.
This edit goes crazy.
She wanna eat my lingo? Hold on. What the fuck?
Astro does go crazy.
I'm about to steal Astro. Oh, he's deafened. It doesn't even matter.
Don't drop it. Don't drop it.
Operation Gatsby.
Alright, I'm gonna gift 100. I'm gonna gift 100.
Where
fuck
we
it.
at though?
There's only one spot left.
Yeah, that's right. You being for real, Jacob? I got some sauce though to drop off before we go. You know the way back, though, right?
We don't have enough.
I don't even know how to use this program anymore, dude. I'm lost in the sauce.
This game looks pretty cool.
It's a third person like Tarkov basically, but it has a lot more to it. It's got like it's like PvE and PvP
Where'd you
together.
go?
to the extraction point this whole time.
This looks pretty cool.
Whole time. You
Go
don't
to
I
the
was gonna
extraction
try it,
point.
but I don't know. You need like a code. You have to be watching.
where the phone.
It's the last day of this game before it
It's
drops.
like Tarkov meets Fallout.
Yeah.
What? Turkey meets Fallout.
Tight
Just
shit,
thought
tight
we
shit,
had
tight shit.
enough. That's why you're running.
Streets ready for this one right here, man.
Swamp is an undersecond titty. She gonna beat it up. Swamp.
Yo, I was just telling Jake and Bruce, bro, I found a bass boosted I Am Music full album on YouTube, bro, and that shit destroyed my eardrums, bro. I played Opium Baby, it was a bad decision. Just like, I'm about to play it, and then, Jackie,
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
I don't know if you want to hear it.
I wanna hear, I wanna hear.
It's
Make
bad.
sure it's at 200, Ruben.
Yeah, make sure it's max volume. See, there's an
Alright.
arrow pointing to there.
Wait, hold up.
Why do I hear myself? Oh, I'm retarded.
Ruben, do you want to play Tarkov, bro?
What do you think I'm on, man? I'm on Tarkov, you know?
But let's
Yeah,
get
make sure
cracking,
you
cuz.
make sure you guys put this full blast, okay? Full volume. Jockey goes or DJ Joey goes to 200 right now, okay, guys?
But give me like 10 minutes after I listen to this real quick, that long, because I gotta take a shit. A major shit.
But
What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god.
You booted
Oh
it?
my god. Oh my god. That is ringing. I probably shouldn't have went full volume, but
You did that one full volume?
I went.
I went max volume.
Bro, I had it on like 2, bro, and it was...
Bro.
You have
Holy
I'm running it back,
shit.
okay? I'm running it back.
Oh my god.
I also had it at half volume, and that was fucking.
Oh my god.
It's not enough. Trying to take care of me now. It's in my blood. I'm like, dog. I'm like, what the fuck? I just put a yacht in that brand new What?
Can we just play the regular one? Can we play the regular one?
No, no, bass boosted only.
No, no!
Where? Both of
Bro, like, the person that makes the bass versus, like,
Bro, For a good type of seat, I mean, you could go in the nosebleeds
Yeah,
and
I
see
would go
literal
see it either.
ants, but for like
Yeah.
$100. Because the Cardi tickets were insane, bro. The nosebleeds were like 100 plus.
Dang. You know who Alice in Chains is?
Yeah.
I seen him live.
I got 2 free
Like
tickets to
so.
go see them.
Oh, did I?
Oh shit.
Yeah, did I go
Cool.
see them?
Let's go, let's go, 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 go.
So you want to go, Jake? But
No, motherfucker, shut the fuck up.
no. What is your issue, Jake? Yo,
I
Bruce, can
think
you
he
kill
wants
him
to
in
see
that
you
game?
play Fallout. I think that's the issue.
Can you
Oh
kill
wait,
him
that's
in that
my
game?
issue.
Kill him in the
Damn.
game, bro. I'm trying to survive my dance off, bro. Are you fucking serious right now, man?
Fault a game for when Ruben's not here.
Alice in Chains, dude?
He's not here.
He's taking a shit. He's gonna come back. We're gonna play Tarkov. It's gonna be a good night. And no, I don't really want to see them because I don't know. I don't really care to. But it is 2 free
sorry.
tickets.
I'm
I also
sorry,
got
bro.
2 free tickets to reality MMA
I'm
fighting.
sorry, Bruce.
I got those too.
Yeah, it must be like some fucking low level shit because they're giving to everybody.
I'm sorry, Bruce.
Is Jake gonna murder you? Why does he keep saying I'm sorry, Bruce? What did he do?
I think he's gonna fucking leave me, bro.
He's just leaving you in the dust?
Bro,
Kabani Yani Yani, please be here.
Oh, that's crazy. He said like it does captions for everything you say.
why
Oh,
did you kill me, bro? There was plenty of time for me.
Wow, Jake's killing you now, dude. What the fuck was that about?
It's
Bruh.
okay. Not sure long ago.
She's just trying to take over my life right now. First she takes over my sexy hiking.
Yeah, what the fuck, Jake?
Now my Reaper.
He was like, nah, I need to do it on your setup, though.
Yeah, what
What's the
fuck,
difference?
man? Die, dude. Right now.
Fucking blow you up.
I'm like, dog.
Yeah,
I'm like,
bitch.
what the fuck? I done put out, yeah,
Well,
in that
no.
brand new top. Escalate with dogs. All my bitches dogs.
I'm sick of this shit, bro. Sick of this shit, bro.
Hey, bro, calm down. Hey, calm down, bro. It's just
It's
a prank,
ketamine not.
bro.
It's not enough.
This shit, bro. You like,
Bro, it's just
Trying
a
to take
prank.
ketamine now. It's in my blood.
Bro, it's just a prank.
let's get in the match, man. Come on, bro. Stop wasting my feathered robes, bro.
I think this round, Jake dies.
I need Jake alive.
Ah, shit. When everything's all said and done, murder him.
Wait, what?
Jake gets killed. What happened?
Yeah, have him carry you to the end and then kill him right at the finish line.
Yo, why don't we
Bro, bro, you're getting joked.
Bro, look at this shit, dude. You think we shouldn't get it?
Oh.
Look at this shit.
Bro, you're
Breaking
getting
down doors, man.
See it, see ya.
You think I'm trying to kill you, man? Or are you trying to actually kill me?
I'm red. Pockets blue.
I don't need that. That just.
Where are we getting these type of straps, bro? Like, come on, we need this on our team.
Bro, you just. Saw some of the upgrades.
I only have 1 health because of you, bro. So now I gotta fucking cheat.
Evil Jakinator.
What the hell, man?
The evil Nator strikes again.
Let's get in the structure, man.
But we.
You tempted me about, like, shit, you know? Should be easy. We only have 80k. We only got 55k. What the fuck happened, man?
I'm a Joha Joey, she gon' Joe me up. Swamp Joey, Swamp Joey. I don't give a fuck. She wanna get my Joey. Hold on, what the Joe?
Alright, there's spam.
I'm gonna Joe her up. Swamp Joe up, Swamp Joe up.
Yeah, he's dead
Spammy?
asleep,
Spammy,
holding his
spammy,
arm like that.
What you mean by that?
spammy.
What you mean by What you mean by that?
Don't you want your help back?
What you mean by that? It didn't work.
No.
Been patched. Broski, I'm on one health.
It's all the Jaconator's fault. Evil Nader. Evil Nader.
My own brother killed me.
Yeah, that's crazy works, Jake.
A bloody massacre.
I don't think you're sorry.
One shot. Death.
You knew what you were doing.
What is this world? He's evil, man.
Evil.
Self-destructed me, thinking I wasn't gonna get back up. You think I'm like that?
Brain wire,
She was so
right?
scared of the monster. That's why I got a chicken leg in my hand or some shit. I think Mr. Shaddy's here.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh wait, hold on.
What you mean?
No, stop looking at me.
Stop looking at you. The fuck you mean, fam? Hitting me up and shit? I'm hearing Tarkov noises or some shit in the game, thinking it's happening.
He's so happy right now.
But we have mad stamina, bro.
Oh, there's gunshots going on in the game. Look at this, bro. I could carry this shit down. Why am I having a hard time carrying this shit? Shit on this side, though?
Oh no. Well,
Or were you holding it with me before? I felt like I was grabbing it.
I was holding.
Pablo's gone? What the heck?
Oh, what?
What the hell? What the hell you got there?
Yo, that was mad funny too when Mike was showing us that shit. I just kept hearing, what the hell? What the heliante? What the helion? It was like the sound that he was, I forget what reel it was that he was trying to show us. It was before the clown shit.
Bro. I don't remember.
I can't remember it.
Don't look at. Don't look at.
Jake, what the fuck is that thing?
Whenever
You seen that monster before?
look at it. Yes, bro.
Jake, you know what? I'm sick of the dude, man.
Bro.
Just cause you're... Come on, man. Just cause you've looked up the lore, man. I haven't played. I need to know.
Look, I need to know.
I don't know if you need help, bro.
Blown up.
And when did you tell me not to look at these?
Oh shit, oh shit, get under, get under, get under. Oh, and we also gotta move our shit out the way. What the fuck is it? I think this is it for me.
What happened?
He died.
He got smoked? Oh shit. It's karma.
hold on the duck bucket and press 1.
Press one.
Yep, that's in your inventory.
What the hell, Leonte?
What the hell, Leon?
I can't believe
Wait,
I found
you
you guys, Leonte.
your volume on?
So do I have your stream volume on?
Yeah.
No. I can unmute it though. It's unmuted. Okay. What the hell, Leonte? Do instead of oh shit, you're getting smoked, Jake. You're getting oh no, that's Bruce. Put what the hell, Leon? ION. Yeah. Oh god. What the hell, Leonte? I am Joey.
Yo, what the fuck is that? Is that
Is this the Scooby-Doo mystery machine?
What the hell, Leon?
It's so fucking heavy. It's heavier than the computer thing. I guess it's not a computer. It's like a generator. Well, bro, if there's 3 of these, can I drop this off at any of them, or it has to be the first one, right?
has to be the first one.
Look at this thing.
What the hell, Cyrus?
What the hell, Cyrus?
Uh-huh.
Look at this chick.
Yeah, if you jump down that, you'll die.
That's spooky as hell.
Uh-huh.
Can I open this?
Those motherfuckers blow up.
That is crazy, right? Or
Yeah, he's gonna blow up right in your face. Bye-bye.
who's cracked though?
Uh-huh.
Look at me, 1 health.
1 HP clutch?
Yeah, come on, Jake. He's like trying to flame me too, acting like I'm not cracked. Look, I still am alive.
Shit, man. Taking that. What do you have to say for yourself?
Keeping all my swag, my drip.
Don't look at it. Yep, bye.
I mean, how did I look at that though?
What the hell, bro?
What, Jake?
You slow, bro. Like, what the hell?
Can't even hear him, bro.
Slow,
Facts.
bro. Like, what the hell?
I sold the game, bro. You seen the monster? I didn't see him, bro. I don't know stuff, bro. I never played these levels.
What the fuck is this? What the hell is? What the hell is this, man? That's what I'm about to do to my PC.
Throw the PC
What
off
you
the
about
map.
to do to your PC?
I'm about to
Throw the
throw into
PC
the
off
void.
the map.
I'm gonna throw into the void.
What?
Yeah, you heard me. You heard me!
Wow. I actually heard you for once.
Yeah, I know you did.
Oh wow, maybe you should talk like that normally and I can actually not have you at 200.
More head. Give me some more head. More head.
More whispers. Yeah, give me some more whispers. Yeah.
Fucking disrespectful.
Whispernator. That's his name. He likes whispering while playing games. The Whispernator. Yeah, that's his name.
Whisper.
He likes to whisper while playing games. Whispernator. Whispernator. Crackernator.
I'm losing it, man.
Oh my god. This is bad. This might be bad.
I'm
She's gonna
losing
just
it,
start dropping bags because she's sitting around.
She's gonna be on the Jakey's
Uh huh.
page. It's just not Amazon. Oh, well,
It might, yeah, it might get.
alright,
Well, she
alright.
did already, actually.
Yeah, true.
Amazon already came in today. Oh, shit. I'm Dukes.
What is the...
Oh, shit, we have to pick it up then. I didn't even think of oh,
What are you talking about?
ah,
What's
I
going
just
on?
looked, it said pick up by 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Wait, exactly. Cash and live talking. Who are these white people?
What happened?
Who are these people? Cash and live?
It's that thing that she was telling us about.
No, I know. I'm just saying
I
like
don't know, some random spot on there, I guess.
oh my she probably did that
Oh,
so she
how
could be
does
like,
one man
yo,
take
let's
such a
go.
long
Get out of the house.
shit?
Bro, I told you, dude. I was trying to tell. Bro, he's shitting.
He's
Shit on
shitting,
And
shitting,
is he
bro.
shitting?
Sometimes you're
Or is
wrong.
he
Oh shit. Is he that
ballpark Franken?
Is he gooning?
No, ballpark Franken. I think he got excited and went and cooked some ballparks. He shitted and then he was like,
Oh
damn,
shit. Oh no, you're cooked.
low key need a ballpark right now. Now he's getting one.
Lizzie Gobbler.
Glizzy Gobbler, Snipper Gobbler.
I can't do it without you, Goonpill.
Yo, what the fuck was that thing?
That's the headman.
Oh, spooky days.
He's Goonpill so my dick, bro. I fucking hate that motherfucker. Don't you hate the headman, Goonpill?
I'm not I like his swag, but he's so evil.
Yeah.
It's
Why am I
Boogeyman.
spinning like that?
It's like, why you evil, man? You should be a good old man.
Like, bro, why you being my evil twin right now?
I'm saying that fast shit.
Yo, I got a fucking moon. Don't
Or
fucking.
Gengar. Shut the fucking bitch.
Damn. Oh.
And I got the Statue of Liberty. Like, come on, smoke.
Oh shit, we do got the statue. Oh shit. I just dropped the Statue of Liberty.
Oh I got that shit. It's like I for real got the game going.
I'll
Ain't
fucking
this the
kill
same?
you, bro.
Come on, man.
Yeah. I'll fucking kill
See,
you.
fucking know my shit.
You're fucking dead. What have I done? I just
He's a
killed
monster, man. All for a statue. That's not gonna bring you any value.
yeah.
Killed your own brother. In cold blood.
God.
Wow. Shit kinda crazy, man. Like, for real, man. Like, shit, like, yeah.
Wait, hold up.
Like, oh. Come on, man. Shit,
Are
like.
you sure?
Wait, what are we doing?
Are you sure?
Are you sure
Are you
what?
sure? Invincible. Are you sure?
What is it, some meme thing you're saying?
Yeah. Omni-Man Invincible. Are you sure? Are you sure? No, man.
That's from the first episode or whatever.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Slushy goes for a body?
Yeah.
You're over it, right? I feel it.
But you see this, Limpa? This is
What?
the half sword playtest. It's not the demo, and you can't play it anymore, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's just what the masses want you to believe. If I go into manage, and then browse local files, and then I double click on version test 54, I boot up the game.
You're a hacker?
Yeah.
Are you really half sorted? Or you just showing me the swag?
I'm showing you the swag. I'm on the OG half sword right now, bro. This shit looks so good.
I feel like it looks the same. But it's because I don't know.
But I gotta change my FOV. Wait. But this guy, he got this movable thing on, and also people like this combat more than the combat from the other one.
What's the difference?
This dude's back on
It's
half
like
sword. Oh my god.
we
On
have.
the old version.
だから、you're about to get a nuggie.
Shut the fuck up, man. I think I got my plane, and I've got this. Please grant me to live.
What the fuck you just said, man?
Please grant me to live.
What?
Oh no.
Tell me what you mean by that.
Uh.
Why are you on half board, man? I thought
Yeah, right. What happened to Fallout? I'm saying that for
some
both.
other thing.
I'm saying that to both Jake and Ader and Gambongle. What happened to Fallout, man?
Hold on.
R.I.P.
Bro, it ain't no RIPs. I don't know
You're not
RIPs.
half
I
sword.
think so, dude. It's 10 o'clock. I think it's GG's.
You're already on half.
Yeah.
What's going on? OG version of it too.
Yeah.
Why?
No. I still like it.
You think? I guess I don't know, bro.
See it, bro? Like, what the helly belly? You won't get this in
Can't
the new
see any
version.
difference, bro. I personally don't. Like,
It's just like it's less clank. It's like less janky.
it's janky.
Burton?
What?
I said, what the hell, Burton?
Any Burton?
Yeah, oh, what the hell, Burton?
I don't know what you mean by that, brother. If you put me on, maybe or something.
What the hell, Belly?
What the hell, Belly? I don't know what you mean by that.
Nah, I got that.
Type shit, cause nigga, Fallout 3 Steam. Oh my god.
Are you serious?
Did you do it? I don't know. Like, are you going to do it?
I don't got Fallout 3.
What you mean you don't got fire?
I got 476.
You capping out that roof?
Ah, bro.
Yeah, you capping cause guess what? I got that motherfucker. I got that motherfucker.
Just do it. It ain't in the Steam for no
And
reason.
if you don't got it in Steam, I got that motherfucker. Torrented, twin. You ain't know about that. You ain't even know what that is, twin.
I know what fucking torrenting games, bro.
What?
I know what that shit is, bro. No fucking
You know what you don't know?
bro.
How to say
Pyro.
shit with your chest, twin. Start with that whispering shit. Or eat the mic or something. Do you want the torrent? I'll slide that bitch over right now, twin. What are you talking about? And I got mods. What's up? Sprint mod. That's what that bongo
Oh,
needs.
your mic? Who server muted me?
Who server muted who?
You.
He server muted me? Alright.
Someone did.
It's Jake. And he lost lab rap.
I okay.
Why
I
you
can't
even
hear you at all.
bullshitting
I can't even hear anything he's saying, so. Oh well. Anyways, before I was rudely server deafened, or server muted,
Yeah, what the fuck?
I have Fallout 3 mods as well. So, because I know that bongo needs that sprint mod.
What's up with the tube, man? You've been giving tube, man, for a while, man. Bro,
He's deafened.
what the hell, bro? What the hell, gentlemen?
Little brat.
Yeah, what the hell?
Why is it only. Oh, he's gone.
Why
What
is
the
he so
fuck?
bad? Okay, okay.
Do I have Fallout 3? What the hell?
I thought Fallout 3 was in this library, if I was like,
Nah, I have it though. I have it right here, but just the shortcut of it. Let's see where that directory goes to. Oh, it's probably on my main drive still. It's probably still on my D drive. Yep, Fallout 3 zip.
oh, and it's on the Game Pass, too.
Oh, word. Me
That's
no
the only
have the
where I
Game
was
Pass.
playing for it.
I don't got the Game Pass, but I do got the zip file right here, but it's too large to send on Discord.
Jake got that Game Pass.
Ivan?
Jake does have the Game Pass, or he should just have the Game Pass. But clearly it's making him mad, or something.
I think it was because I was calling him a whisper. He hates when I say that he whispers.
But bro, you just like
He do
talk
be
closer
whispering
to the
though. It's
mic.
not even like the mic is far away. He's just literally talking like this. That's all I hear is just.
True. It's like extra worse. What the fuck? Whatever's going on in
And
his
then when
head,
you
bro.
say he's talking low, he'll fucking eat the mic and scream in it. And it's like, bro, I have you at 200 because of how low you talk. Why are you doing this?
No one else in the chat is that low.
Yeah, not a single person ever. And like, bro, it's every single headset, so clearly it's not the headset.
Can't hear it at all.
Ever.
Okay, that was
Literally
real weird.
never, dude. What the hell? Oh shit, what the fuck is going on? I wonder if this website. Oh yeah, it does. I got a crazy torrent website. This is the one I used to get Fallout 3. See ya. Yeah, I got a shit ton of games on here, bro.
What's the website called?
Every single Need for Speed, every single Assassin's Creed, every single Tom Clancy game, every single Battlefield, all the BioShocks, all the like sports games, the Hitmans, Mafias, South Parks, all damn near every Call of Duty, which is kind of crazy. Except for like the new ones. Everything up to World War II, which is kind of insane. I don't know about online, but
Word.
Left 4 Dead's, Halos, Grand Theft Autos, Resident Evils, Dishonored's, um, all the Devil May Cries, um, the Paydays, Mass Effect, all the Far Cries. That and Jake would fuck with that.
What's the website called?
I put it in the Discord.
Oh, but
All the Borderlands, even GTA 5. What the fuck? Damn, Metal Gear Solid 2.
what the fuck is this? Hundreds.
Oh yeah, the dog. Yeah. Yeah. Life is Strange 2 is on here? That's kind of crazy. That's like a newer game, I feel like.
Oh, they have the new Life is Strange?
Life is Strange 2. That's the only one they have. Doom Eternal. Days Gone, I feel like I've heard of that.
That's what Jake likes.
Right.
That's like a
If only he didn't rage off, he could have known about all this.
Can't believe he's
I haven't used this website in mad long, but this is what I downloaded Fallout 3 from
word, huh?
in what? 2022. I wish I could just drag the Fallout 3 zip.
I know, right?
Max file size 10 megabytes. Like, bruh. How large is it?
Uh-huh.
I might be able to compress it down. Oh no, it's 7 gigabytes. I could I could email it. Alright, the zip is sending to you and Jaconator.
Oh, fuck.
We do have every other Fallout though on Steam.
Facts.
So I got the New Vegas as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was all the way. Dead ass thought.
I think I never bought it because they were taxing crazy on it.
Exactly.
Like some Call of Duty shit.
Yeah, fact.
I'm pretty sure. He's probably mad I removed his role now that I think about it. But like, damn, son, how you gonna deafen me?
Yeah, what the
What
hell?
kind of shit is that, bro? What's it called? He's power tripping.
Like, yeah, if he just fucking deafened you.
Power tripping off the rip.
That's insane. Like, what? Cause he is.
Yeah, dude.
I don't even know why he muted. Like,
Cause I told him to say that shit with his chest.
yeah, I guess so. That's what I heard him.
Now he's like, alright, you get to say nothing then. Okay, bucko. I didn't even know I was muted, and I was just like rambling.
First I thought your mic unplugged, and then I was like, wait, oh, you got the fucking red muted shit.
And he switched that shit off with the speed. As soon as you're like, wait, who muted you? I panned over, and I was like, wait a second. It was gone. Little twerp.
Yeah, right?
Now he's really getting a noogie.
Yeah, he deserves it, man. He was bossing me around.
No facts. And he killed you. What the fuck was that about?
Yeah, I was
He's
like
like, I'm
so
sorry,
close.
I have to.
Yeah,
Did you have
did
to?
it, bro. You did not have to kill me. I was so close to the shit. And then it just made me like, I already didn't want to play this. Then never mind.
Yeah, now I really don't want to.
You're just bullshit playing. Like you're not actually playing it.
Type shit.
And that's why I didn't want to download the mods either, because I knew we're probably not gonna play again
Yeah.
for a while.
And he was
And then
spamming the
get
mods, like
busted.
even the Schedule 1 mods, like he got this the packaging like auto packaging or something like that for the workers. But then I was like, all right, show me, like, let me see like what it does, right? He's like, oh, I don't need that. It's like I don't even do that. I don't package, so I wouldn't need to do that.
So
He's
why
like,
are you
I
doing
make the
it?
bricks, so I don't need to package it. I was like, so why'd you get the mod?
Facts.
No answer.
Good.
He's a goob.
It's because he's like itching
Yeah,
to
he's just
try
like, I
it
want to
too.
try
He's
every
like,
single mod all at
I
once.
need to try this. It should be fun, but like it looks so ass that I'm like, nah, there's no way.
Yeah.
Let's get some good ones, dude.
Facts, there's probably different websites too and shit.
Yeah,
With like better packs.
probably.
Nexus mods is a really good one though. Like a
It's
lot of
just the
games got
games
Nexus.
he's picking.
Yeah.
It's like, what would you really mod in them?
Ooh.
They're pretty good by themselves. Like I don't.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say earlier. Not every game needs mods.
Most games don't need
Yeah,
mods
like
at
not
all.
almost damn near every game doesn't.
Only I don't know.
All I can think of is like custom zombie maps, but that's a whole map. That's not like changing the game
That's different.
mechanics.
That's different. Yeah. Like Jake wants to freaking do some crazy
Yeah, he
shit
wants to
on
like
the
change the
map.
character to Bart Simpson and have all
Some
the
shit.
enemies, fucking, I don't
I'm
know,
like, you're
Patrick.
this bored with this shit? Yeah, facts. Like, how bored are you right now? I don't know. Like, the game's good. This is how it is.
Yeah, right?
But I know he's like mad bored of that shit because like every play he literally trolls and tries to kill me.
Bruh.
Hit me with a card mad hard while I'm doing something. I'm like, bro,
Bruh.
you're just bullying me in the
Yeah,
game, man.
I'm
And
good
then
on
it just
that.
gets boring because it's like we're just like play fighting. I'm like, why are we not playing the game?
Yeah. He
He's just
he
he's
used
just over
yeah,
there
he do
bored.
be doing that. Anytime he's bored, he's just like, let me just fuck with you.
It's like,
That's
bro,
what he used to do with me on GTA, and I'm like, bro, like, you can't be doing that.
He
just
just
play
start
some.
punching you for no
Yeah, I'll
reason
just
on
start beating
GTA.
my ass, and then I have no like way to heal myself unless I kill myself, and then it's like a whole. That's a whole thing that you have to do, like to go get back, get your stuff back, drive there, drive back. It's like, bro, there's no need for that. What if the ops pull up right now and you're just beating my ass?
We're supposed to be a team,
Yeah,
bro.
let's go beat
Let's
someone
play
else. Yeah,
together.
let's go beat the enemy's ass. Not me.
This is evil. Like, I don't get it.
It's fun like once, but then you're fucking doing it every second. It's like, bro, why are you still?
Why are you still doing
You're
it?
still on this. What the fuck? Bro, I can't find a good light for this. Oh, I'm tripping.
I just can't believe he also had to play sexy hiking on mine.
Yeah, on your PC only. Like, bro, you can do the same exact thing on yours.
And he was like, bro was getting so frustrated because I wasn't like
You ain't
getting
moving
it
it
the right
right.
way. And I'm like,
Let me
bro,
just do it. But then what's the point? I thought you were gonna. Thought you were trying to teach me how to do it.
he just says that.
You're like, nah, let me just do it. Let me get you past
And
it.
I can't play games like that either. Like hovered over me, like ready to grab my mouse as soon as I make a
Yep.
move.
I,
I'm like, bro,
I
what
felt
the
that, bro.
hell? It's just micromanaging shit. You're a child.
Yeah. What the hell, dude?
Stupid.
He do be wigging out.
I don't think he knows he's even doing it. Half the time. Well, sometimes he does.
Bro, there's no fucking good green lights. What the fuck? I just need one green light so it's like the radio's turned on. I can't find a single one, bro. Press it. Press it, that bongo. Just press it. It's time.
Bro,
Just press it. Ah, okay. That's not what you're supposed to press.
bro, hundreds has been taking a shit for.
Bro, he's not
2
taking a shit,
hours.
bro.
Like he's literally been.
Just
taking
get
a
on
shit for
Fallout, bro.
2
It's the
hours,
GG's,
bro.
bro. Pablo's even gone.
2 hours. Who takes a shit for 2 hours?
It's already been 2 hours since he left.
Nah, he went to the gas station. He texted me.
Oh my god. See?
He went to the
Could have been
gas
on Fallout
station.
this whole time. You could be at Tenpenny Towers right now as we speak.
Yeah, man. Can't use Fallout as your new Velatra?
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
it's not
I guess you can't really. Fallout, you gotta like invest in and just be there. You can't just like quit, like while you're waiting for the game to load or something.
I think I'm cooked.
Yo, Debonga,
Yeah.
I don't know if you were here earlier or not, but I have a sprint mod for Fallout 3. Because I didn't
Really?
know, but I torrented it, so I got Fallout 3 for free, like mad years ago, and it came with a sprint mod pack. And I got a couple other ones too, I forget. Let me go check it. I know you're like, dude, what the fuck? No sprinting?
Yeah. That shit sucks.
I felt that though, because Fallout 4 has sprinting and it's so much better with that. You don't really have to fast travel as much. Because Fallout 3 is all about the fast travels.
Yeah, I'm cooked.
Where did I just see all those mods? Oh, it was in this drive.
I'm so cooked.
You got any Stimpaks?
No.
What about pop the Nuka-Cola Quantum?
What happened to the last one?
You could pop like a yo,
Doesn't
your
do
health is
anything.
OD low. Yo, hold on. Go back in the pit boy. No, bye Spenny. First off, those books you can read and it'll give you like see like medicine increased by 1.
Gambongo.
Bruh.
Pop those Nikola Tesla and use too.
Bruh.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Bruh.
Yeah, you can do that another time.
Yeah, just go back and retry it, you know? So
Yeah. Since I had the save right there when I walked in.
yeah, you'll be fine.
Hundreds, I hate you.
I know. A lot of people say that, even my mother.
Okay.
What did you
She
eat?
says hundreds, I hate you. Or does she
What did you
say
eat today, Hundreds?
Ruben Rodriguez?
Crack cocaine.
That's what you ate today? What'd you eat today, bro?
That's about it. Just crack cocaine.
And cookies from McDonald's.
You getting your toe?
Okay.
Yeah, where's your tote today? Where's the
Oh
daily
my God.
tote?
Krug is a wizard.
Kruger's a
Stop
wizard.
eating cookies, bro.
Yourself?
I got a cookie tote though, boys. What are we doing?
Jay asks him for a cookie and he smacks him on the head and says, "These are my fucking cookies. What the fuck you thought this was?"
My cookies, nigga.
You
Get
gotta
your
stop
own.
eating those cookie toasts.
Why?
Because you shit for 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's part of the cookies.
Well,
That's
wait,
part of the
no, but you
experience.
just went and picked up a tote? Or you had to shit from the tote
I went and took a shit,
and ate
and
the
then
tote
I went and
at the
picked
same time.
and went and got a tote after I shit.
Nah, you
So I
was
was like,
shit and
ah.
eating the tote.
All right, you might be right. How do you know this?
Because, bro, I got cameras everywhere.
I had the tote prop. Whoa! I had the tote propped up on
Yep.
the sink.
Where you, like, where the towel rack is, you just fucking put that shit there instead of a towel.
Yeah.
Where are we
And then he
going?
pops up the tote,
Break
pops
now.
open the tote every time he goes to the bathroom, eats a cookie,
Where are we going,
Where do you
type
want to go?
shit.
bro? Don't play this fucking game
See?
with me, dog. Where
What's
are we going?
wrong with you, Gambongle?
He's
I'm
tired of your
waiting to play
bullshit.
Tarkov for the last hour and a half, maybe even
Oh
2 hours.
no! Oh no! You're not gonna do this with me. You went out to La Casarinos.
Yeah,
You
he
wanted
got
to
a
get
taste
yourself
of his own
lit.
Yo, and then he
medicine.
drove by it and sent me a snap talking about I'm on to you, damn long though.
No cap, no kizzy.
Were you in there?
I don't know. I don't know. I was at home when you sent it.
Ah, so he lied to you. He was never there.
I was there. I got
No,
the fajita.
no, because I was there and he wasn't. So he's capping.
It was low key packed in there.
Is there
I took
Captain
a shot.
Rap
I
logo?
took a shot of Johnny Walker Black Label.
The fuck? What are you, an old man?
Yeah, what are you,
I
drunk
mean-
old man, dude?
I just took a shot alone.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you're a fucking old fart,
You're going
dude.
through it. You're going through it.
Bro pulled up to the bar for a drink.
By
After
I
a
went
shift.
to La Casita with my girl, but I took the shot alone.
no occasion.
Nah,
Ours
you
is
just,
crazy.
nah, twin. I don't believe it now. Yeah, you're switching up the script now.
I'm an alcoholic. Please stop.
You're an alcoholic. You need to be stopped.
Hundreds, where are we going?
Dude, I'm trying to figure that out, dude. I'm getting up.
He's going to play Fallout 3.
We could go woods.
For what?
I could finish my.
You
wood
know,
stack,
Debar, I don't like your dude.
What are your wood stats?
Eliminate scabs without wearing any body armor. I just need one more kill. and
Hundreds
then I
doesn't
have to
deserve this.
Eliminate scabs in woods. Like in general, it's for that task line, that new task line we just got.
Oh.
Oh, shiesty. Oh, shiesty. Or we could go customs.
Why customs?
I got to locate and obtain the valuable item in dorm room 203. 203, nigga.
Shit, man.
You let me know though, but we can go custom or woods. I'm down with whatever.
I'm
I
down
need, like,
with wood.
I gave you down with woods. All right.
Yeah, let's go to woods, bro.
I bet, dude. I bet that. Dude.
I'm actually gonna build a different gun than this, though. I'm not gonna take this.
Where the fuck? Oh, here's that enemy. Bang, bang.
Why are you like this, hundreds?
Baby, I was born this way. Honestly, I don't know. That's how I was raised, I guess. Wait, what am I? How am I? What's wrong with me?
What the hell is this?
And I'm like, yeah, and everybody dance with me, and I say, yeah.
Yeah.
They're singing to us.
He's on that Usher wave.
What the hell's going on?
I'm going to an Usher concert. I got the meet and greet.
Hundreds is Usher.
You got the meet and greet? He's gonna feed you the rose? Or what the hell was he doing? Not the rose.
I don't know, but he's gonna do it to
Cherries.
me, whatever he's doing.
He said, I don't know, but he's gonna do it to me. It's crazy.
That bong gonna move right away. Fucking freak, bro.
Yeah, yeah,
That bong already
sadly.
necessary, Fatso.
Yep. He already paid for it.
What the fuck?
He got the full VIP meet and greet package.
No bong, what's that? What's
Yeah,
that
the
type?
meat and great.
Yeah.
You can get meated for an extra $50.
What do
You get to go to the hotel room after.
What do you think it means?
Oh, hang out and stuff. And
Uh,
Yeah, hang out. Probably get date rape drugged.
yeah,
bro,
type
shut
shit.
up.
Yeah, you won't really remember, so it's okay.
It's like, yeah, it's the non-remembrance package.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Yeah,
Sounds kind of like, yeah.
it's kind of lit.
It's the diddle package.
Little package
That
Diddle.
good
sounds
diddle
like too
Yeah,
pack.
much.
I could fuck with that.
the diddlington.
Wow. That sounds like, yeah.
Fun? I know.
Sounds like a time that I wouldn't personally enjoy, but I respect the people that like it.
Word. See,
Yeah.
that's why I fucks with you.
You know, like that's cool and all, and I know you're like,
Yeah, I'm Usher crazy.
you can't wait for him to put like, the cherries and like,
Gushy Ushy.
yeah, can't really say it.
The Chigussy.
Whoa.
Oh, what's his name? Oh, why can't I think of his name? Orlando Brown. He said, who did he said had the gushy pussy?
You said
I know
Jay
what
Z,
you're
huh?
talking
Jay
about.
Z has a gushy budussy. Was it Jay Z? Or nah, it wasn't Jay Z with the gushy.
Ray J? Ray J?
Nah, it wasn't Ray J. I can't remember. It was from the No Jumper interview. It was fuck, dude. He said shit about Jay Z, but not the gushy pussy. He said, I think it was no, it wasn't Usher either. It was something that like rhymed with gushy. Ah, I gotta go look it up right now.
You mean Usher, aka Gusher?
Yes, bro, that's what he said. That's what he said. He said Usher got that gusher. Like, bro, what do you mean by that, Orlando?
You got that good
He
Gushy.
did say Jay Z like fucked them too or something crazy, or he sucked Jay Z's dick,
Wow.
Wait, I thought Jay Z did it.
or yeah, or vice versa. I can't remember exactly.
Come
Jay
on,
Z sucked his meat mop moot. Meat
Yep,
mop moot.
I think so.
His beat bop boop bop.
Yeah, he got that beep bop boop bop.
Tight shit, twin.
He made Raven into a lesbian and shit.
Yeah, bro. He must have did some nasty shit to her.
Right? He was eating her box crazy. That's what he said too. Like,
What?
He said he was gonna bail out Diddy too.
I'm gonna bail that nigga
He
out.
tried to bail him out. Yeah, Usher, Usher, aka Gusher.
Don't ask me how I knew that.
Orlando Brown on Meek Mill and Diddy. Usher, aka Gusher. Being
What's
Pyru.
crazy is that in the
How are
title?
you?
Yes, that's the title. That's the title of the interview.
Yo, Adam is crazy.
Orlando Brown on Meek Mill and Diddy. Usher, aka Gusher. Being Pyru, and more. Being Pyru is crazy because it'd be like, on Crip on Bloods on Pyru. Rick Ross is gay.
Hey, that bongo. Do we run a scavenger? Do you want to run a scavenger?
He also said like Raven Simone is trans or something like that. He was saying some wild ass shit in this video. The Rock's pussy looks like a fist.
What?
Yes.
why would he ruin the rock?
What'd you say?
The Rock did that eyebrow
Why
kick
was
to
he
him, bro.
hitting the rock?
I don't know, bro.
Must have did the eyebrow to him,
You think so?
and he was like, "Ooh, I need that ooh smash me boom boom. I need that ooh bop beep bop." Or that bongo, Listen, listen to me. You listening? We could go interchange. Yes.
And now he's gone.
And now he's gone. I hate you, Gabongo. I fucking hate you, dude.
Yeah, what the hell?
Let's ride.
Fucking
He said he has the same birthday as Jay-Z. And then he said he is Jay-Z.
Oh, shiesty.
And then he said he's Jay-Z the same way Adam is Miley Cyrus. And then
Huh?
started singing I Came In Like a Wrecking Ball.
Dude, I hate this dude, Gambongo, bro. Just goes AFK.
Why is he AFK, man?
No, dude.
Suck my fucking dick.
What the fuck? Over there?
Hey, there you go.
Oh.
Orlando also said he has a song with Crip Mac.
I need to hear that. 100K
He said
for
Diddy's
this
his
shit.
best friend.
Yeah, Bongo, you want to run a scavenger? Yeah, Bongo, you want to run a scavenger?
I think it's that Bongo K, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, what the fuck, Dabba?
He's just like begging for you to come back, and then as soon as you get back, he's gone.
He's gone, dude. Like,
Punishing you on purpose, I think.
Yeah, facts.
That's toxic.
Evil Bongo.
What is a fucking shit? Wait, yo, are you playing a game with someone else now?
Who?
Who's that bongo?
Oh no, they're loading in.
Oh, Gregor is fucking.
Gregor is Gambongo.
What the fuck kind of name is that? Then?
I don't know. He said what? It's some. I think some guy from Game of Thrones or some shit.
Jesus Christ, Dabba.
Yeah.
TikTok will explain it.
Nerd Bongo, right?
Yeah, what the fuck? I did. I thought that wasn't that bongo. I thought like hundreds.
Fuck it, I'm playing with Gregor.
Yeah, let me go play with a random until like he gets on. I guess that doesn't make sense
I don't know. Can you do that?
with this fucking Tarkov sweaty shit.
It's okay, Snippy. Screw that guy, that Bongo. I'll play with you.
Slippy's gone.
No? Alright. Screw you too, Snippy. Dang. What the hell? Bruh. Holy shit.
Gambongo, dude. What are we doing, bro? Like, come on. 3 uses on the golden star. That's all you're bringing, dude.
What a fucking bad.
Fuck you.
Oh, he's alive.
Bro only comes back just to diss me.
Yep. Yeah, and instantly went back to mute. That's crazy works.
Bro must be gooning hard right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Think so?
Yeah, that's why he has to mute. He has to mute out the.
Well,
Bro, you were gone for 2 hours.
he was not going.
Yeah,
I didn't know we were.
you're dragging
AFK
it.
watching. You AFK
It's like a
watching.
toxic.
You're dragging
You
it.
can
4
go.
hours.
You can go to La Casarinos for 8 hours, but God forbid I leave to go get me a cookie toad. I'm fucked.
Yeah, but I
I'm a
say I'm
fucking.
going to La Casita. You say I'm going to take a shit. I'm sitting
Yeah.
here waiting for
And
you to
then I
come
thought of
back,
the
hit it
idea
up.
as I'm shitting.
While you're shitting, you start to get.
He was like, "Damn, a cookie toad would smack right now." He went to reach into his cookie toad that's by the side of the toilet, and he was like, "Wait, there's no more. Fuck. I need that
Yeah,
now."
I quite literally was throwing cookies down the hatch, and they were coming right out of the oven. It's like a big flood.
Real
Those things go
shit.
down like water.
We gotta get hundreds of cookie IV.
Yeah, all I really want for my birthday is
Just inject the
a cookie
cookies.
toad. A cookie toad.
That's all you want for the B-Day? I mean, shit, that's a pretty good present.
It is,
All right, hundreds.
fuck a Ferrari. I don't even want.
But
a Ferrari.
McDonald's, dude, like, bro, there's so much better cookies.
You just have to kill scavs.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh
Look
my
at this
god,
fucking smile.
bro. Are you going straight to med?
Yeah,
What a fucking loser.
I'm not even gonna search anything. I'm gonna just look on the tables and then run. I gotta go over near like you said camp.
Bro, I low-key hate this map.
Why?
I don't know, it's just
Woods?
gonna be hectic. It's gonna be a hectic one. There's rain everywhere. It's raining, it's pouring, the old man is definitely snoring.
I won't let me lay down, dude. This game is broken. I don't know if you found a Letty.
Oh, you on metal?
I ran on my. You need a wrench?
No, I need ooh, a sausage.
Defuel.
Defuel, and I need blue tape. Careful, there'll be people. There should be people in here. They ran in here. Are you over by red crate?
I'm in the long ass crate.
Oh, that's how they do that? Oh my god.
You know what I'm talking about, gang?
Yeah.
There's effects where when you walk in the area of the effect, it like does a lens flare all over your screen. I bet that's how they make raindrops like be on the camera. Like, you know when you're raining and like
Yeah.
the streaks go down the screen?
Is that
I
you in
think
the
that's
field?
how they do it. That's pretty
No.
fire.
Field one?
Nice, nice. Which field? Where are you
Or
looking?
I'm looking. He was a fucking giga chad too.
Yeah,
Holy
you
shit.
was. I'm dead.
No.
He's in the field. Scared the shit out of me, bro. He like was like laying down and then
Are you
stood
up
up.
there?
Yeah, no, I was close to there though. He's in the field.
Are you up there?
No. I think it's a dead body that's always there. N10 sweat, level 52. 300 hours.
No.
Yeah, it was kind of like a quick death too. You could be shooting.
Like peep dispers. Like so you like that white circle, like you see how like when I get closer to it, it like adds onto it. Like all those lens flares, that shit's crazy. I was just showing you like the visual of it.
No, I'm tripping. I'm looking at some. No way.
Your body up there.
Like whenever you're in that vicinity, that's pretty cool.
Elongo?
Huh?
Your body up here.
No, my body's on the floor.
Cause like you could throw that in and then throw a light, so it's kind of
Fuck is that?
like IRL. If you like stare into a
I think
light,
it's a
you would get
permanent
those
body, bro.
spots.
Word.
So it's kind of like your vision's getting.
Shit. We got
I know they had just lens flare effects.
That nade blows up fast.
He knows I'm here, dude.
Ooh, I kind of fuck with that. It's low-key like sampling. Like you find the good loop that you want.
They're still bleeding.
Or a one-shot. There's one-shots and loops. I low-key might use this one-shot. I might
Still
use that
bleeding
as
now.
like a completion. Like all those red circles are different effects. All on top of each other.
I thought that was
Where'd
a
it
player
go?
the way he was breathing.
Oh, I'm tripping. It's a one-shot, that's why it's not looping. Maybe, no, not for that at least. I just need like a green light. Jesus. Whoa. I could use that for the portal.
Be careful overextending that way because it's left hand.
That'd be pretty cool. Oh, I'm retarded, bro. I could
I didn't even
just
know you could do that.
edit the values of the red light I have. Yeah, I could just, yeah, I'm gonna just do that. I don't know what the light is though, but if I go on here, brain dead effects. Flashing red factory.
Maybe.
Oops.
You're a savage. I made a move. You heard a move.
I didn't.
He moved because that nade. That must have been a little close to him.
Why is it not playing? Oh, that's to touch a surface. I wish I could hide this light bulb so I could see what's
At
actually
this
going
point,
on.
it's just who's more patient. You guys are both doing the same. He's gonna do the same thing you're doing. Who makes a mistake first? He's out. He's running away.
Where?
Probably to the main front doors. Right there, right there. It's like he's cheating, bro.
Think he's shooting?
Ooh, I could
Maybe hold
probably...
on. I don't know. I can't tell. It's hard. It seems like it because he's like not. I don't know. Just playing weird. PK, he just ran in. You're good with the Goldie. You're good with the purple top.
He just started shooting me through the wall.
I don't know. I think he thought you were gonna overextend that ambulance to the left. He's fighting something else, I think. Sounds like it. Is that at you? That's not at you.
So no.
He's definitely fighting something else. Go push him while he's fighting. What are you doing?
Getting a different angle on this kid.
There's your juicy boy that you killed.
That looks kind of cool. It like fades to yellow and green with the way I did the color slider. Maybe a little more green.
What is this kid playing like right now, dude?
If he doesn't care, if that's not his boy and he doesn't care about his shit, then he's probably just gonna grab my kit, loot whatever he can, and get out.
Gotta be his boy. They were both running in the field.
Yeah. I didn't even know there was two.
I didn't know there was two either.
Oh, fuck.
I just seen this one kid from that angle right there.
Yeah, yep.
And then he must
I
have been
seen you
more
take
over
the
there.
shot.
Nerves of steel. Nerves of steel. Where can this kid be? I think he died.
No, I'm out of screen. He's still alive.
He's got an RSAS still.
Mm-hmm.
He was shooting that thing like he was a fucking... It was an HK. Should I try and do surgery? Or I'm
Yeah.
bugging.
Yeah. $300 though, 60% survival rate. 24 run throughs,
I don't know if he's
1,500
cheating.
kills.
Not too sure if he's cheating, but so I only have like say 200.
Hours.
Yeah.
How many kills do you have?
Not too sure, Bungus.
Ooh, Bungus. That's a good one. Dabungus. Dabungus Tofungus.
Wow. That's the new strain of weed I have. You want some?
Shit. Oh, would it smell like
I think there's
GMO?
5 minutes left, nigga.
Smells
It
like
got
it's
that
skunky.
GMO type stank. Ty say it to you?
Oh, I am.
You hear him walking?
I think so, yeah. Not PK, it is crazy. I'm drunk, nigga.
There's no fucking way he's still like over there.
Don't think?
I don't think so.
Think
There's
you got a
no
new
way,
angle?
bro. Unless he's like a fucking crazy patient guy.
I'm a crazy patient guy, look at me. I feel like he's waiting for me to loot that. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna. If he was hacking, he probably would have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's no way they weren't together, dude.
I just genuinely think he doesn't give a fuck about his voice kid. I think he looted me and skirted towards outskirts.
No way.
You hear?
He's there.
Time is that was could be a fucking scab. That's him. Dude, he is weird.
Weird as fuck, right?
Yeah. To be fair, you're doing the same thing, but he's weird. You're not.
He died like over here, right?
Yeah.
I did not like fighting in there.
Why?
Oh no, it's just everything's too close.
That's great. I would rather be close. I hate fighting far.
Oh. Fuck. Got the feeling that that guy is still in there. What do you think?
He's being weird as fuck.
Routine is crazy.
We should have ate the sausage first.
Definitely should have.
Literally eating a glizzy in Tarkov.
Hey yo.
I didn't take too much, only 2 water. Oh shit. I
He
didn't
heard
mean
that.
Think?
If he was there.
It's
If
raining.
he's. Yeah, where he was at when he was shooting the last time, he was like closer to that green sand all the way. So if he. What the fuck? Green flare?
This is pretty boring.
Oh, the originator's back. Oh.
Oh.
I guess he didn't like that one. Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
And I have like no sight of him, bro.
Yeah.
You think he's still in there?
I mean, he could be.
It's raining. You know my kill is.
Behind you. In the field. That's me. I think he's in that tent right there, or close to your low. I think he's right there somewhere.
No
If
way.
he is still there, yeah. Don't fully loot your body right now. Like, just if you're gonna loot him, just tap him. You know.
Fuck it, get me out of here, that bongo. Gotta go to
Go to your
outskirts, right?
extracts. Yeah, you gotta run all the way there.
That's crazy. I could run on the beach though, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go with Dobos ETGC. Oh.
PTR. He's heavy. Oh. There's a drop on the bullet. Oh my god. Uh,
This is factory you made for Jay
Yeah.
when he was in his pants. Look.
Biggest sell of all time.
yeah, you're gonna have to pack. Yeah, he probably just took my kit and dipped, bro.
I almost just saved it. That wasn't even him. That was a different guy, actually.
Yeah, no, I know. What I'm saying, that kid, like, if he's not there still, he must have just looted and dipped. He's heavy as fuck, bro.
Maybe he killed him.
Maybe. You gotta go that way, anyways.
Fuck did that guy go now?
Right, bro. hundreds. There's only 9 minutes left in raid. You sat
I think
at
that
med
guy is
camp.
coming towards me, right?
Probably.
Is there
You
no
gotta go.
distraction over here? Yeah, I know. I got time. I'm just scared this kid has a DVO. He's very thick.
I don't know what he has on.
Has
He's walking
DVO.
so slow, bro. If he waited there until 8 minutes left in raid and is that heavy and not making his way towards extract right now, he deserves to kill you.
Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm sorry, that bongo, I failed you.
What did you do?
Didn't get your kit back.
Oh, bro.
This raid was kind of dead, though. Ah, I feel like a piece of shit.
Why?
Holy shit, it's already 11:10. Shit, boy, might have to get off.
Bro.
Alright, I'll play one more. I gotta wake up at 6 tomorrow, dude.
For what?
Damn, son.
I have to drive to fucking Pennsylvania
God damn.
to go get some pyro, Nick.
Oh shit. Okay.
Get some pyro.
Tight shit.
Wake up at 7, probably make it there for like around 9. Let me bring you this kit, Dabonga.
No.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't mind, dude.
Yo no quiero.
I start 25.
Yo no quiero. Vamos.
Brother had M61 and he got one tapped. I know he's pissed.
That is literally what happened to me. I had M61 and I got one time.
Oh yeah, that looks fire. Cause
This
then
man
you'll
don't
power
know.
on the radio and then dum dum.
Whole
The
stack
fog
of
rolls in
M61.
and everything goes to shit. Boom. We're in the future.
Boom.
Kaboom.
Goes the nigger. Damn, bro, I really like
Oh, I forgot I
It's
gotta
not that
fix
funny.
this bitch's shadings and textures, bro. She looks like wet
Hmm?
or
Who's wet?
glossy. Her hands are like mad glossy and shit. I switch the material type to like skin, I think. Or low-key cloth so it doesn't reflect like that.
Failed his sword items.
Not enough space.
There's a whole 4 slot. Bruh.
That's what you have in your items case?
What else do I put in it?
You're disrespecting your items case.
I don't know what else to put in it.
You don't have a med case? You don't have a single med. Oh, there you go. Dude, why? What's going on here? Are you saving those for a certain thing?
A task maybe? A task. Tasking?
The morphines, I don't think you need them anymore. You hit it in 4 of them, right?
Yeah.
That's what their dog anyways. And then if you are saving them for a certain size,
Are they a craft? You need these for a craft?
I don't think so.
If I would have needed them for a craft, they'd
Look up the test samples, and that's which ones you need to save. And then there's another task for therapists where you need a 3-2 BG and another
AF,
stem. I just don't know.
AFH.
Yeah, maybe. So you need 2 of those ones, but everything else is on samples.
So I only need it. Only stem task will be samples.
Well, I'm sure you'll get like other tasks eventually, but the one that's important is samples, and the one for therapist. The one for therapist gives you a black card.
All right. Mule. Check. Adobo's cocktail injector. Check. Not found in raid though. Cooked.
Right there. Yeah, you need it running, right? You got a fucking 100 of them.
Chickinator?
AHF1. I have no AHF1 now.
Cooked.
Hi.
Hello, Cracker.
Check how
Sorry for calling you Whispernator.
L1. Only have 1 L1. 3
Who just
BCG.
tuned in?
4. I'll just save those.
Is that the Nader?
Might be the bungulator.
I see. Yo, Jake. Okay, you are watching. Let me show you something.
Oaks, Augustins.
I gotta restart. Hold on 1 second. Wait, what just
Go.
played? You had,
Yo, go poo.
oh, you're saying Goonpill?
Yeah.
Brucington?
Bro, some guy's playing Schedule 1, bro. And he had a deal where somebody wanted 55 grams OG Kush. And they will pay $1 fucking for it, bro.
What?
Yeah.
They're selling $1 grams?
No, $1 for 50 grams, bro.
Who's selling that shit?
I don't know, bro. But
What
the
the
game
fuck, man?
fucking bugged out, bro.
Wait, let me see. Make sure I got 'em.
$1 for 50 grams.
And also, one time, some guy's kids
It's
will
Mark. He's leaving. He's about to go
wanted
home.
like 100, and he'll 100 grams, and he'll pay him fucking negative 2 million, bro.
What, bro?
I wonder what the other quest was.
What the hell does
You'll
Marky
have to
think
pay
he's
that
doing
fucking
leaving at this time of night, huh?
He's going to a club.
Oh, hell nah, bro. Why he always clubbing?
I don't know. It's like every
Fallout
weekend.
Free dot zip.
It gives you a
What'd you
lab's
say, Jake?
access card.
Fallout
And a
Free
black
dot
card.
zip.
Yeah, ever since you left, it's
I need
been
an AHS one.
it's been attaching the file to. No fucking way.
4 adrenalines.
What the fuck?
Everything else is goner.
I was trying to send
So
you
it's a
and Bruce it.
therapist, bro.
I have like the 2 other files,
How much
but
would she give you for that?
how
Half
could I do
price.
it? Maybe
Everything
I could
else
do a Google
besides, like,
Drive
you
link.
gotta check which ones, because sometimes it's more worth it to sell it to her, like, because of the fee and shit, you know what I mean? Those obviously
Yes.
are worth selling on something like that. But, like, the morphine and shit, bro, just sell it to her.
Yeah, morphine. She could go to her.
Damn, I don't have enough storage on this one.
Dude, I forgot I had your outfit on. That's just slide.
That should be enough.
See, she'll give you 55 for it. So, like, you know, you're rich.
Not really. I had 12 mil.
That
Yes.
SJ9, I'm pretty sure it boosts your food and hunger. So when you're starving, you don't have any food, you just pop that and you're chilling.
Really?
That's what I think. Read it.
Nope. Does nothing.
Metabolism?
Upload failed instantly. Why?
Well, it cooks
Decreases.
you.
Maybe it's the SJ12.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's the
Maybe
SJ12.
it's cause it's the zip file? I'll try like this.
How much is SJ12? Holy fuck. I don't think I'd ever pop that.
No?
Bro, it's 100k stim.
Start with the Trinidals. I pop Trinidals.
While
Jeez.
it's
It's about the
booting,
same,
let me
right?
show you this, Jake.
I'm missing something.
Alright, so this is the first thing. Boom, 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 boom. Found them all, right? Hold on, wait. Ah, shit, the don't forget to upvote covered it. It said to head to Mary and Jane's for reward. So you go up to her, which says at Mary Jane's.
I'm at the pink holy
Boom.
club.
You get the Mary and Jane dual
shit.
wields. Oh, I just got a file. Thank you, Carl. Or no, not Carl. I don't know how to pronounce it. And you're a bot. Fuck you. Alright, you get the blowtorch.
Rugo, why don't you just turn around for me? IRL, just turn around for me. Look at Goonpill. Right?
What?
And what?
Just turn around, look at Goonpill.
Uh-huh.
Are you doing it right now?
Maybe.
Be like, suh, little Nick.
Okay.
Or wait, be like, wanna go get a cookie toe, nigga?
Bro, I do not want a cookie dough. Maybe from literally anywhere else. I can't do
Go
the
get
McDonald's
a
one,
cookie
bro.
toe, twin.
I don't know how you like them that much, bro. Compared to Stop and Shop cookies?
I mean, they're
Bac-
chill.
Stop and Shop Chocolate Bookies, you get, it's probably the same price, bro. You get 24 of them bitches, though.
Red dog.
Real shit.
Pink Pony Club. Oh my, here we go, that bongo. Fuck you, asshole.
You see that, Jake? Okay, boom. So I think you already seen these parts, but
Yeah.
place the brain in, and then everything
One of
after
them had
this, I don't think you've seen.
or two Salevas on them.
Experiment prep complete, right? All right, time to plug in the radio. Boom, plug the
All right,
left in.
last raid, baby. Come on, let's make it a good one.
Plug the right in.
Last raid.
Last
Oh,
raid, I gotta
okay,
be
red
the
lights
early
ready to
bird.
charge.
What you gotta
Now
do.
pretend me picking this up is all these soul boxes being completed.
Do you not notice something different about your stream?
Okay? Just
Who
imagine
the fuck
they're
is
all
that guy?
completed. Boom. Picked it up.
Level 4 is crazy.
Boom. Now it's like green, yellow, red. It's like charged, but still gotta power that bitch on.
I didn't
Powered
see a
on.
single scav
Smoke rolls in,
alive.
Oh shit.
and then boom. Uh-oh. What happened? Oh no.
Oh no.
The brain malfunctioning. No.
Are you ready to lose your mind?
Now just imagine.
Seriously, last raid,
Teleports to a new spot.
Oh,
And then that's when you're in the past. Like when this happens, it's like, oh shit, what's going on? Smoke will fill the room. Screen flashes, either black or white, and then boom,
Bro.
you're not in the room anymore, and you're in the past.
Hold on.
You might be in this chamber too. Who knows? You might get trapped in this chamber right here, and that might be you instead of the Pathicon. What'd you say?
Bro, I'm like hearing you through Goompill's mic,
Oh
and
my
then I'm
god.
hearing you for your mic, and it sounds crazy because like yours is like delayed.
Yeah. I'll try to whisper. Now I gotta whisper.
That's
Oh
fine.
my god.
Oh my god. No, you're the whisper
My
name?
name is Jake. Mine can't like I can't even do that, bro. You need to get your razor cracking.
Yeah.
You'll never have the whisper issue again.
Yeah, I need the razor cracker.
Oh yeah, and I switched the experiment number to 108. It was 936. But now it's experiment 108, the brain radio. The world's radio. The mix, the brain. The power, the radio. But how? I gotta add sound effects now. For every single step. I gotta add like an electrical sound when you're plugging it in. Oh, did it work? Okay, now I'm gonna try to compress to let's see.
Andre, keep your fucking game face on, bro.
I'm like, dog. I'm like, what the fuck? I just put up, yeah, in that brand new truck.
Carry me, bro. Oh, perfect spawn for me, low key.
Alright, compress to Fallout 3.
Okay, wait.
Or
Do I have your
maybe
sound on?
add
I do
to
not.
.rar?
Fallout
Oh no, send to compressed zipped folder. Alright, I'm compressing it, and I should be able to email.
email it quicker or like better,
What do you say?
faster, and then email it better, faster, stronger. Right?
You gotta
What?
kill scavs, right?
This is Game of the Year edition too. And I got a sprint mod on it.
Gotti? Oh shit. Gotti with a sprint mod?
Andreezy.
Yeah, goatee with the sprint.
Yes, I do.
Oh shit, Gotti with a sprint.
Uh-huh. How'd you know about that?
that Bongo don't know about that.
That's what it's doing right now. It's compressing broken steel. That's one of the DLCs.
Ah, I heard that
People
like
that spawn
I
across,
heard
right?
that
Yeah, they could.
Lake.
Fallout New Vegas got some fire
Yeah, they
like
could.
DLC.
Fallout New Vegas DLC? I don't even know what they are. I never really played New Vegas like that. That's the only one I didn't like really
A
get
backpack
into.
there, Bongo?
No
I
backpack.
don't know why.
How you feeling?
Yeah, I didn't really even get into it
Dude, how do I already have 67
that
energy?
much either, cause like
That's
I
your
just
the
like
golden star.
got over to New Vegas,
You
Jesus
only
which
had
only
Christ.
98 when
gives
you
you like
came.
10,000
I
caps
said
to
tanks.
like
I'll just scab right here.
actually get into
Alright,
New
I'm coming.
Vegas, but I had like no money. Well, I was so sad.
Are you?
He's at the bottom of these rocks.
The problem with Vegas
Yeah.
is they made Fallout 3 and then they were rushed by the studio to make a next one because of how hyped up Fallout 3 got. So they only had like I think a year to make Fallout New Vegas. So it was like super rushed. That's why there's not really like anything in the filler spots. It's just like completely empty and then like the POIs have some shit on it, but everything surrounding it is just empty. Because they didn't have enough
Alright, I
time to
got my
build it all out.
flashlight.
Yeah.
And there's mad bugs too.
I said I'm running up.
I know it. It just was weird. It didn't feel right.
Yeah, it
It
felt
felt
unfinished.
though.
It felt like the pre-alpha, not even a beta.
Nice.
Fuck.
But
But the story is good.
yeah, I do gotta
Real
fire.
shit.
I heard that
Real
this Old World Blues and Dead Money DLC was fire.
I don't even know
Where'd
them.
you go,
I
Kurt?
never really played New
In
Vegas.
scab bunker.
Oh shit.
Am I going the right way? This way?
Yeah. Bro, scared the shit out of me. I was looking at your stream.
I think
And I don't have any.
people say that Dead Money
I
is
got you,
Yes.
the
Where the
hardest
fuck are you?
DLC in
Before I get
all
down
of
there.
Fallout.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like
That scared the
hardest
absolute shit out of me, bro.
Oh, I didn't bring
Shit.
these.
is kind of big. Now hold on. I saw a community
I have no
content
clue where this
post
thing
that
is you're at.
yeah, Dead Money
Kidding.
Dude, how do you not know the maps?
I don't know, dude. I don't play it. I don't come here enough.
What'd you say, Jake?
there's like a Dead Money prep guide. It's like how hard it is.
Mr. Waffles type beat?
Yeah.
We had an 8 on him.
Damn, you lose all of your character?
Scared the absolute shit out of me. Where's our extract?
Yo, Jake, the same spot I got
like the
this
other way.
Fallout 3 from, they got, oh, what was the name of the game? Bruce was saying you fuck with it.
Days Gone.
Yeah, Days Gone, they got that for the free ski.
No, Days Gone for free?
Be careful
Yeah.
going that way.
Why?
Mines. I
Oh
think.
my god, Days Gone is so good. Bro, it's just mad long, kinda hard, and also they just leave you off on a cliffhanger, and it's been mad long, and all they've done to Days Gone is just give it a remaster.
Bro, it won't.
Yes, bro, it's so fucking annoying.
Bro, it's being weird, that site. The fuck?
The dead scav here. Nades that way.
The heli update.
No dead scav here.
There we go. It's so weird. You can't just like put the website. You can't just type it in. You have to
Oh yikes!
use my Chrome
Be
HTML
careful. Be
link.
careful.
Word up.
Be a peep, Jake, dude. They got mad shit, bro.
He's dead.
Damn, what the fuck?
Need heals?
All free.
Yeah, I do.
They even have the new
Actually, yeah, that works. Thank you.
They got the new Harry Potter game,
Oh, the Hogwarts?
Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah.
I heard that shit's good.
Spanish one playing that.
Yeah, I remember Spenny playing it. You could've got that shit for free
Oh
instead of like $80 like it is.
Yeah, that shit is valid.
Look what they got, Jake.
oh shit.
And Eternal. It's just not right there. Where is it?
Oh, I can't. I mean, well, I already beat the game, so
No, I'm just saying.
yeah.
Look what they even got Grand Theft Auto 5 and 4 with episodes of Liberty City.
I think I got
Dark
as well.
Souls,
Yeah, I think so.
all the Far Cries, all the Batmans too. That's pretty fire. And Saints Row. Oh shit.
My Arkham Asylum goes so crazy. Like, shit.
Yeah, I seen Kai Cenat play it.
Yeah.
It did look pretty fire.
Which one, right?
Metal Gear Rising Revengeance.
Oh,
That's close to one.
It sounded like a mine.
The Paydays, Mass Effect, Medal of Honor. All the Bioshocks. Could have got it instead of paying for them. And this, all the Assassin's Creed too.
are you serious?
Yeah, right. South Parks. Which I already have
You didn't
those
have a
torrented too
backpack
if you
here.
guys want them.
You looted him?
All the
Yeah.
Resident Evils too. And they got all the Call of Duties, but like I don't really know how that would work. I don't think they're. I don't think any of these work online.
Or
So you'd probably only be able to play like campaign and shit.
the campaign type shit, yeah.
Oh, it's done compressing? Alright, let's see how this goes. Boom. It's actually uploading this time around. I think it was just that zip file was being weird.
Here.
Or,
I bet you I'm finna beat the game before that bongo started it.
Shit. You're miking.
Yeah.
Where the fuck
I
is
feel like
the
I've
extra
done
from?
this before, low key.
Roadblock, Northern UN Roadblock.
the Fallout 3 package?
There's a lot of question marks on it.
Yeah, I
Look, you
feel
gotta
like
go
I've.
kind of far. Over near Medcamp.
I don't know.
I think I might listen to Bass Boost.
Did you Golden Star?
Yeah.
You're wigging out, Jake.
Just because we're about to be running in the open. My God, doesn't sound too happy. I wish I had a bag that did an SVD. I took it, but I don't want to carry it. I just want to strip it real quick. We kill a scab with a bag and you grab it.
And this raid is annoying.
I think I found it.
What'd you find?
The Bass Boosted.
Oh, bass boosted IM music?
Yeah.
You've lost your marbles.
Kind of far behind you.
No.
That Dickhead Rock? I think this is Dickhead Rock, right?
Yep.
Why do they call it that?
Looked like a dickhead, I think.
Yep, it's that one.
Or you're a dickhead for being there.
For being there, yeah. That's what I was thinking. You got cottages?
Yep.
Off a park, yeah. On my shirt, yeah. Fuck 'em up, yeah.
I don't have other cottages on my second screen.
You gotta go towards med camp, right?
I'm
Yeah.
a reject, but I still jerk.
And then we have to run down the road.
No, we could exit. Oh, do you have RUF? Oh yeah, we have to run that one. Oh no. RUF gate, we might have it if the green smoke is there. That's the one that we spawned at last, right?
Where'd you go?
Towards Medcurrent. I'm like still in the woods. I hear you.
Where's the stick
Hear
of
that?
truth?
Yeah.
I got it somewhere saved.
What the fuck is shooting like that, bro?
I don't know.
What you know about this, Jake?
I wanna go find out.
So I gotta
You wanna see Medcamp?
turn out a logic.
You wanna loot it?
Up to you.
What you know about this?
Something's in Medcamp. Something's in Medcamp. Just hurts me.
You don't know nothing about this.
The green smoke is there.
I know about that thing.
That just hurts me. Unless it was you.
It's
I don't-
scav right outside of it.
You don't know about them
Yeah.
crackers with attitude?
Yeah, Jake, what you know?
Let me nade it.
I think it was you, bro. I don't know. I'm gonna throw a nade. You can nade too.
Man, Crush don't even sound that basic, bro.
Oh yeah.
Couple dead things in it.
No, facts.
Dead PMC right here.
No, facts.
Unlooted.
Facts.
Is that a PMC? It is,
Right here.
Oh, there's a couple down here, bro. There's one in here too, I think.
Oh god damn, wait, hold it. This kind of is DC.
Nading.
I'm in here. Be careful.
Oh shit, really? My bad.
Where?
Killed something? Outside?
God damn! Okay, nah, Crush kind of is.
Not sure if it was a scav or not.
Crush very
I'm in here.
Turn up.
I'm by Red Crate down by the beach.
Bro.
Come on, it's up!
I gotta eat real quick.
You gotta loot this kid, bro. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Pushing out.
I got the full Deadpool game, Simpsons Hit and Run, and South Park Stick of Truth. If you guys would like those too.
Full scavs.
Oh no, I've never played Deadpool game.
Bro, there's another dead player right
It's
here.
pretty fire.
G28.
Who's killing them? Look at their dog tags.
I'm scared to stay on it.
Let me Crush.
They both died on the road though.
Crush.
I'm like scared if I go to loot it, he's like
Yeah.
deep. trying to do like shooter one or something.
You wanna fuck me? What the fuck?
This guy got
What,
killed by
ketamine?
Chagan. This guy
Is that the one you're
both
on?
by Chagan. Spear.
Nah, bro. I just hit a dude so far, bro, that he just flew
What's your
outside
name?
of the arena.
I can
Yeah.
hear the bass boost as you speak.
Dude, I really shit loud as fuck.
I don't know, dude.
I'm scared, bro. I got his
Yeah,
gun,
did
but
you loot him?
I got his gun, but I'm not standing on his body. No way, Jose. I'm in. This is
You
me
got
right
them
here.
both?
Not, no. Like I got both the dog tags, but not
Where's
both the bodies.
where's
First body is to your right, up here. Oh me. Yeah, like an M700. They're both unlooted though. He's all the way up here, right here.
Back to repo?
Nah.
I just seen him pop up on the bottom right.
He's like a fucking Timmy though.
Where's the other one?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Where's the other one?
Oh, a little bit down the road, back towards. Yep, that way.
Oh,
He has a T20 if you need a backpack.
Oh, I got one.
that music. Oh shit, Evil Jordan. I'm scared.
Right here. That's sketchy.
Yeah, this one is.
I can say Dre on his man.
Got his
I think he
match
just
and we
didn't
get-
care. Oh, yeah. I think he just didn't give a fuck.
Really? That's crazy. Who kills and not looting him is crazy.
I see people do it all the time, like streaming and do it here. Like this dude Glorious that I watch, he kills like the whole lobby and doesn't loot a single thing off their body besides the backpacks. Like he'll take their bag, fill it with like, maybe he'll strip a couple guns. It just depends.
Thick lad. I know. You extracting?
I'm about to. I'm looting this thing over here.
Jake, dude,
This is not the extract? Or is it?
why are you destroying your eardrums
It's
for
like a little
fun?
farther back.
Oh my god.
Over here, I
Pablo's
think.
back.
Yeah.
What's cracking?
What's not cracking is really the fucking question, bro.
That's a good
No.
Also,
question.
Crickinator, what's that no Steam shit, dude?
T28, let's go.
You want to show you?
Oh, the free ski.
Yeah, like I'm
Off a
not
lot
looking
of
at it,
games
I
for the
see
free
it.
ski.
Oh, the free ski.
Yeah,
Alright,
but like,
fellas.
But
what
I
do you mean,
would.
alright, feller? It's not your time.
6.
Oh, dude, you can eat my fucking nuts.
I will.
There's absolutely no fucking chance I just got
Oh, where'd you go? Fucking
Dude.
rub one off.
No.
A lot more than that.
Team activity.
Demon activity?
A demon team.
Jake, bro.
He's trying to like, hint to the fact that you got a train ran on him and you're just not picking it up.
So fucking real.
I am the music.
Didn't hear that.
Yo, Gunpil, you trying to run some bone rooms?
Wait, what?
What?
You trying to run some bone rooms?
Ooh, M62Z. M62Z. Yeah.
Yeah, want the bone rooms?
Dude, Ruben, please don't get off, dude.
I literally have to,
Hey,
or I'm
baby,
gonna be
Dude.
a zombie in the morning and I have to drive
I need
2
that for
hours.
alien karate.
Like, to where, bro?
Pennsylvania.
Bro.
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
Me.
Terrestrial karate, you know.
Nobody else does. So,
Let me
stay
see
up
what's going on.
and crash the
Or
car.
do I have to wait for you?
No. Oh, where'd my mag go? I dropped my mag?
It's like that karate.
What the hell? No way I dropped my mag.
Oh, you can do it on any of the 3 maps. It's only 1 item.
Bro, my ears
Oh.
hurt, bro.
That's fire.
You're at the concert, bro. From
So I went GoPro.
Jeez.
Jake, bro, you're
We're gonna go
bugging, dude.
grocery shopping. We're gonna go
What?
grocery shopping.
You're bugging.
Regis has been gaming.
Ruben, you've not been gaming.
Why are you rupturing your eardrums? For fun. So why are you doing it? Just stop it.
You will not be gaming until you are with Pablo Dabongo.
It's a sad
Then-
night though, brother.
And only then, Dabongo's getting off too.
What Ben want?
I've been gaming, right? Vouch for me.
Yeah, you've been gaming. Why? What's up? What are you
Why
about
is
to
it a
say?
sad night?
Because I'm getting off as well.
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
gonna fucking hang myself.
Play that fucking game you downloaded.
Dude,
I've been playing it for the past fucking 8 hours. Why are you getting off that bongo? You gotta drive 2 hours in the morning?
Yeah.
Alright, GoPro, I just send you the code for the bone rooms.
God damn, my nuts stink.
Me too.
Ew.
Fucking sweaty day, dude. Last night, dude, I probably walked fucking all of Times Square last night. My feet were doing the crib walk.
Oh my god, yeah, cool.
He was partying with Ryan Garcia.
Oh my god,
That shit,
yeah.
that shit.
and
Oh.
don't leave.
Why?
Pablo's so serious. Oh, I didn't lose a mag. It's in my pocket. What a bot.
What are you talking
Imagine
about?
mags being able to fit in your pocket. Ew.
You know, right? Yeah, you know, you can do this when you're not in poverty.
Bruh.
Fight back, nigga, fight back.
You guys hear this guy? He's making fun of me for not spending $250 on the game.
350.
350.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you got fucking banned, yo. What a fucking more. Oh my god, you know this fucking doofus.
Wait. It's not 350? The game? The edition?
No.
Unlimited edition? Oh, it's 350? Damn.
Oh, but you still spent 350. Boom, got him. Wow. What a moron.
Well, you know, good news for you, Mr. Bongulator.
What up,
Pablo.
man?
What?
The Burnt Peanut is streaming, so you can watch that.
Dude, go fuck yourself.
What's up with the burp peanut? Is that like your...
That is the Bungus, the Bungulator. Who doesn't like the Burnt Peanut? Quite literally the streaming goat.
Shit, you know who that guy is?
Who?
Burp peanut.
Nah.
See, he's not though.
Because the 11-year-old doesn't know who he is?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not for
bro.
casuals.
They're not tapped in, bro. Come on. The youth ain't tapped in. That shit's lame. Come on.
Dabongo,
What's up?
don't fucking leave me.
Dude, you left earlier.
I'm
You've
getting
been
off of
gone.
Ask
opium.
Kruger.
I didn't
Ask
think
Kruger.
you're
I
ever
was in
coming
here.
back.
Yeah, I
You
was in
think
here trying to
I
play
was
the
the one that
game.
I
left,
said
bro?
I'm getting off of opium, baby.
No
I was here
hundreds
trying to
left.
play the game.
Yeah.
Bro, we played one fucking raid, and then what did you do? You went to eat fucking Mexican.
Yeah, but I announced where I'm going, and then you disappeared without saying anything. So I was
Real.
like, "Fuck this! I'm playing a different game." And then 100
He
said,
hit a
"I'm going to take a
spenny.
shit." And an hour and a half later, he comes back with a cookie dough from McDonald's. I don't fucking get it, bro.
Fuck you.
That was a good
Fuck me,
reason.
fuck you. Why you say fuck me for?
What you say fuck me for?
Oh. You say fuck Nelly, fuck 50. Well, 50. What is it fuck me for?
Sounds like a Cardi song.
See. See.
She wanna fuck about you?
See. See.
That bong later? Did you drop me that iPhone?
I dropped you an 8-pack, a full one. Or
Fuck.
almost relatively full.
So Jake, what do we
I
have
never
to read in
picked
our
it up.
game?
I just looked at it.
I don't
I was like, oh, nice.
Don't
I,
tell me I'm gonna be
I
stupid.
never picked it up.
I think like every
Oh, wait.
single time somebody
What is
dies
this one?
and they're on the opposite
320, right?
from you, you
Right.
get a point. And
See ya,
if
see
you
ya.
die,
So get see ya, nigga.
the other
I did
person
pick it up.
gets
I
a
did
point.
what? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a good one. It's been a rad one. It's been a fun one. You ladies, enjoy your night.
GG's, brother.
GG's, GG's, Jiu-Jitsu, Jorgenheimer.
Okay. Bro, what the fuck is this?
Huh?
Bro.
Oh my god, no way.
I gotta take a pee so bad. Hold on. You guys are coming with me.
You guys are coming with me is insane.
Here. Oh.
Okay.
Fuck, dude.
Okay.
Record yourself.
I'm about to server deafen that bongo.
No, I'm fucking with it.
Oh, you know what I can do? I can just put the soundboard to 0. And it doesn't work.
Oh my god.
Hey, bitch ass nigga. Where you at, man?
Why does it sound like a doom scroll montage, dude?
Where's you and your freaking tranny squad, man? Where's the tranny warriors?
Those two combined is insane. Oh, I didn't like that one. That was only in my right ear. Did not like that. Stop. Dude, I feel like I'm in fucking Jake's YouTube short feed, bro. Just non-stop brain rot. Bro. Alright. Alright. Get him the fuck out of here. I'm done with it. He's getting off anyways. I don't want to say goodbye anymore.
Alright,
That's
join
crazy.
game. Join game, please.
What the fuck was that?
Alright, so, go into Discord and, like, my messages with you. Because I sent you the code.
Bro, that fucking Fallout 3 pack is still trying to send, bro. He's not even halfway. This is gonna take forever.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, what the fuck?
What?
That's a weird sound. I might use it. Can you guys hear it? Is it echoing through my headset?
A little bit, yeah.
I see it picking up.
Oh, like the static?
Oh, it just sounds like static to you?
Yeah.
Oh no. It ain't no static. It's, I guess, the Apothecon's heart.
Oh.
It sounds fucking weird, dude. I might use that as my pickup sound.
Oh shit.
Let me do this window. 4 sounds. I'll drag that in there.
Bro, I hear a skeleton. Nah, I'm getting out of here.
I don't think Bruce is on the headset, Jake.
Oh shit.
He said he hears skeletons, Bruce.
I don't know what that means. One second.
I think they're onto him. They're after him.
Oh shit!
Oh, yep.
Nah, bro. I just hear a skeleton running, bro.
Oh, you just hear it running?
Yeah.
Is it coming for you?
I think so.
Oh my god, bro. Bro, that just blew my eardrums.
What?
What are you
This
playing,
sound
Bruno?
effect.
Or are you doing your map?
Yeah, I'm doing my map. I'm looking for sound effects within the Black Ops 3 like sound assets. I opened up this sword spark explode, dude, and oh my god, bro, I'm never playing that again.
Jake, I spilled habanero sauce on.
He said he spilled habanero sauce all over
I do.
himself.
Oh.
Oh, it's on the keyboard.
Yeah, basically got the. Oh my god, bro, why are the. No, okay, I'm getting out of this spot. All those sounds are bad in that folder.
Leave it on. Should I play that on Pablo? No.
What?
Nah, I'm kidding. Pretend.
For the habanero, yeah.
Gross. Fuck. Get this shit out of here. It's on the W.
Yo, go get it.
Uh,
Respect it, bro. I'm trying to think.
Bro, you got a crazy hunchback, bro. Damn.
Hunchback, bro?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, bro. Here's shit.
Bro, look, come over here, bro. Saw that shit, bro.
I did see that shit.
I was, oh.
dude.
Clean,
Oh
bro.
my god, bro, these are all
Let me get a
bad.
mic real quick, okay?
Just letting you know, this is a free for all.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit! Oh
Ooh, I
shit!
like that one. That one's fire.
Yeah, I'm getting you killed, Buster.
You're killing Bruce?
Yeah, it's a free for all.
Are you dead ass? Bro goes away for 1 second, he's like, yeah, I'm killing you. Evil Nader, dude, strikes again. Dude, these sounds are fire. I'm definitely using those for something. What is this? It's a mystery box. I don't know what, though. Okay, I think I need to use that too. What the fuck, bro? All these sounds are pretty fire. Ooh, a poof? I could use a poof.
Yo,
Ah,
is
no,
that a
not that
casino?
one. What you say, Jake?
Said, is that a casino? Go, Bill! I gotta get out of here!
Damn, the people are freaky as hell.
Kaboom.
Nah, this game would be like way better with like more people.
Seems pretty empty, but this is my first time using.
Carpenter. I need like a blowtorch. Need like a torch sparking sound or something.
Yeah, that's the main shifts.
Aren't we like fighting? I was confused.
Yeah, yeah, we're fighting. Oh shit! Oh shit! No, go
I
down!
thought I just got you.
Oh shit! No! What the?
Keep dancing like that.
I don't know.
Skeletons. Never.
Oh crap!
I guess I could use that sound. I wonder if I could layer sound effects. You definitely have to be able to somehow. I just don't know how.
Oh.
Maybe you play a looping
teabagging.
effect
Yeah.
with a one shot on top.
I feel like we'll never have like a day for like everybody will be able to play this shit though.
What, bro?
What?
We'll never have a what?
We'll never have a
You're
day.
so quiet, bro. It's like.
We'll never have a day where everybody in the Carlington will be playing this, so it won't ever be at its maximum efficiency.
Oh, you're saying we will have a day where there's enough for it to all play this at once?
Yeah, because they're all gonna play fucking Goon Call.
Goonkov
What
is
is
crazy.
that? Goontov?
Yeah, Goon Call.
Pablo, is that what you're playing right now? Goontov? That's Jake with you?
I think he's playing Goon Space.
Goon Space?
Dead
I'm
Goon?
actually playing. Oh no, I'm not playing desktop. Tarkov 11.
Desktop I can't even speak. Desktop Goonin?
Wow. That's a good
I'll
one.
make mint chocolate chip ice cream right out the tub right now.
Oh shit. I felt that. I'll do that. Shit.
Chat?
Shit, I might have to eat my Ben and Jerry's.
Oh,
Big shit.
yeah.
What the fuck?
You're screen cheating, bro. I know it. How do you find me every time?
Screen
I'm
Cheats Nator? Dude.
Discord cheating, bro? Come on. Really?
It's only one way. You gotta shut the stream off.
I'm sorry, what? The boner rooms?
Yeah, the boner rooms.
Hey yo.
Is that what it's really called?
Nah,
Yes.
it's called the boner rooms.
Boner rooms. I'm too fucking.
I guess it essentially is.
Cause like you be like getting boned in this shit, dude.
What?
What did you
He
say?
said, cause you like be getting boned in this.
Dude.
What? What do you mean, brother?
The skeleton like boneless.
Off my fucking
Damn,
head.
did it shot?
Bro, where are all the weapon sounds? Cause what the fuck?
Yo,
Stop it, please. Why did it say that?
I don't know. Yo, yo. Bro, how the fuck you have to die, bro? That's game.
Well, we could have
Alright,
been
I'm going to
gambling
bed.
a real.
Later, gentlemen.
GG's, dog.
Bye, man. Can't even get to send my fucking regard.
What'd you say?
Can't even get to send my fucking regards.
What?
Can't even get to say my goodbyes.
What was I gonna say?
That's what I said.
Yeah, basically.
Look at this shit.
Holy shit, that just jump scared me. Alright, I'm not doing gun sounds.
How did that work out for you, buddy?
Huh?
How well did that work out for you, buddy?
I think it was pretty chill.
Come on.
See ya. See
How did
ya.
that work? Come on. Let me log in, bro. Like, on my day, bro. On my day, we need to walk and log in. Like, on my day. On my day, on my
I
day,
think I'm
on.
too good to be playing this shit still.
With Widow's Wine, you're mine.
Ah, what the fuck?
What is why?
You're
Why was that
What?
so fucking loud?
I know, bro. It just
That means
ruptured my eardrum.
that must have been massively.
Bro, it's weird because, like, if you were to put your own custom sounds into it, you have to, like, put it in Audacity and make it a certain, hertz. It has to be, like, 48,000 hertz. And then you have to, like, bass boost the fuck out of it, or else it sounds silent in game. So all these are fucking the bass boosted ones. Cause like my song right now is mad low. I gotta redo it. But it's weird cause my round sounds aren't like that. Oh no, they are. Holy shit. That might be even louder than the other ones.
Chickinator.
Yeah.
I think I'm done screwing around. We need something new.
Yeah, man, this ain't really good, just two people.
Would it be good ever?
I don't know. Cause I feel like I'm just. Nah, I'm not gonna say that. Say playing with. It's good.
What'd you say? I couldn't
I
hear.
said I was gonna say I feel like I'm playing with myself, but that's great.
Oh yeah.
This is like, I don't know, bro. It's, I don't know. It's like I'm playing with you. I feel like. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck?
You know what? We should fucking play that way. Ouch.
Yeah.
But you're like, nah, I know it. I already.
What?
Or you, are you done?
I don't. That's the dummy. Oh, it was okay, it was okay, it was okay.
Back the house?
Yeah, this guy.
He's like, fuck that way out, bro. That shit? I thought you played that. Just not your vibe? You just want rot games right now? It's too much effort to put in type shit. This is like your jam.
Yeah.
Why do you sound so sad?
I wish that it wasn't my jam.
Why?
But I'm
You
forced
picked
to
the.
play this.
Why are you forced to play it?
God came down and told me if I don't play this, he will turn me to Kanye West.
I thought he told you that you have to play sexy hiking.
Yeah, why the fuck are you not playing sexy hiking? You dumbass. I'll play it at the same time as make you feel, like you're doing it with the teeth.
Or you guys race to the top on getting over it.
Shit, we could do that.
What?
Yeah. They will never see it happen.
Okay.
Why not?
Oh, I forgot to get like spark sounds. Fuck. I need like a spark.
See ya.
Yeah, or a sizzle.
Or Sizzle?
Maybe if they have that.
So Oblivion's dead to you, Jake?
Nah. It's just stuck on a stupid quest.
What you stuck on, okay?
I have to go inside a guy's house, but it doesn't say that I have to lockpick him. But the only thing I could do is lockpick his house. So I don't know, and I can't find any lockpicks. So I'm just like kind of stuck, and now I'm in like the same position I was in Skyrim, and I don't know what I'm about to do.
Maybe you have to get keys by talking to them.
I don't know.
Do you have some pets? You've been spamming them? I have
Yeah,
so many.
might have to just like go kill some goblins.
Yeah, you're gonna have to farm to get some as soon as this overwear. Yeah, what? It's just too defeating right?
Yeah.
With widow's wine, you're
Why do they have multiple of the widow's wine quote?
She's so loud too.
Goddamn you, Jake and later.
Huh?
Goddamn you.
Goddamn yeah.
Goddamn you, Jake and later.
Goddamn yeah.
You goddamn Jake and later.
It's a goddamn good on anything.
No.
Yes.
No.
Have sword in my.
Can you just finish my Easter egg script already, Jake? Dude, I paid you for what? I paid you for the script and what?
Now you're putting half sword in script.
Yeah.
That's what you've been charged. It's alright, man.
Bro, how do they not have any sparking effects? Ooh, perfect.
Okay, that is rules. That is the rules. Ha! See the way we have. Bitches come from better rap.
Space boosted?
Huh?
Space boosted?
Yeah.
This dude, bro.
There's lava. Some pain getting satisfied. Comes to where we think it comes to the way we fight. Bitches better cry. Better cry. Okay.
Oh shit, this comes out.
By him.
Jake's Doom is done.
Dude.
What are you doing, Jake?
I don't know.
I like hear crazy noises.
Huh.
Oh, I think it's the bass boosted Cardi.
Huh?
I think it's the bass boosted that I'm hearing.
Oh yeah. So far, Rapper Lies hasn't been that bad. Oh, never mind.
I don't know why you were listening to the whole entire album from start to finish like that.
He's like,
I listened to like 5 seconds and was like, I cannot ever listen to this again. And Jake's just like, yeah, I'm gonna listen to the whole entire album from start to finish, full blast with the bass boost, so I can never hear correctly again.
Yes.
man, same. I don't know. That's just bad.
Huh?
Man, insane. Extreme bases. That's crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Bye, Jake. Damn.
Oh no. Oh yeah. Yeah. When's this supposed to be on?
Well, let's go updated.
For the Shark?
Yes, it's coming Monday.
What? I have dabs to go too, but the Buffco ain't work.
Oh my god. Oh, I don't know if the Puffco's working or not.
If you want it, I mean, I didn't.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Yeah, it was bussin'. You know it's bussin' when you gotta blow your nose. Yeah, I'm hyped up because when I checked last night, it said, I think Wednesday. But now it says, and I was tight, bro, because like, Wednesday, bro? I got nothing at all. But Monday, that's fire. It's already in Massachusetts. It's kind of crazy. Because they're in North Carolina.
Yeah, word up. That's not that. That's quick.
Yeah, right. And remember I was saying, Sezzle gave me that $30 off the gummy shit? I think I don't, wait. Cause like the link says, like it's sent to me in the text. It has like items where they're only $30, but then you go on the site and they're $60. So, is it? Oh, I think it's showing. Okay, so there's $60, but you get the 30 off, so they're $30. But damn, son.
That's a gimmick right there.
Yeah, bro.
They're like, oh, you're getting this $30 off, but it's actually
Facts,
right.
yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like, on our site it's $60, but it's really a $30 product. They're finessing. That's what I be doing at the Pyro. It's like, oh, my shirt, it's normally $99, but it's 70 right now. With this code, that's always available, probably.
It works.
This website is pretty fire, though. They have like, obviously the THC and CBD gummies, like either combined or separate, and they have like mushroom gummies and shit like that. Not like trippin' gummies, but like they
healthy.
they say brain boost. It's supposed to boost your brain.
Yeah, it's supposed to be good to take like mushroom supplements.
Yeah. It says it cuts brain fog. That's kind of fire. And sharpens your focus and supports your memory. It's lion's mane mushrooms, reishi, and cordyceps.
Oh, what? I know that lion's mane shit is good for the brain. I always hear about that.
Yeah, facts. It's 300 milligrams of lion's mane. They look pretty fire too. They're like those sugar cubes. I don't know if you remember those.
Yeah. Those are like
That
really
bongo
fast.
used to have some fire sugar cubes.
I like the sugar cubes.
What happened?
I said I like the sugar cubes.
Yeah.
They're like a, I don't know. They're like a good gummy.
Yeah, thanks. And they just gave me a $20 off one, so yeah, it's basically just always like either $20 or $30 off.
Word, bro.
But they're 60. I swear they're always 60, guys.
That shit is fun. That's what else.
They got like lip balms and shit like that too. Like CBD lip balms.
That's pretty fire.
In energy gummies, which it's the mushrooms and green tea caffeine.
I might need those.
Right? It's 30 in a jar and they're $50.
Jesus, $50.
And then if you do the $30 off, it'd be $20.
Yeah.
And you could do a like subscribe, like a subscription thing where every 30 days or every 60 days, you're gonna make it $40. So I wonder if you do that and use the $30, would it be $10? And then I just cancel the subscription before the second.
Probably do some bullshit where you gotta pay the whole thing.
I'm about to just try it out. Like add it to the cart and test it.
Word.
It does come out to $10. What? Shit. Might have to do that now. It's crazy, dude. And the $30, you can do that with every single thing basically on their site. So you can get like every single jar for $10.
That's pretty fire.
CBD for pets? Ah, shit. I'm about to get Gemma some CBD treats.
Facts. Tank don't even need that shit.
Facts. Tank's off the CBD. Just
Yeah,
like,
he said he
it's just
stopped.
pumping through his blood or something.
Facts.
Bro, be vibe. Damn, and they're peanut butter flavored. That's pretty fire. Or you could get a pet oil, either bacon, salmon, or chicken flavored CBD oil.
God.
That is insane.
They like that shit though. It's so gross.
Facts.
Salmon flavor?
Oh, it's for dogs and cats. Oh, shit.
Cats love that salmon.
What happened? You said they love the
The
salmon?
cats. Yeah, they love that salmon shit.
Yeah, it's Alaskan salmon flavor. Wild Alaskan salmon flavor. How, like what?
What the?
Bruh. Error uploading again. Server rejected for the Fallout shit. I give up.
It gets right to the end too.
Yes, bro. Literally fully downloads it and then just says server rejected. Bruh. Bruh. I just waited that whole time for nothing.
They could have just been said.
Yeah, they could have been said that, bro. No, I've been like, alright, bet. Let me try something else. No.
It's like fresh and 10K are beefing with Osama and Xavier So Base, which, I'm not gonna lie, is like the most random beef of all time. So I'm just gonna explain in this video the reactions and whatnot. So if you're wondering why, it all started when Fresh Boy Swag kind of, as this caption says, went off on Xavier So Base for not wanting to publicly associate with him. Hashtag VIP. So I'm just gonna play through it and break it down. So he started by answering a fan's question. He was like, yo, or basically asking if him and Xavier were still friends, and he kind of explained the predicament, the relationship with him. So I'm gonna play that now.
You ever talk to Xavier? I spoke to him about 2 days ago. You people don't understand. You people don't understand. There's a PR side to this shit. There's a PR side to this shit, right?
So basically he's like, yo, look, you know, they all love me, blah, 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 blah. Even so-and-so, you know, we've all FaceTimed. The thing is he just won't publicly associate with them, you know? But I'm gonna let the video play on.
Like, motherfuckers love me or will stay my friends, but we're not publicly ever announce it. Everyone's FaceTime.
He then kind of explains like, yo, the rest of the 1C I'm all cool with and everything, but even though he's spoken to Xavier and seems like Xavier said that he loves him, because to him, you know, saying you love someone but not being willing to publicly associate with them is not friendship thing.
Shit, I'm still friends with everyone in 1C except, but I don't view it like, he wanna say he's my friend, but I don't view what he's doing as friendship because he's not wanting to be hanging out with me in public, not wanting to be publicly associated with me. That's not brothership. That's not friendship. That's not the brothership we've had for the past 4 years. You feel me?
And then he explains like it a bit further. Apparently he was supposed to be in Tokyo, but Xavier said, "Yo, I'm not gonna like pop out with you if you go there." So he just didn't go, and it seems like that kind of put him in his feelings.
For the rest of 1C, yeah, they're my brothers. Yeah, they're my brothers. I don't perceive hiding me from the public as in a whole different country too. I was supposed to be in Tokyo this Halloween, but I decided to stay home so I could grind on my music. Bro, how are you afraid of hanging out with me in public in an entire different country, bro?
And then he kind of just rants out like, that's not brother, they're my brothers, PR, Hollywood shit, blah, 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 you're not my brother. But there's another part to like that live, and I'll play that as well and speak about it.
You're not my true brother, bro. Everyone else in 1C, they're my brother. This PR Hollywood shit, I don't care how big I am. I don't care how big I am. I stay true to myself and I stay true to my brothers. Say Guap kick from 1C, that's still my brother.
So basically, judging from what Fresh said, it sounds like Xavier said something that kind of made him feel like he was being egoed or something, saying, yo, I'm on a different level now, blah, 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 blah. Which, compared to Fresh Boy Swag, he kind of is. Obviously, he's not like as big as Netspend or Osama. And this is kind of where Fresh Boy Swag kind of, I mean, he's embarrassed himself way worse in the past, but you get a little secondhand embarrassment watching this part.
Oh, it's my career, man. I ain't trying to be around now. I'm leveled up now, like I'm on a different level now, like. You ain't even met me in 3.5, almost 4 months. How the you know what level I'm on? Like, how the do you know what level I'm on? Bitch, I've been meditating. I've been working on myself. I've been eating good. I've been sober.
He basically says, yo, you haven't met me in 3 months, 4 months. How do you know what level I'm on? And then he starts saying, yo, I've been meditating, I've been sober, blah, 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 which I'm not, that's all very good, great stuff. And then he goes back to saying, like, yo, everyone in 1C is on my level, they're all my bros. Like,
You mean everyone else in 1C is? Because I actually talk to them. I actually talk to them and talk through my problems with them. And they support me.
They then ask him, like, yo, you beat the allegations, right? Because he presented proof that what Bloody Clip alleged was fake. So they're like, yo, you beat the allegations, why aren't you back in 1C? And then he explains that Xavier told him, like, yo, you should have never dated that girl, Bloody Clip. And he's like, yo, no one ever told me that. What? How's that my fault? Etc.
Beat the allegations, why he got kicked. Bro, all fucking Xavier so based. All Xavier so based. All he's gonna tell you is, bro, like, I ain't on that timing now. Like, he should have never dated that bitch. That's what he told me. That's what he told me. Why I'm kicked from 1C? He said, you should have never dated that bitch, bro. Like, we told you you shouldn't have dated that bitch.
So he's basically just kicked because I guess you could say his like reputation has still been somewhat tarnished and they just don't want him there. Anyways, after he said this, got quite a bit of attention. So said, I've been sober, all while not being able to form a coherent sentence. I'm not gonna lie, this is very coherent for Fresh Boy Swag standards. I'm not gonna lie, he could be sober saying this. Totally, it's not really. He looks pretty good here compared to like other videos of him where he's struggling to like walk downstairs. Xavier went fresh, beat the allegations. Xavier weird. Someone said, what are you gonna do for a job in like 10 years? And then someone else made a very interesting point. He said, Xavier is not going to become the next Uzi or ASAP Rocky. Him staying around fresh will have no impact on his career. Do what David did with Youngster Jack. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think fans would actually with if Xavier was hanging around Fresh Boy Swag. I feel like Xavier's whole brand is authenticity and being real. And when, you know, I think there have been more times where there's been like drama or beef over like people getting kicked out. I think that only negatively hurts his perception. But at the same time, you know, while, you know, people are saying like, yo, Xavier moving weird lately, blah, blah, blah. A lot of people are also defending him, you know, like, yo, why would he associate with you, blah, 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 you know, makes sense. When Sad Part posted it, Nextel also said, haha, I'm pretty sure that's because he dropped Fresh Boy as like someone on his roster. Someone else said, I see no fakeness here. They were probably never brothers status in the first place. Yeah, they're like internet friends. It's not like they were IRL communicating every day or something. Someone else said, acting as his friend outside of the public was fake, but his career could have potentially gone ruined, and if I was him, I'd definitely be choosing my career over my junkie friend. Okay, so I don't think his career would have been ruined. But anyways, I feel like I'm kind of done talking about these lives. Afterwards, it escalated, and Osama's son would diss him on a story, which was very random. He said, boo-hoo, stop all that crying, big 1C. And hear the reaction to that. This has me fuming. Horny Cardi clone needs to delete his music. He came back. Who invited this kid? My two goats fighting. Osama's son replacing Fresh Boy Swag sounds like a win to me. Bro thinks he's on the team. Why this fucker instigating? So, people were like, yo, you're not in 1C. What does this have to do with this? I guess they've just been hanging out a lot recently. Anyways, Fresh Boy Swag responded to Osama's son by reposting a song that Osama basically named after him, called Fresh Boy Swag. And someone jokingly said, check me. But, as this other user pointed out, it's not really a comeback. The other thing too you gotta notice is whenever Osama's son acts tough, nobody takes him serious. Like, we read this one comment. Osama's son LARPing as a shooter is genuinely hilarious. Yeah, I don't know. There's this one like clip, right? There's this one clip where Osama's son is at a show and the police were gonna like shut it down or some and he's just like staring at them. I don't know, he's just like trying to give them like a menacing stare. And all his fans on Twitter were just like, fake demon, fake demon, fake demon. So I feel like no one takes him seriously, just like that. But anyways, after this 10K, who seems to have been beefing with Xavier for like quite a bit now, over like manager, or over his manager and some other took to his Instagram story to defend Fresh Boy Swag. He said, everything Fresh Boy said is facts. And why is this guy saying big 1C? Basically saying like, yo, you were never 1C and everything Fresh Boy said is like true. And I feel like 10K who really fucked him. Someone said 10K always real, 10K the realist, etc. But this really pissed off Osama-san, who said he was about to take 10K out. I'm not even joking. I'm gonna read it to you. 10K, this is the same night your life was in my hands, and Madbuds and Ren told me chill, so I didn't ruin Dave's show. We been sparring, your fat ass, little whatever. Basically saying, yo, I could have really done something to you. He then dissed his pockets, saying 10K, but no 10K, and you fat. Damn, bro, you have to be so mean. Just kidding. He then posted a story saying, repost this song. See, you done already did enough to f your career up, and I'm finna be in London, link up, and jump out. This is talking to Fresh Boy. And then 10K took to his story, saying, real talk, do not DM me trying to instigate some beef between me and another artist, because I don't care about none of that. Someone said 10K is about 300 pounds, he might slam Lil O. Someone else said, I hate this fake gangbanger. I feel like no one takes them serious as like real street. But yeah. Someone said, your life was in my hands. And they posted like a gif of 10K sparring. I'm not gonna lie, I think 10K would win. I feel like we could all agree that, whether you're a fan of Osama or not. Just like that guy said, he's way bigger. Someone said Osama is such a bag. Honest to God, I think Fresh Boy could beat him Osama. He's like really skinny, bro. But anyways, Xavier would then take to Twitter to respond himself after all this transpired, saying, you a crackhead. I look like chilling with you. Still love you though. Crazy motherfucker. Someone said, you was posted up with Ian Connor this summer and you a weirdo. And he said, you couldn't put that on your own life. I believe the reason why people say that because Ian Connor, like this is right around, I don't know if it was right around, but it was like around the time when Xavier was first blowing up for Patchmade. He said, how you live in life with no passion on Twitter. I guess he got a little traction. They were like, yo, Ian Connor's co-signing Xavier. I remember back then he was like, no. I guess they just stuck. The guy then said something about them like being together, and Xavier was like, yo, hell no. One person he has been next to is John Ross, who was like the little kid that was always with Ian Connor back in the day. I mean, alright. Anyways, that same fan was like, and how you gonna claim to love a guy but not want to be seen with him? You choosing an image over a friendship, you're weird. Then Certified Bluffs Defender said, you must be a dumb white kid or something. It's called loving someone from a distance. He can't have no crackheads around, no matter if it's his friend. Unhealthy for nobody. Do you even know how addicts act? And Xavier said, literally, bruh. But we can't act like I didn't try. I think about this every day. Hurts me. Oh, Osama also posted a video saying, Zay, my literal brother. I'm with him and Madbuds more than any of these guys that feel a way about me. They mad, they got kicked to the curb, music sucked anyway. So he's basically saying, you know, all you guys in 1C that Xavier's not with anymore, your music sucked. Basically, you know, not getting cosign, whatever, you know, your career is up in the air, fuck you. And yeah, that was kind of it. And even the comments here, they're counting Osama kind of. Osama just want to be involved, blah, blah, blah. And there's a lot of valid criticism of the Fresh Boy swag shit. Fresh be going unconscious in public and wonder why no one want to pop out with you. Osama thinking he tough is killing me. By the way, I kind of messed up. I didn't see all these posts from Tubman's posts. There's more to this live. So I'm gonna like go back a little bit. Fresh Boy Swag also kind of dissed DJ Renaissy.
Oh, what about DJ Renaissy? He's not even, he ain't a part of this. He was telling motherfuckers that when we were 18, 19, that we were his last chance at making it in this music shit. What about that? Like, what about that, bruh?
He said that when Fresh Boy and Xavier and all of them were like 18, 19, DJ Renaissy, who I think he's like in his 30s or something, told them that they were his last chance to making music, which is kind of sad. And that's what someone said. He said, if Ren really said that, LMFAO, sad from a 30-year-old man. He responded saying, do y'all really think I said that with the history of the artists I've worked with? Y'all believe anything anyone says on social media, bro? Ain't had no motion since he crashed out, but he got the time to get on the internet to chat some bullshit. He need to worry about his career. But yeah, that's kind of it. I don't even know if there's anything else to say. It's kind of straightforward. Honestly, Fresh Boy Swag is like a little, I think it's like on both sides. I guess if you're really cool with someone, you know, you probably want to like, hang out with them once. It's not going to like ruin anything. I feel like people are overreacting. You know what I mean? But you get what I mean? At the same time, everyone has their own boundaries. It is what it is. It's their life. They want to cut you off. They cut you off. So anyways, take care. Have a nice day. Bye.
affiliate and serial killer that Playboi Carti constantly yells to free, Problem Child 5 apparently just beat 5 murder charges, bruh. On a crazy twist of events, the apparent serial killer, or accused serial killer now, has apparently beat his charges and is sentenced to 20 years, apparently to only serve 10. Some of his family members were so hype about his release that they were even yelling for some people to go inside once he's back. But the story at which he was charged for all these bodies that he eventually beat might be just as crazy as a result of his trial, which we're gonna get into today. The bodies that almost got Problem Child 5 life. I don't wish jail on nobody, but you gotta admit, there's been times when you heard someone say free my dog, and you were kind of thinking in the back of your head, should we really let that dude back into society? We gotta start doing more research, man. Some of these people they be trying to free need to be on a terrorist watch list. You know who they are, and this is something we often see in the rap world. People saying free Lil Durk when bro out here allegedly calling hits across the country. We got Ye yelling free R. Kelly and trying to get his oldest daughter North on a track with Diddy. And one of the most sinister crash outs of all time, the current voice of a generation, Playboi Carti, and other homicide gang affiliates. They want to free a real super gremlin, a real life Atlanta demon spawn, Problem Child 5, aka Mikael Gunn. Problem Child 5 was once a promising rapper with $1 million record deal, but is currently locked up for allegedly doing 5 murders within 1 year, leaving all the evidence in his own car.
Of Chad Billingsley.
Was a fixture out there in the neighborhood, also a father to several children.
Caught on camera.
Not only is bro known for being the Charles Manson of East Atlanta, but he's one of the main reasons why Carti and Homicide Gang are currently at war with another infamous set of East Atlanta, the 5L Henchmen. Even with these crazy genocidal charges, it hasn't stopped some of the biggest rappers in the world yelling free him like he's some kind of political refugee, bro. Like, what is even going on? Crazy thing is, this wasn't just a mindless shooter. This dude had potential to be one of the biggest Atlanta rappers of all time, because he was once signed by Future and even had successful songs with not only Pluto but Young Thug. Imagine being at the crossroads between the streets. Somehow, someway, bro said, fuck a successful rap career, I'ma just crash out instead. It's something you can only see in the crazy gang wars of Atlanta's blood sets. So today, we gotta talk about the Atlanta demon spawn himself, Problem Child 5, because his life has influenced music that the whole world is listening to today. From Playboi Carti and his affiliation with one of Atlanta's most notorious gangs. And it might just be the reason why Carti might get hit with the RICO too. We're gonna get into it right now, but before we do, I'm gonna need you to like, comment, subscribe. Gang, I got a fire announcement. We just dropped new merch right now on StaySafeWorld.com. Check out these tees. These fire new designs. Gonna be dropping all types of new stuff every single month. But I'm gonna need now. Ever since the pandemic, it seems like the gang-related murders that's been going on in Atlanta are getting out of control. 2020 marked one of the most dangerous years on record within the city of Atlanta, with over 157 murders. One of those deaths was a fallen member of an East Atlanta gang called Homicide DTE, and his death would spark inspiration in one of Atlanta's biggest rappers, Playboi Carti, to depart from his pretty boy persona and go headfirst into repping the gang life.
You know, I lost my brother recently. His name was Sosa, and I really loved him so much. And yeah, I just, you know what I'm saying, we could talk about this another day. I just gotta understand, like, I mean, you know what I'm saying, I got 2 different lives. And when I'm not being king, pimp, and all this other shit, I'm in the streets for real.
With his critically acclaimed album, Whole Lotta Red, and later with I Am Music. While 2020 was a cultural shift, 2019 seems to have been a dramatic and violent prelude that caused everything to go to shit in the pandemic. 2019 was marked with all signs pointing to a homicidal serial killer lurking throughout the city in a tinted green Jaguar, taking out different men on different nights.
Released photos of 3 vehicles spotted near the scene of a double murder last night. Now, 2 men were shot and killed behind the Taco Bell on Ponce.
Our other top story tonight, a heartbroken plea for the person who murdered her fiancé to do the right thing. Someone gunned down the young father at a gas station last night. Good evening, I'm Russ Spencer.
And I'm Marissa Mitchell. It happened at the Citgo station on Moreland Avenue. And tonight his family is begging for answers as officers try to find the shooter.
Fox 5's Angelique Proctor joins us now live from DeKalb County. And Angelique, you spoke to the victim's family today.
That's right, Russ, and I can tell you their hearts are broken. Many of them say they just have no idea who would want Javon Latson dead.
The police believe that this killer was a well-known rapper rapper with ties to Cardi and Future by the name of Mikael Dunn, or Problem Child 5 as he's known, and is currently being held in Fulton County Jail fighting for his freedom. It doesn't seem like bro is stressing too hard about it though. You know, an ATL reporter by the name of George Chitty leaked a video of him on IG Live, and bro seemed like he was in good spirits. Nah, on the real, Fannie Willis has pretty much made it her sworn mission to take out gang members within the area. If anyone rap related is going to be buried under the jail. A lot of times on this channel we've been talking about mass murders in the rap game. They might just be random side characters in a rapper's entourage. In the fewest of rarest occasions, you might find an evolved crash out that's actually a pretty good artist that happens to have rumors and hearsay about them catching hats like, I don't know, Bloodhound Q50 or something like that. But this dude, this guy right here, Palm Child 5, was a real artist connected to some of the biggest rap artists on this planet. How you go from being one of the first artists that Young Pluto, Future Hendrix himself signed, and then somehow throwing your life away in a spree of on-camera killings, you gotta get into that right now. But in order to understand how an artist turns into a genocidal maniac, you gotta drive into East Atlanta gang scene, an area called Edgewood, where gang alliances and disputes run deep. Problem Child 5 from the nearby East Atlanta neighborhood of Kirkwood has strong ties within the city of Edgewood. Edgewood has a deep affiliation with a blood set called Sex, Money, Murder, or SMM. Growing up around this and jumping off the porch at a young age, began being tapped in with notable members of an SMM clip called Dante Entertainment. Back in the early 2010s, DTE for short, was extremely respected and making noise in the city, being closely affiliated with Free Band Gang, aka Future's group within the city, right?
Skies recently posted a fantastic video about the impossible Easter egg in which the main big reveal is that his community found one of the constellations from the infamous, the giant KN-44 hypercube blueprint on the computer screens in the church area of Darius and Drak. These screens cycle through a few different shots, but the one that has the constellations in is the Maxis projector room. This is especially significant considering this is the very spot where there's the alchemical framework of the luminiferous ether book, part of the collection of the 24 coloured books, which is our best bet for making up some kind of decipher for the impossible Easter egg. And it's also the room that contains a KN-44 wall buy. Now, I really do not know what this could possibly mean, and it is so shocking that after all of these years, no one has stumbled along it. But it is a very small section of the screen that's hardly noticeable, so I guess it is understandable, but we have rinsed these maps dry through the years. In fact, I have the texture file for the image on screen now, so you can see it even better. There is one constellation in the top right on the wall, which is the main one, because it really resembles the one on the KN-44 blueprint, but inverted / at a rotation, which does make sense since this is surveillance footage, so it should be inverted. And then there is one on the floor as well that doesn't seem to match any of the ones on the blueprint. The fact that there is two and not just one I think gives this further credence. To further solidify its importance, I've checked the last gen version of the map, which if you are unaware often includes Easter egg or story important things as bare minimums to be able to view due to the hardware constraints, and this is how Glitch and Queen also thought the books are important, since they all appear on last gen 2, even in rooms where there's barely any other props. But unfortunately, the constellations do not appear on the last gen versions of the monitors, which may suggest that it may not be that important and might just be a cool reference or the developers messing with us. Regardless, what's interesting as well is that neither of these constellations are specifically on the area of the map that the surveillance camera is showing footage of, but are instead exclusive to the monitor image. It's weird as well because checking the room, the surveillance camera is actually above the shot where the footage is coming from itself, meaning that the camera should actually be showing the opposite side of the room to this one, but I think this is most likely just a mistake, unless this is supposed to show some sort of alternative reality where things are just slightly warped from this iteration, since it is a fracture. There are numerous possibilities for what this could mean. One, this could be part of a cut Easter egg and the surveillance footage was taken or the outdated version of the map. For example, in the recently leaked developer documents, we know there was planned to be another Dr. Monty's scraps of paper Easter egg on the map, but it never made it into the release version. Maybe this had something to do with it. 2. Maybe that Easter egg was cut because they saw how much the community was latching on to the KN44 Hypercube, and so wanted to do a more elaborate Easter egg than just hiding scraps once again. And so may have used different methods to hide things across the game, such as in this computer screen, and maybe there are other screens, textures, paintings, etc., hiding little snippets in other areas of the map/game that we need to find. 3. Maybe this is just a troll. We know the developers told Glitching Queen that the KN44 was just an inside joke, as they put it, and they kept using it repeatedly because we, the community, latched onto it so much so. Maybe a developer just decided to be cheeky and randomly slotted this in without it having any meaning beyond that. 4th and finally, this isn't meant to be part of a collection of similar instances we need to find, but is instead just a hint towards this being the book location, of which its name, our chemical framework of the luminiferous ether, would tie directly into the constellations being shown. Let me know which idea you are most on board with, or if you have any of your own ideas or suggestions in the comment section down below. In fact, the wormholes and constellations we see on the Giant's blueprint, which were just recreations from stock images, do really remind me of the symbol for the wall running in Der Eisendrache, / various of the imagery on the computers or the scraps of papers. Beyond this, I don't really have any other ideas for what this could mean. I really feel it could either be everything, or nothing and no in between. It's so hard to say, but I think the best thing we can do for now is to keep trying to look for similar things across the maps in the game. If more are found, this is definitely something important. Skyt also mentions in his video that he wasn't initially sure if the Der Eisendrache books are part of any cipher because all of the ciphers are clearly written out for each map in the documents. That's just not true though. These are all of the obvious ciphers around the maps. There are many instances of Morse codes or hidden messages around the maps that the documents do not clearly spell out. An example of this is looking at the World at War biography message that we only solved because Blundell gave it away to Dalek before Black Ops 3 released, probably to clue us in on the kind of idea he has or had in mind for the impossible Easter egg, and there are no documents for this either. Also, without spelling out the specific person whose hard drive was seemingly stolen and where the leaks are coming from, this person would not have access to all of the zombies' documents. Besides, the impossible Easter egg is not going to be something clearly spelled out in the documents, when it's so secretive and Blundell didn't want it to leak out. A cipher is really the only thing it could be even, something that cannot be data mined, because the message hidden in a much less obvious way than the blatant cipher papers around the maps is the only way Blundell could have gotten around data mining, and it not be something as simple as a regular cipher. Even just the books themselves and their deliberate placing screams importance. There are so many of them, and they are all placed at such obvious positions to me that you naturally stumble along them when you are interacting with the map. I'm so surprised that it took us all of these years to really begin discussing these books with just how much they seem to stick out to me on the maps now with hindsight. And if it is not part of some sort of cipher, then I don't think they would just be there for some sort of storyline teaser. Some of them are teasing Black Ops 4 Zombies maps / cut maps probably for a Zombies Chronicles 2, such as Transit, Buried, or Tagged a Totem, but the ones that are teasing Black Ops 4 are only a small part of what the books represent. Most of them you can't really gauge much from them unless it is part of something larger. Why go through all of the effort of creating 24 names if it wasn't to be a part of a cipher or something along those lines? Especially when John D is famously known for his incredibly difficult ciphers. And this is the best thing that matches all of Blundell's comments about it being hidden across arenas. This is literally hidden across arenas along the map, and all of the other D clues that I discussed in the last video once again match Blundell's clues of being hidden across the arenas. It's not just hidden across a map, it's hidden across the entire game, and its narrative branches. The next thing that I want to discuss regarding Sky's video is about a few other things that we simultaneously discovered. Basically, both of our videos were in production at the exact same time, but mine ended up coming out a day earlier than his by pure coincidence. I had recorded it before Shadowvale release, but due to my lengthy coverage of that map, it obviously pushed back my ability to get it finished. The first thing we both latch onto is regarding John Dee's own supposed first interpretations of a 4D space or hypercube, although it was never officially called as such. In essence, the concept of 4D geometry did not exist by Dee's time, as he was an occultist to Queen Elizabeth I living in the 15 to 1600s. However, his concept of Monas Hieroglyphica, which I discussed in more depth in my previous videos, is a glyph that combines mathematics, alchemy, Kabbalah, and Neoplatonism to explain the geometric and numerological significance of the universe, portraying it as a key to understanding the unity of the cosmos. Dee explores the Monas as a universal symbol, linking planetary, elemental, and spiritual concepts through intricate diagrams and theorems, blending rigorous geometry with esoteric philosophy. In my last video, I discovered an image online that looks eerily similar to said KM44 hypercube, although it's never officially called as such and not meant to be one, but could be interpreted as such through a modern lens of four-dimensional spaces, which is what some believe the glyph from Monas Hieroglyphica to represent now. But it's essentially the same as what Sky discusses using different verbiage. I had actually read all of or similar resources Sky discusses in his video, but couldn't find a way to articulate it as clearly as he does. From my own research though about this map specifically, the paramount key is that it's essentially a map of tarot cards with 6 different colours, and the 24 books under Eisendrach are similarly a collection of 6 different colours, each with 4. The notes on the image also advise checking out a book called Tarot, The Wisdom of the Ages by Dr. Paul Foster Case. This is especially significant because it's similar to one of the book titles, Sage Wisdom for the Ages. And it gets even crazier when we look up the suggested book itself, because its official title is Tarot, A Key to the Wisdom of the Ages. This means that this is a shortened version of the book name, which Treyarch seems to have copied for the Horizon Black book. The fact they put a similar title to this in the shortened version and not the actual name suggests to me that they were looking at this very image when designing it, or use the shortened version because it ties into how you actually solve the cipher. The longer version wouldn't fit in. I discussed this more in detail in the prior video, so I would really urge you to check that out, but essentially, I'm not sure where to go from here, but I propose that maybe we have to align the book titles by specific colours along the quote-unquote hypercube, although it's not one, similar to this image to help solve the cipher. The following thing I want to talk about is Sky's dismissal of a lot of the current community speculation around the impossible Easter egg. To boil it down, in short, he doesn't think that Blundell's hidden in the vault comment means anything. That Glitching Queen initially discussed in her first video on the John D books, and I'm fully on board with this being a teaser as well.
You can ask me all you want. I'm gonna put that away in a vault and talk to you then about it in 8 years.
Okay, and by then we'll be old and growing beards.
Yeah, exactly.
He thinks that Blundell says a lot of odd phrasing in interviews sometimes, and because we are all so hyper-obsessed with trying to solve this thing, and due to his intentionally cryptic nature in interviews, it leads us to trying to find things from nothing in a lot of instances. For example, he believes Blundell's recent dead and buried quote doesn't mean anything.
And Jeff, to be honest, if I have my way, I'll be dead and buried and there'll still be stuff in there, and I'll be quite happy.
I agree with this for his recent interview, that is. When people saw that clip, they immediately thought he must be referencing the map buried. Blundell obviously is not teasing things in every sentence, and it is impossible to truly know when he's teasing something or not, for sure. I did use this specific clip in the intro for part 2, overlaying a John D grave on the quote, not because I thought he was actually teasing that, but I just thought it was a cool introduction, and the interview was posted literally the very second I finished editing the video, so the timing just seemed to align perfectly. I had to include that clip. As Sky points out, there are times when Blundell is very obviously teasing something, such as this one.
The only thing I would say, because you said you don't want any hints, sure, you know, I don't want to cause a rumble.
But there are so many instances when he's not being obvious. Even, for example, the instance he brings up of an obvious one is when Blundell was blinking like crazy in an old interview with Mr. Waffles, which then people translated into Morse code and thought that they could actually get something from it. But even that alone I don't think is an obvious thing. People were joking about it in the comments at the time, but most people just thought it was completely crazy, and even still to this day people think it's completely crazy or coincidental. Most people are not on board with it, at least as far as I'm aware. And to be honest, this craziness is the magic of Call of Duty Zombies. I mean, even looking at the Call of Duty Zombies timeline itself, So much of that is made up of our own theories. A big one is that the documents do actually confirm the painting that we now know to be Arthur, aka Leroy from Buried, under Eisendrache was actually meant to be the Wolf King's wife. However, when we saw this, a lot of the community started thinking it is actually Leroy, and I was one of those people. I made a video on it at the time. It actually has the most views out of any of the videos on that topic. There were some people saying it's clearly a woman, and I was just looking at that painting for so long, and I just could not see it in my head. To me, it just looked exactly like Arthur, and still, even when I'm looking at that image, I still cannot not see Arthur. But then, when Treyarch released the Chronorium, they officially canonized it as being Arthur, but that was never the intention, so it shows that even our own craziness can end up being important because we are part of the ether. We are shaping the storyline as much as the writers are, and all playing such an integral role in it. And that's why I think even if we're completely off the mark with all of these storyline theories, it doesn't matter. It's fun having the discussions, and Treyarch, if they like the idea enough and it fits in with what they are doing, will take it and run with it. And I don't think there's many other games that function like this, that are so community driven. I don't think we should be so dismissive of this phrasing when the very John D book is hidden within a vault. I really do think this was a teaser for it, and it's just pointless saying it isn't when we don't know, and he was talking about the impossible Easter egg specifically in this section, so surely would have been cautious of his phrasing. Especially when this is the very same quote where he teases hiding it away for 8 years. And this is something that Sky has latched onto. He very much believes that the 8 years comment is going to prove to be something important, and we are nearing closer to the 8-year anniversary of that interview, so is Blundell about to tease something for this Easter egg? Perhaps. But at the same time, perhaps not. But how can we know for sure which things to take from this sentence as having meaning and which things to not? There's no real way, unless when it's a very obvious instance, when he directly looks at the camera or winks or narrows his eyebrows or whatever. I 100% agree with Sky that all of us are definitely looking too deeply into some things. Sky is, I am, literally every single person I guarantee has relayed some complete bullshit in their videos. But there's probably been some truth hidden amongst it as well. That's inevitable when we are searching for something famously referred to as being impossible. We need to throw out as many suggestions out there as possible for the greatest chance that some of them are actually something. I mean, for all we know, the KN-44 is absolutely nothing. We have no way of saying for sure. All we can do is speculate based on the leaks as well as the in-game evidence, and that increases our odds of actually landing something genuine. That's what I tried to do with my part 2 1-hour 15-minute video. There was so much evidence of Monty and John D contained within. I'm well aware that some is definitely reaching, but there is so much stacked in there that I believe it becomes undeniable that Monty is John D, with his reading from the perspective of Prospero from Shakespeare's The Tempest, a character who many believe to be an interpretation or defense of John D. The very D referenced in these books. Other things I discussed, such as Monas Hieroglyphica's symbol looking like the Keeper Staff, the Griffin Mombasis books, especially considering they are all over the map and not just in the vault, or Monty's Duck Lake quote hinting at Mort Lake, I definitely think all of these instances are massive reaches. Like I said, I was just trying to combine as many connections as possible, knowing full well that some are mere coincidence, unintentional, or I'm looking way too deep into things for answers where or when there aren't any. But the big ones I revealed, and sheer quantity of them, is what makes it so compelling. I think without the Tempest reading, the whole theory falls apart, but that's by far the biggest connection. And this is where I want to bring up the second thing both Skyt and I discovered on our own accord and discussed in both the videos, the missing book, Artifacts of Legend. As Skyt and I both bring up, in the leaked document there is the full list of all of the Der Eisendrache book names. However, there is one that is absent on the actual release version, Artifacts of Legend. Sky uses this as evidence to say that things get cut all of the time, and uses this as evidence to say that the ranking document that I found and discussed that talks about John D in the in-game story, discovering ripples in the ether, communicating with angels, founding the Order of De-Resurrectionists, and then ascending to immortality instead of dying, is actually probably just a cut story idea that never made it. I vehemently disagree with this assertion. Firstly, like I talked about in my video, and context that Skyt is missing, is that there are 2 John D De-Resurrectionist books on Der Eisendrache. One in Groff's vault, and one in the very same vault room when not teleporting. This is especially important because it could hint at this being a mistake. It could be that Treyarch wanted to place the D book in the vault because it's the most important one out of the collection, so they wanted to highlight that by hiding it away and have us directly look at it when doing the main West, and the Artifacts of Legend book was originally going to be placed here. Perhaps when they changed it for the D book, they could have forgotten to then swap the other D book with the Artifacts of Legend, leading to duplicates. This may be why we've not been able to solve it thus far, because Treyarch might have made a mistake. You might say, well, if this really is the impossible Easter egg, they would have surely been thorough enough to not make this mistake, but Treyarch make mistakes all of the time. They are only human after all. E.g., the spork knife on Blood of the Dead wasn't actually in the game and working until a couple months after release because it wasn't properly coded in. Or even a more recent example in Black Ops 6, they messed up the date of the inversion warheads being sent to the Pacific in Outbreak as putting the date of Firebase C. You have to understand, it's very clear that little to no people at Treyarch actually know what the impossible Easter egg is, and maybe just Blundell himself, or just his inner circle, actually knew what he was up to. He would have been tasking people to do things for it without cluing them in on what it's for, meaning that whoever was tasked to put the book's names in could have easily accidentally put a duplicate. I mean, even some of the Black Ops 3 ciphers themselves have had some mistakes in them that have made them harder to solve, and it's speculated that there may be some mistakes in some of the unsolved ones, making them harder to crack as well. Lastly, I still very much believe that Dr. Monty is meant to be John D himself. I actually believe it's more of a reach to say that he isn't, or there isn't enough evidence than otherwise. Even Sky thinking D created the first concept of a hypercube is more evidence that he's Monty, since Monty is the very one who created that blueprint and is seemingly how he manifests war weapons and other items through the veil. To put it plainly, I strongly disagree with Sky's assertion that the late John D document is just a cut concept, just an early idea or one that didn't make it, because it literally did make it into the release version of the game. It's literally right there, slap bang in the ranking system. The calling card literally shows the crown granting the order for the D Resurrectionist. The Dreisendrach books literally reference occultism in the court of Queen Elizabeth, and the main book is John D's D Resurrectionist. It's right there in the game. This is not at all cut, and I don't know how anyone can look at this and say it is cut. All of the ranks in the document as well are exactly the same as the release version. I could see the exact passage not being verbatim, as is what's supposed to be the canon in the launch version of the game. However, I think some of that idea at least has made it into the release version, considering the fact that all of this is literally referenced there directly in the game. Yes, the documents contain a ton of cut content or ideas that never made it, but this I believe is not one of them. I've been unpacking many of those cut ideas in other videos, and it's very clear when something is still meant to be considered canon or not. E.g., all of the new Dreisendrach revelations match everything in the game canon, proving that's not cut stuff but just content not fully expanded on in the map itself, and the documents help, serving as the connective tissue. It was even something hinted at by Blundell in again a Mr. Waffles interview.
Does the Maxis of the Der Eisendrache universe know about the moon base in Der Eisendrache?
Yes.
So there's a distinction there between that Maxis' knowledge and the Maxis in the Black Ops 1 story arc.
Pass.
Okay.
This, I believe, is a similar scenario. A good example of something that is obviously cut is the Grandfathers of Ultimus that Primus initially were concepted as on Origins. Initially, we were not going to see alternative versions of the crew. Instead, we would see their lineage. And there would be backstory of their great ancestors having fought in the Great War. That obviously never made it into the release version of the game. Sky also says Monty being John D before joining the Keepers doesn't align with the Chronorium. But that's the very point I explored in part 2. Dr. Monty's comments of time being linear until the characters teleported for the first time completely contradicts the Chronorium, or at the very least, the Chronorium does not properly expand on it / negates important details, which happens a lot within it as it often serves as a summary as opposed to an extensive retelling of all events. Monty's comments about teleportation fracturing the universe completely aligns with Elite D ranking documents concept. It's the very same thing. These ripples through the ether from the first teleportation experiments are the very reason why D, I believe, eventually was then taken by the Keepers. The Chronorium also only depicts one version of the cycle, the very one we see play out in Black Ops 3. But we do not know how many cycles there have been. There could have been hundreds, thousands, near infinite. We just don't know. We see many of them in the music trailers, or Ultimus instead of Primus Richtofen on Revelations in the comic books, or Nikolai saying he's killed many Richtofens on the Giants. In every case of these cycles, events play out slightly or even radically differently each time, but always leading to a similar reset. The Canorium does not tell us about those. With Monty's comments about time once being linear, this proves to us that there must have been a very first cycle, a time before the fracturing of the universes for the very first time. The cycle is a paradox, and the cycle cannot have ever occurred without a time when time was once linear to set up events. This is the most hidden part of the COD zombie storyline, the vaguest part that we know the least officially about. So it makes sense that this would make up the impossible Easter egg, the most shocking revelation that changes our perspective on the story's origins. And I saw this really good interpretation by the Golden Blood Initiate, and this was posted last year before all of the recent John D stuff has started to be discovered, and I 100% agree with this hypothesis because he said, let's stop and think for a second. Once we find the impossible Easter egg, how will we get confirmation that what we are looking at is actually the impossible Easter egg? Jason said it himself, there is no in-game coding that you will trigger or change anything. So let me ask you again, how will we know? What will change? If you ask me, it'll be our perception of the game. And this leads me back to the idea of John D and is why I became so compelled with it, because there's got to be some big revelation that'll let us know that this is it. And this completely changes our perception of the game and the storyline as a whole if it is in fact true. I can't imagine what else the impossible Easter egg could be that wouldn't just be underwhelming. And this completely aligns with what Jason said about the revelation ciphers being solved, allowing stuff to appear in the game.
I am sure there are people who are still working on some of those cycles.
Oh, of course there is, yeah.
And I love that because there's other things that will appear.
Somehow when these things are solved, it'll change our perception. I'm sorry, but I don't mean to come across as condescending, but what are the odds that Treyarch have a document detailing an occultist who became immortal not being Monty?
The minute you people teleported for the first time, you changed the rules. But nonetheless, here we are. Bloody teleporters.
This really feels like an extension of that story. The document is referenced in the game with the De-Resurrectionist being mentioned not just once in the ranking system, but also the Horizon Draft books, and Monty is the immortal god of the storyline. And he literally reads a passage from the perspective of a character many believe to be John D, and then it turns out that this is just not all connected. How are we supposed to believe that? I just find it so hard to believe. To me, this really is undeniable evidence. Sky talks about not latching onto things too deeply, and whilst I agree that's true for both of us and everyone looking into this in many ways, I think here is a case of the opposite. I think the obvious is lying here in plain sight, and it's going over some people's heads. The reception of my last video is so great. I really do think it's one of the best videos I've ever made, and so many people in the comments think it's one of the best zombies videos they've ever watched as well, and I'm so proud of it. It was so much fun to produce, and most people understood it and were so shooketh by this revelation, I included. I cannot believe this Easter egg could ever have actually ended up being something so important to the story itself and not just a nothing burger, which to be honest I thought for years. I thought if the impossible Easter egg was actually real, that if it's ever solved it would end up being nothing more than a simple message from Treyarch thanking us or something not that important or that we already knew, similar to when the final De Eisendrach cipher was solved years later but told us what we already knew by that point. This is more exciting than any of our wildest dreams in my opinion. Whilst obviously yes, the hunt is supposed to be the funnest part of the impossible Easter egg and not the solve itself, it would be extremely underwhelming if one day, even if it's hundreds of years in the future, someone finally cracks it and it doesn't actually mean anything. Surely Blundell would have foresight that he doesn't want to leave people disappointed. Obviously there's always going to be a percentage of people that are disappointed, even if it is the absolute best revelation. But I think this is as close as possible that you are going to get to a perfect scenario with the impossible Easter egg, where it changes the foundations of the story itself. So it isn't just a load of work which might have been fun along the way but ends up leading to nothing. I really think this is a litmus test for the community. You either get it completely and think it's the craziest thing ever and it brings you so much joy and excitement, or it's just unfathomable and you think it just can't possibly be it. Sometimes we can be looking at the most obvious things and it's still so hard for it to click. I hope that this video can help that click for you so you can feel that same excitement that myself and a lot of others in the community have been getting recently from this revelation. Even Dead Ended says he has many names but only one is real, as highlighted in my last video. The very map Monty talks to us for the first time. What's more is that the leaked documents actually confirm the Shadowman's rituals were indeed, pun intended, based on Dee and Kelly's summoning circles, / the Pack-a-Punch rock was based on their seal of God. This is something I didn't actually realise until just after posting the video, but I speculated this to be the case anyways. And in the Lovecraftian mythos, Dee was actually the one who transcribed the Necronomicon, which is largely the inspiration for the Chronorium. And something I completely didn't realise, but when I was making my recent videos on Zetsubo no Shima, it turns out through all of these years, John Dee was staring us in the face. Because many of us in the community have made videos on the inspiration for the Apothicons. Because such entities as the Magwas, the Parasites, and even the Shadowman himself have taken many inspirations from the Cthulhu mythos. And it turns out many of the images that we have been using in our videos that look very similar to what the creatures actually look like in the game isn't the actual version of the Necronomicon, but is this fictional John Dee Enochian translation of the Necronomicon, which both Dee and Edward Kelly worked on. I have seen many images of many of the creatures that people believe have inspired the Apothicons, but for the most part, most of the images do not look that similar, but all of the ones within Dee's version of the Necronomicon look eerily similar. This shows that Treyarch were looking at Dee's version of the Necronomicon specifically to help them come up with concepts, and shape the storyline for the Apothicons and the Shadowman specifically, with the Enochian language being what the Apothicon language is based on. This to me gives a lot of credence that Edward Kelly is in fact the Shadowman. I mean, even just the obvious parallel, he's always seen wearing a hat, always, even though it doesn't match the Shadowman's at all. Also, Sky brings up in the video how Monty and the Shadowman are largely inspired by characters. Monty is inspired by H.G. Wells from the 1979 movie Time After Time, based on the Time Bandits novel. H.G. Wells is even played by Malcolm McDowell too, interestingly enough, who plays Monty too, so it's probably where they got the idea for the casting. He's essentially the omnipotent god of the universe and is only revealed near the end, similar to Monty suddenly and even jarringly first talking to us on Gorod Krovi, and suddenly being responsible for most of Zombies' nudging along with mystical items like the war weapons, perks, etc. And the KM44 Hypercube seems to be based on the map that holds the secrets of the universe granted to them at the end of the movie. As Sky highlights, the Shadowman is inspired by G-Man from Half-Life as well. I also know he's inspired by the manipulative shapeshifter Neawa Fatep from the Cthulhu mythos and some others. This is stuff we already knew though. The Witching Queen has talked about a lot of this in prior videos, and I had some people pointing it out in the comments of my videos too. The big difference is though, whilst these inspirations helped shape their characters, I believe that's not supposed to be as simple of a case with Monty and the Shadowman and Dee and Kelly. I believe that they are meant to actually be them in the story, and that's what the impossible Easter egg will eventually tell us if we ever get to cracking this thing. We just skipped a few steps and got to the end first and are now backtracking through it, which would align with Blundel's quote about things, as in these clues I've been finding, then becoming obvious in-game once some of the Revelation ciphers or the decipher or ciphers are solved, because I think at least some of them this. Also, deciphers are extremely hard and can hide numerous messages at once. Even if we get one message, there could theoretically be even more hidden within the same text, meaning that they could actually spell out much more than just what a simple singular message could, and help put together the pieces of the story that are not currently making sense in a way that a singular cipher just could not. Maybe the way in which you get a message out of this is not exactly the way that Queen theorized, but I feel like there is definitely something there. Whether it be my colours idea or something else. And I think that's the really fun thing with Call of Duty Zombies theories. Even if this Monty D theory ends up being false, I think that's such a compelling idea that people are getting on board with, so much so, that it's something that could even be made retroactively a part of the storyline, even if never originally intended, like so many of the things that have happened in the past. That I believe is one of the core pillars of what makes zombies so fun and mysterious. This is the magic embedded in its DNA. How the zombie storyline even even first began with taking the fan idea of Sam. To close out this video, I have a few more leads I'm currently working on, but it's not enough / I can't make sense of it fully to make a proper video on, and I'm still working on the cycles video, but that'll be more of a storyline video than an evidence-based one. In the meantime, I'm going to be speaking with Sky sometime soon, and I really want us all as a community to combine our collective brain power to try to get this thing solved. Sky and I will be brainstorming, and I really hope we make more progress. I will also leave a link to his Discord down in this video's description where you can drop any clues, leads, or your theories you have about this. Let's do this. Both of us have put an insane amount of work into this, and I'm sure there's many other people in the community that have been doing so as well. It requires all of our efforts. But that's where I'll leave you for now. I still firmly believe the big thing with this Easter egg is the D books, and that they will form a cipher or ciphers that will unveil Monty's true origins, which aligns with Blundell's Hidden Across Arenas quote.
And they'll be hidden in different arenas, and you won't get this one.
And it's also probably why Blundell said we were close to the impossible Easter egg after Der Eisendrache released.
Has that Easter egg been found?
It has not.
It has not. So there is still something in Shadows of Evil.
It would be too simple for me to say it's in Shadows of Evil, but I would say there is an Easter egg.
There is
not been found. There's actually more influence.
Right.
But the one
there's a significant one.
The one I was specifically talking about has not.
We've got this unsolvable Easter egg, which I'm sort of guessing there might be more than one of.
There might be.
There might be, right? Is it something we've come at all close to? Even just in the right sort of zone in Black Ops 3 so far?
Yes.
We have. Wow.
Before Black Ops 3, and you're like, I'm going to put an unsolvable Easter egg. What I will ask, because obviously I don't want it like straight cut.
Sure.
Has anyone gotten even remotely close? I think you answered this like
I've
during
seen people get close. Yeah.
You've seen people get close.
I've seen
Okay.
people get close.
I don't think close as in close to solving it, but close as in we were literally standing right by the books, even opening the vault in the quest without understanding the significance at the time. I will see you with more impossible Easter egg videos to come once there is enough tangible evidence. Bye.
The leaked Black Ops 3 Zombies documents tell the true story of Shadows of Evil. Information that we don't get in the Canorium or through in-game radios, documents and ciphers. Information that without these we wouldn't know, and so including this into the Shadows of Evil storyline now gives us the full picture. And let me tell you, this is one of the most insane and cool stories told in COD Zombies. Out of any map, the one in Shadows of Evil is one of the best. So sit back, relax and drink your cup of tea. In a city called Mog City, the Apothecans, trapped in the Dark Ether, wanting to devour and enslave all life in each dimension, understood one way to invade a dimension was to have that dimension's inhabitants perform a special invitation ritual. The Apothecans can only penetrate the time-space barrier telepathically, communicating with people in their dreams. These people were called receivers. Through dream manipulation and suggestion, they would provoke these receivers, who became obsessed with images they saw in their dreams, to craft the artifacts and objects necessary to perform the rituals in their own dimensions. The Apothecans began to manipulate people to craft artifacts such as the Beast Basin, sacrificial altars, and Apothecan Riftstones. The Keepers, watching all of this and knowing what the Apothecans were up to, trying to keep them at bay and maintain order throughout all The leaked Black Ops 3 Zombies documents tell the true story of Shadows of Evil. Information that we don't get in the Canorium or through in-game radios, documents and ciphers. Information that without these we wouldn't know, and so including this into the Shadows of Evil storyline now gives us the full picture. And let me tell you, this is one of the most insane and cool stories told in COD Zombies. Out of any map, the one in Shadows of Evil is one of the best. So sit back, relax and drink your cup of tea. In a city called Morgue City, the Apothecans, trapped in the Dark Ether, wanting to devour and enslave all life in each dimension, understood one way to invade a dimension was to have that dimension's inhabitants perform a special invitation ritual. The Apothecans can only penetrate the time-space barrier telepathically, communicating with people in their dreams. These people were called receivers. Through dream manipulation and suggestion, they would provoke these receivers, who became obsessed with images they saw in their dreams, to craft the artifacts and objects necessary to perform the rituals in their own dimensions. The Apothecans began to manipulate people to craft artifacts such as the Beast Basin, sacrificial altars, and Apothecan Riftstones. The Keepers, watching all of this and knowing what the Apothecans were up to, trying to keep them at bay and maintain order throughout all dimensions of time and space, decide to hide in the shadows of the city, collecting any artifacts that an Apothecan receiver may have made. The Keepers collect some of the Apothecan relics from their previous attempts to invade Earth and lock them in crates sealed with their own magic, keeping them safe from the Shadow Man, who was the Apothecan's servant, their enforcer, and their manipulated ritual agents. While the Keepers preferred to stay out of sight, their presence in the city hadn't gone unnoticed, which created rumours within the population that a dark occult was operating in the city. And so, knowing they had to stay here to keep the locals safe, they built themselves an underground city beneath Morgue City. Elsewhere in Morgue City, a successful magician called Nero Blackstone is an expert in illusion, dealing in misdirection and theatrics. Wanting to one-up himself though and become a better magician, he began researching further the art of magic, delving into dark magic and occultism. Upon doing so, he came across a book. Reading it, he learned of the battle between the Apothecans and the Keepers. Reading this book gave Nero nightmares. He had visions of his future and the Shadow Man's influence, unknowingly becoming his receiver. As some time passed, Nero eventually married one of his assistants. However, due to his job, no matter what he did, she complained it was never enough for her. If he was busy, he wasn't paying her enough attention. If he wasn't busy, he was lazy. She complained and she spent his money. As Nero was born into a prosperous and wealthy family, he often felt a sense of entitlement, which made him anxious about asking for help. Slowly, his marriage began to fall apart. Nero began to grow a lack of self-worth, causing him to perform a magic trick that normally he would never think of doing, and, well, he shouldn't have, because it ended up landing him in a coma. While in hospital, Nero's popularity began to sink further, causing him to become crowned Worst Magician of the Year by the Magician's Weekly magazine. Jack Vincent had a career as a police officer in Morgue City, rising up the ranks as he busted South Lucas like a joint, and Albert Arlington after a failed LA bank heist. In the line of duty, Jack was shot 3 times. Even though he survived, his wife's disloyalty would send him off the rails, turning him crooked. An up-and-coming boxer in Morgue City named Floyd Campbell was given the opportunity to go up against the reigning champion by defeating the #1 contender, Tony King. Campbell, who hadn't fought in 18 months, promised his promoter that the outcome wouldn't be in any doubt. Jessica Rose worked as a burlesque dancer in Morgue City's Black Lace Club, though she dreamed of becoming a famous Hollywood star. She would do anything to make it happen, going as far as engaging in a sexual relationship with a film producer. On December the 31st, 1943, the Shadow Man, posing as someone called Mr. Rat, told a reporter to travel to Morgue City to take in the sights, sound and smells. After spending a couple of weeks in the city, a meteor shower rains down, causing mold to show up and a strange kind of fungus to grow all over the city. Then, people started getting sick. At first it just made them delirious and confused, but then they got really sick.
Hey Mr. Rapp, just checking in. So I'm here, finally. Taking in the sights, sounds, and smells of Morgue City. I know you sent me here to write a piece about the city's bustling nightlife and theater scene, and the characters that inhabit it, but things are getting kind of strange. Even though no one seems to want to talk about it, something is definitely off about this city. Just last week there was a media show. A freaking media show. And everybody acted like it was no big thing. Then, the mold showed up. All over the city. In the dark, damp alleys, there's a strange kind of fungus growing. It looks weird and smells even weirder, but nobody really says anything. Then people started getting sick. At first it just made them delirious, confused. Then they really got sick. It was like they were wasting away. People finally started talking about it. I spoke to one guy in his 80s, a fruit seller, at the local market. He said something similar happened in New England in 1882. When I tried to press him on it, he just lowered his head and ignored me. If you ask me, something definitely ain't right here.
As precursor to the Apothecan invasion, the Shadow Man had begun turning the humans into Apothecan slaves by planting fungus pods throughout the city, which released their transformational spores into the atmosphere, turning people into mindless zombies. His reason for turning the city's population into zombies is that fear would help draw dimensional creatures, known as gateworms, into this reality. The gateworms have the ability to bend space and time, but first they must be lured into each dimension and then brought together to channel their energy to the Apothecan Riftstone to open the dimensional gateway, which would allow the Apothecans to invade. The reporter in Morgue City spoke to a local fruit seller who was in his 80s, who had told him that a similar meteor shower had happened in New England in 1882. However, when the reporter tried to press him on it, he just lowered his head and ignored him. The next day, the reporter went by the local market again, where this time the fruit vendor told him that when he was a boy, his uncle would get drunk and start talking about how a dark force cast its shadow over the city, how good and evil were battling right on their doorstep, and that the only thing holding back the forces of the apocalypse was the ancient order of the Keepers. Asking around some more, the reporter heard more than a few whispers about this ancient order and the Keepers, leading him to believe it was some kind of cult. The locals said they can hear them chanting sometimes from beneath the city.
Hey, Mr. Rapp. So, I went by the market again today. For some reason, the fruit seller was much more talkative. Even if what he said was more than a little crazy. He told me that when he was a boy, his uncle would get drunk and start talking about how a dark force cast its shadow over the city. How good and evil were battling right on our doorstep. And that the only thing holding back the forces of the apocalypse was the ancient order of the Keepers. Well, even if what he said was more than a little crazy, I'm not sure he was. Even though they're scared, or maybe because they are, people are talking more. Asking around, I've heard more than a few whispers about this ancient order and the Keepers. I think it's some kind of cult. They say you can hear them chanting sometimes. From beneath the city. There's all these rumors about human sacrifices and freaky shit that even the police won't investigate. Because they've been paid off? Or because they're too damn scared? I'm not sure what to believe anymore.
Mr. Rapt, or the Shadow Man, then tells the reporter to track down 4 people living within the city. Floyd Campbell, Jessica Rose, Nero Blackstone, and Jack Vincent. Over the next few months, the reporter gathers enough information on them and sends a telegram to Mr. Rapt, providing their details.
Hey, Mr. Rapt. So I tracked down all the people you asked me to look into. I sent you a telegram with all their details, all their contact numbers. But I gotta be honest, I'm getting nervous. These last 6 months, you've had me working like a low-rent private dick. Really, I just want to be a reporter. It's not that I'm ungrateful. I know the checks you've given me have been more than generous for services rendered. It's just all this stuff you've had me do. Tracking down ancient artifacts in the South Pacific, finding all these strange metals and rocks in Russia. And still, I haven't even met you face to face. I'm sorry, Mr. Rapp. I think maybe the mood in the city is getting to me a little. Making me nervous. And you. Anyway, I'm looking forward to you finally getting here.
Now, aware of the Shadow Man's actions, Dr. Monty writes to the reporter, warning him not to give the summoning key to anyone who does it. Don't know, previous to this, the Shadow Man sent the reporter to multiple places across the world, collecting different artifacts, and one of the artifacts he collected was the summoning key, bringing it back with him to Morgue City. Anyway, now with all of the background information he needed, once Nero had come around from his coma, the Shadow Man, pretending to be a company executive, tells Nero's lawyer that Nero's wife has taken out a substantial loan in his name. Nero has 15 days to settle before the company seeks reparation.
As you can see, these documents give some indication as to the considerable amount of money we are talking about.
My client would never have signed the authorization on these loans.
Nonetheless, there it is, in black and white, signed by Mrs. herself.
Nero's family estate is not what it once was. Even if these documents are genuine, we'll need some time to get our affairs in order.
I would advise your client that our company intends to aggressively pursue settlement within 1 week. 15 days at the most.
Look, I need to make a call. My secretary will see you out.
Facing multiple debts due to his wife's spending habits, Nero decides to sort the problem himself. Next, masquerading as an internal affairs officer, the Shadow Man tries to convince Jack Vincent's partner to admit that Jack is on the take.
Please understand that you yourself are not under any suspicion at this time. This is merely an informal
good detective. So what do you want to know? That he's a loudmouth, show-off, more than a little rough around the edges? That he's a drinker, smoker? How about the fact that he's got a wife that scares more than any fucking criminal out there? What do you want me to tell you? Is Jack Vincent on the take? Listen, the more I talk to you, the more I'll get a reputation around the precinct. Can we maybe do this elsewhere?
Upon learning that Internal Affairs is snooping around, in order to avoid arrest, Jack plots to kill the snitch who could provide evidence against him. The Shadowman then poses as a film director interested in hiring Jessica for a leading role, and he tells her producer that the part is hers.
As you know, I'm looking to cast a female lead in my new picture. And I heard that you have quite the roster of up-and-coming talent in this town.
Can you maybe tell me a little more about what kind of woman you're looking for?
I'm looking for an all-American girl, a real beauty. I heard you may know an aspiring actress by the name of Jessica Rose.
The burlesque dancer? She ain't exactly peaches and cream, or sugar and spice.
I heard she's a real firecracker. You know what I mean? I'd like to meet her. Give her a screen test.
Leave it with me. I'll get back to you.
Afraid that a photographer who has compromising pictures of her could jeopardize her chance of stardom, she asks him to meet her so that they can sort stuff out. Then, posing as a journalist, the Shadowman suggests Floyd Campbell is a journeyman fighter to be promoter.
Putting aside your enormous self-interest as a promoter, what would you like to say to boxing fans everywhere about the upcoming fight? Yeah, particularly with regard to this last-minute substitution. Floyd Campbell?
I'd like to say that Floyd Campbell is a credible opponent, despite how the bookies may see it.
What about the fact that fans would much rather see the #1 contender facing off with the champion, your champion, as opposed to this little herd of journeymen?
Look, there's no doubt that Floyd Campbell is the underdog. Nevertheless,
are you using Campbell to keep your big moneymaker away from opponents who could be just a little too dangerous?
the champ doesn't avoid anyone. But nothing. This interview is over. No further questions.
Wanting to guarantee a shot at the title, Floyd decides to wear brass knuckles under his gloves for his big fight against Tony King. A day later, Nero's lawyer tries to call him, informing him that his signature on the loan documents was forged by his wife.
Nero, I have the most wonderful news. The loan documents were fraudulent. Well, your wife was fraudulent. She forged your signature on the loan agreements, and we can prove it. The date on the forms says November 5th last year. Exactly the same time that you were in the hospital following your performance of the Amphibious Man. You couldn't possibly assign those papers. You were in a coma for the entire month.
However, Nero missed this call and continued on to kill his wife in a work accident, cashing in her life insurance policy to square away the debt. That same day, Jack's partner gives him a call, telling him he has his back with Internal Affairs and he has nothing to worry about.
Hey, Jackie, it's me. Some suit from Internal Affairs came by today, asking a whole bunch of questions. I didn't say shit, because I don't know shit. As far as I can tell, you're in the clear. I trust you, Jackie. You're my best friend. You're like a brother. I just wanted you to know that I got you back. Always.
But Jack missed this call and continued to kill the snitch who could turn him over to Internal Affairs. Floyd's promoter gives him a call, telling him that the fight was a success and that he has a true shot at the title.
Hey, Floyd, you did good. You kept your word, delivered the knockout. I just wanted to tell you not to worry about any fucking journalists or commission investigations. That shit is done. Anyways, besides setting your mind at rest, I wanted to give you the good news. It's all set. You got it, Floyd. You got your title shot. January 15th.
But because Floyd missed this call, in the ring, with the brass knuckle gloves, as well as the referee turning a blind eye, Campbell comes out on top as the winner, but leaves Tony King fatally injured. Jessica's producer calls her, telling her he didn't have a good feeling about the director, and it didn't work out. However, he scored her a lead in a musical he and his partner are financing.
Hey, Jessica. A movie director came by to talk to me today, said he wanted to meet you. I gotta be honest, I didn't get a good feeling from him. I told him where to go. Well, not in so many words. Listen, I'm glad you didn't sign that studio contract. Truth is, I'm not even much of a producer. I'm more of a talent wrangler. Here's the thing. My partner's written a musical that just got financing. I know that you're gonna be perfect for the lead. This time next year, you're gonna be on Broadway, baby.
but Jessica misses this call, continues to kill the photographer, and secures the incriminating photographs. The next day, after learning the reporter had the summoning key, Richtofen travels to Morgue City and confronts him. The reporter waves Dr. Monty's letter to Richtofen and ordered him to stay away before attacking him. Richtofen kills the reporter in self-defense, but was unable to retrieve the artifact as the crate containing the summoning key had been locked away by the keepers using their ancient magic. Several days later, Floyd Campbell, Jessica Rose, Nero Blackstone, and Jack Vincent all congregate at the burlesque, where all of a sudden they are knocked unconscious, only to awaken in a twisted version of Morgue City, shifted slightly from reality. The Shadow Man marks the four on their hands with beast symbols and makes contact, telling them they can only atone for their sins by following his orders. The Shadow Man appears to them in his apparitional form, resembling a human, but is made from dark energy constantly shifting between dimensions, communicating to his targets directly in their minds. He manipulates them into performing the invitation rituals. The rituals can only be performed by those enchanted with the beast, a mixed life form, half human, half apothecary. The four use the power of the beast to break open all of the crates that were sealed by the Keeper's magic. As the Keepers try to stop them, they obtain the summoning key from one of the locked crates. Jessica then starts her ritual, sacrificing her producer. Jack sacrifices his partner, Floyd sacrifices his promoter, and Nero sacrifices his lawyer. As they are lifted up, pieces of the summoning key pierce into their victims' chests. Their energy momentarily blooms, while they explode into a bloody explosion, giving birth to the Gateworms. After completing their required rituals and summoning the Gateworms into Earth's dimensional plane, their energy is channeled and sacrificed to the Apothecan Stone Rift, which opens a rift between dimensions, allowing the Apothecans to access Dimension 63, to feast on the flesh of the living. Now realizing, hang on, this mysterious Shadow Man told us this is how we can atone for our sins, but instead we've been invaded by an alien race. Realizing they've been duped, the four then work with the Keepers to defeat the Shadow Man and his Apothecan army. As Floyd, Jessica, Jack and Nero make their way underneath the city, where the Keepers have been residing, on the walls they notice murals of what, unbeknownst to them, was the Great War. Nero tells the rest of the group that he had seen all of this play out in a book that he had read, leading them to become suspicious of him. The Keepers once had ancient relic weapons of the Keeper's four Archons. However, when the Keeper Archons were struck down during the fall of Ugarit, an ancient city in northern Syria, they became corrupted. But their cult recovered the corrupted Archon swords and preserved them as relics, storing them alongside eggs which contained the primordial embryos of the Archons and their next physical incarnation. Jessica, Jack, Nero and Floyd find and obtain the corrupted Keeper swords in the city and enact a series of rituals to awaken their true powers, restoring them back to their uncorrupted Keeper swords, glaives of the fallen. Then they get into a lengthy battle with the Shadow Man, in the end managing to defeat him and trapping him inside of the summoning key. However, just as they're about to hand it over to the Keepers to keep it safe, Richtofen steps through a portal and steals the summoning key out of their hands. He thanks the four for their efforts before leaving their dimension. Maxis then attempts to contact the residents of Morgue City via interdimensional communication, telling them that their universe will be destroyed and that he is sorry.
To any survivors of this realm, I am truly sorry. I wish I could offer you some words of comfort, but I cannot. It is my hope that I can rid the universe of the evil that has plagued us for so long. But in my heart, I know many more dimensions will be lost forever as we continue our journey towards peace. Forgive me.
The next day, the Apothecans destroy Dimension 63 and its inhabitants, including Jack, Floyd, Nero, and Jessica.
Podcasts in the world, and today I'm in here with William of Bay Smokes. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, bro. How are you? How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to have this conversation. You've been doing some big stuff in the cannabis space. So tell me how you got into it in the first place, like where you're from and what led up to you entering the industry.
I'm from North Carolina, and I mean, I've smoked all my life throughout high school, and so I got into college. I went to ASU for a year, and I saw really just a bunch of kids making a lot of money in e-commerce, and so I knew I wanted to do something with e-commerce instead of like going through college, and so I ended up dropping out to do different drop shipping things, and eventually I realized I wanted to like start a brand around something that I was more passionate about, and not just selling random and other people's products.
Because I've seen people talk about drop shipping a ton online, and a lot of times it just seems like you're sort of finding a way to market like random garbage from China.
Yeah, or whatever it is. It doesn't have to be garbage. It could be a good product, but it's like you're just doing only the marketing piece of a business and letting somebody else fulfill the product and have the business or whatever.
Did you manage to do well while you were doing drop shipping?
I just made enough money to like pay rent and like taste money outside of working a job that is like, okay, I can make something work. Like I see that it's possible to make money. So now I just need to find a better product and like build something. And I mean, I saw the CBD bill pass at the end of 2018, and that's when this was happening for me. And I realized like, okay, CBD is something I used a lot when I was in high school because I had a bunch of concussions from sports. And that was like, you know, makes your headache go away completely. So I was like, okay, I'll be able to start a business with CBD, and hopefully eventually it turns into weed one day.
Right. So you just kind of saw that vision early on?
Yeah, I mean, I figured like it would evolve over time. I didn't realize that it would evolve how it did, because it kind of went from CBD to Delta 8, and then eventually what we're doing now, like this THCA flower thing, like that's equivalent to dispensary products. It's regular cannabis that you'd get in dispensary, but we're running an e-commerce shop, and we sell to smoke shops all over the country as well.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you start off doing the CBD thing because that's fully legal. So you didn't have any kind of problems legally or anything when you were doing all that?
It's a federally legal, like the bill that was passed to make CBD legal was a federal law. So now hemp cannabis, that's, you know, under a certain regulation of the hemp bill, is federally legal.
So then how do you get to doing Delta 8? Was that always legal?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing about it, is it's not that anything changed that made Delta 8 legal or something changed that made the THCA legal. It's that the law was what it was when it was passed in 2018, but people just, you know, the longer it went along, people realized like, wait a second, the way this is written, it's actually making Delta 8 legal, and it's actually making regular legal.
Right.
And, you know, of course that feels like a real ballsy step to go from like, all right, CBD, like, of course this is legal, but like technically regular is legal, but, you know, obviously marijuana is federally illegal, but regular that's called hemp is legal. It's kind of this weird thing of like, you know, technically it says it is, but even, you know, as I was kind of, I mean, that was probably 4 years deep into the hemp industry when really like the first people were starting to do it. I saw a couple people do it, and my initial reaction was, you're going to jail. Like, you're clearly going to get, you know, caught by the DEA doing this or whatever. And eventually I saw a good friend of mine doing the THCA stuff as well, that like he was like very like strict with everything, laws to the T, had lots of lawyers kind of giving advice before taking any next step. And I saw him doing it, and I was like, shit, okay, like, you know, I need to really look into this. I talked to a couple different lawyers. They said, yeah, like, regular is technically legal. It's called THCA flower, and like, here's what you should be worried about or not worried about, and like, here's all the things to consider. But generally speaking, yeah, it's federally legal. Go for it.
Right. Because, well, how risk adverse would you describe yourself as? Because obviously a lot of people in your position are basically just shipping pounds around the country and really just taking risks with it and just kind of assuming that there's just not enough scrutiny for them to get into trouble. We all know tons of people who've made millions of dollars basically just kind of hoping to skate around the law.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like risk adverse, like I feel like I went through being a reckless kid and going into college and kind of my decision and moving into life like how I was, like that was kind of me deciding like, okay, I don't want to do anything illegal. I don't want to ever be in a situation where I could find myself with criminal liability for absolutely anything. And so going into this space, like I really kind of kept the same thing. Like anything that I do, like I would talk to a bunch of different lawyers and make sure that, you know, under no uncertain terms, is there ever any criminal liability? And so I feel like really confident with that. that everything that we're doing is like absolutely totally above board. So, you know, in that sense, you know, I'm risk adverse in the sense that I don't want to do anything criminal in any extent, because the long-term vision that I see for this needs to be kind of with a foundation of complete and utter, like, above board, you know, without anything that could be misinterpreted or otherwise. So
yeah, because when I was younger, I was down to take all kinds of risks to make some money. But as you get older and you look at it, and then you're like,
it's like, I want to build something.
Yeah, and it's like, if I can make $10 million, but I have a 10% chance of getting 10 years in jail, then what the is $10 million when the downside of it is this like catastrophic situation that would basically ruin your entire life.
Yeah.
Definitely.
The risk of this really is like, it's uncertain what the future of it looks like. I mean, generally speaking, the trend seems to be that, you know, federally we're moving in like just a good direction for cannabis as a whole. And like, obviously this is a great step, but it wasn't necessarily the intended step. Like, weed has technically been federally legal since the 2018 Farm Bill, but it wasn't necessarily the intention. So now it's kind of like, on a state-by-state basis, what are they doing about it? Some states that already had, like, you know, California has medical and recreational already, so they kind of banned hemp from being sold in smoke shops, but, like, they can still sell it wholesale, and there's kind of, like, this weird space of it, but, you know, generally I have an optimistic, you know, hope for what's next in this, and, you know, weed's already federally legal, so we're working a lot, like, with lobbying groups to kind of keep it that way.
Because it's a weird situation, because obviously, like, as something becomes legal, you want to kind of be the front runner, so that as it becomes more legal and this becomes more settled, then you can kind of be already established. That's the ideal situation. But like, at the same time, by being more established, you're basically, you know, I'm thinking of things like Galaxy Gas, where like they, obviously I'm not comparing what you're doing, but like that shit, like they pulled it off the market because they were the front runner in that market, and that was the thing that I'm pretty sure they were terrified that they were going to get the attention of the feds, whereas there's probably like a million other nitrous brands that are doing similar stuff marketing that aren't
just
worried.
Like with Juul, you know, Juul is like the front runner in like that higher potency nicotine vape, and now there's, you know, they had a
they're the ones who get the scrutiny, not everybody.
And then there's a million other vape brands with all different types of flavors that are actually appealing to kids. And, you know, they're not getting the same sort of like massive lawsuit. Or
there's a lot of danger in being the market leader.
Yeah, the first and the biggest for sure.
So, okay, in terms of like Delta 8 and THCA, for people who, you know, live in California and are used to being able to go to the dispensary and get like very high quality, like how would you compare those products in terms of how high they get you and how high quality the product is? Because I feel like for a lot of people, I've heard them dismiss Delta 8 or THCA, and I often get the idea that they don't necessarily know what they're talking about. They just kind of figured this out for themselves, that they think that it's low quality or whatever. So from your perspective, like what's the comparison like?
So Delta 8 being the first popular thing to come out of hemp that's any type of THC kind of gave this whole space a bad rep, because Delta 8 is like, it's like it's a semi-synthetic basically form of THC, and it doesn't get you as high. It's like maybe half as strong. So because that was like the first, you know, get you high product to come out of hemp, that's already a bad reputation of the hemp side of things. THCA flower is regular cannabis. It's the exact same thing. And just like, you know, in a dispensary here, you could go and get like an outdoor eighth or something that's super low potency, or maybe it's really dry and gross. Like, you can buy that super cheap. You also can get like the top shelf, most crazy eighth in the world, and it's super expensive. So in this side, it's the same way. Like, you can buy really shitty flour, or you can buy really amazing flour. But the thing to kind of consider of it is, because this is such a new thing, and it's getting more aged at this point, but it's still kind of in this new wave of like a lot of companies rushing into THCA. A lot of people are selling like cheaper like greenhouse stuff, and they're calling it exotic. Because they're just not smokers themselves, so they don't really know what the market is actually expecting, and so that's kind of also damaging the appearance of what is hemp, what is THCA, is people selling shitty greenhouse stuff, calling it exotic. But definitely the market's gonna mature over time more and more, and it's already getting that way a lot, where people are getting a lot better flour, even with like, you know, shitty random smoke shop brands that's just like some distributor decides to spin up a package, put it out there, and like someone who already sells a bunch of nicotine vapes, or there's already selling like anything that would go into smoke shops, they can easily spin up a brand, push it to the same distributors that they're already working for, and now it's out there. So
Right.
the quality's increasing quickly, but generally speaking, you get what you pay for.
Right. Okay. Interesting. So, okay, but what do you guys? What's your involvement? Because the THCA stuff is the stuff that you basically what you sell through the mail. That's what you have to do. But then, are you guys involved with actual traditional as well? Like, what's the divide
We're
there?
thinking about it, but it's just like, traditional. When you say like that, you mean like the California medical recreational kind of systems. Like the thing about that is we're selling the same product, but it's way more taxes, way more, licenses needed and regulation, and like the system isn't good. Like it's a really shitty system that's set up. Like the metric system, basically you go in any dispensary and you're picking up a product that's like 4 months old. Like that's like the average. I mean, for me, every time I bought from a dispensary, like it's always at least like 3 or 4 months old.
Right.
And that's a long time for flower. Like it's like you wouldn't want to buy like grapes or strawberries that are 4 months sitting on a shelf.
But why is it that old?
Because there's this ridiculous system where it's like from harvest it has to be quarantined and tested and moved here and moved there, and like it has to be tested by this facility, and it's like all of these steps are like, okay, it adds a week here, it adds 2 weeks there, it adds a month there, and like then it has to move from this person to that distributor as this, and like it's just like a long process to follow all the different regulations. It's like extra not necessary. I'm not gonna say not necessary because like, yeah, you want stuff to be tested, but we do the same safety tests. We do the same metals, pesticide, all that potency tests as the other side, but the extra restrictions and the extra like, okay, you have to only test with these people, you have to enter through these systems, like it just slows the amount. It adds basically a waiting time between harvest and getting on the shelf to the end consumer.
Right. Like it's cool that we have legal and everything. When you talk to growers, when you talk to dispensaries, etc., it just feels like they're like pretty unhappy with the system.
The system sucks. It's really bad. So a lot of people, even on the whatever side, they're looking, hey, how can I convert my license? How do I revoke my California dispensary license or their grower's license, and how do I just get a hemp license? Because then I can grow the same stuff, I can have an easier testing process that I can test it and get it out to customers faster, and I can sell all over the country and not have to have the same issues and situations.
So when you say the same stuff, like what is the actual technical difference?
Like there's no technical difference or whatever. Like the hemp law says that I think it's like 15 days prior to harvest you're supposed to get it and send it off for a testing. Like if you go and see like a lab test on like a dispensary product, it'll say like 25% THCA and whatever amount of delta 9 it says. Maybe it says 1% or 0.5 or whatever. Like normal cannabis doesn't have delta 9 THC, but that's like the specific wording of the hemp farm bill. It says about this type of THC that's like normally under 0.3 anyway.
Right. So basically, like a lot of smokers are kind of misled about the potential for THCA, and there's just not as much of a reason for people to have sort of like an elitist attitude about it. And that's kind of like your purpose is to sort of like spread that knowledge or message.
I mean, I think the way that things are, like this law being in place, it allows people like myself, who I started a business with, like my initial purchase order of product was probably like $10,000 or something like that. So I started like literally with the ground up with no tons of extra funding. I've seen a bunch of people that are my customers that have started smoke shops that are like THCA dispensaries with really small amounts of money as well, like $8,000, $10,000, $15,000, and they're making tons of money now. It's like that system isn't possible for people to kind of get in just because they're passionate about the plant and they're hustlers or whatever. Like you can't just get into like the California market, or where I'm from in Florida, you can't just get into the Florida market with anything short of like hundreds of millions of dollars. And like here it's like at least hundreds of thousands of dollars really to get started. So I like to just spread this message, and that's why I do partnerships with like people like Little Baby and like the other artists and influencers and stuff that we work with. Like my goal is like, if I can spread this information as fast as possible now, get more people into the hemp side of things, we'll have more people on the lobbying team to help keep this law legal.
Oh, okay. So that's the goal, is to not like change existing cannabis laws, but more so to keep this situation that you guys are sort of benefiting from.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I'm the only person in hemp. Like there's like, thousands of companies probably, and like all of them, like I've heard so many stories along the time that I've been in this space of people who got in and started with very little amounts of money just because, whether it was CBD that helped them or that helped them for this, that, or the other, they have their stories about why they're passionate about this space and why they've been willing to take the risk, work as hard as they have been, but able to build something up from pretty much nothing in a legal way, bank their money and everything.
Are you guys generally seen as kind of the front runner in this space?
I wouldn't say that I'm the biggest, but I feel like in a lot of things, like I've been early to the game, like especially with THCA Flower, I was early. What I'd say I'm seen and recognized as in this space is like I've done a lot of social media marketing and like online marketing. So in this kind of like Instagram, YouTube kind of community, like, if you follow any of the kind of cultural people, you've probably seen my brand a bunch of times over the last years because that's one thing that I think that I'm really good at is marketing online specifically.
Right, because like when I think of Base Smokes, like that's what comes to mind is I've just seen all these rappers doing promotion for it, and it's weird how like a single promotion can sort of easily fly under the radar and not get that much attention, but once you've seen 10 rappers do it, 20 rappers do it, then it starts to really kind of ingrain itself into your mind, and the brand name all of a sudden like has some sort of meaning to the consumer. Even somebody like me who's like massively jaded to things being promoted to me,
For sure, yeah.
Definitely.
Generally speaking, people are.
So when did that like what has the conversation been like in terms of marketing that got you to that realization? Because I know you guys are probably like massively held back in terms of what you're allowed to do advertising wise, right?
It's just about like on a lot of platforms you get deleted. Like we've had like probably 10 Instagram accounts deleted, all being like, the first one was deleted at like almost 300,000, the second one was like almost 200,000, and it's like, we just burned through Instagram accounts like crazy to the point where I don't even know what our @ handle is now, like it's like the 10th one or whatever. YouTube, we haven't really had problems so much, but Instagram in particular. Twitter's awesome because it's like, they've kind of fully embraced cannabis now. So
yeah, there's tons of ads on there and stuff.
Yeah, and
it's
we
pretty
can
wild.
run ads through the platform on Twitter.
Really?
So.
You guys do that?
Yeah.
And is that beneficial? Like it actually works?
Yeah, I mean, like anything, like paid ads, like it's not like it's just like a guaranteed money-making machine. You have to be good at advertising. You have to know what to advertise and like the whole funnel of like where do you send the customer and what offer you're promoting or whatever. So it's a learning curve into it, but you can definitely make it profitable.
So when a little baby does like a Base Smokes promotion on Instagram, like what are you guys actually trying to drive the consumer to do in that situation? Is it to just follow you on social media, or probably not because that's such a precarious
go
situation?
Purchase. Like that's the number one thing that I want people to do is like, and that's why like a lot of the rapper promos that we did, it's like, hey, you want to go get a free eighth? Like that's kind of like our big promotion funnel is like, we literally give away a free eighth, and we've kind of been improving the quality of the eighth over time that we give away. At first, we were giving away like greenhouse stuff and smalls, and now we're just straight up giving away like an exotic eighth because it's working. We give away an eighth, and people come back.
And the consumer goes to like a smoke shop to get that, or like
no, online.
Oh, online. Okay.
Yeah.
And they don't have to give any money, and they're able to get a free eighth in the mail.
They pay shipping.
Shipping,
$6
right?
for shipping, but you're getting an exotic eighth. So.
Damn. So on any individual, because I was like, you got to pay little baby 6 figures.
Yeah.
And so does a single promotion become profitable, or is it more of like a long-term play, generally
I mean, it's
speaking?
like you said, it's like, one promotion might not do anything, but like I've been doing this for, Base Smokes is 5 years old now, and I was in the space since the beginning, but Base Smokes alone, like, anyone might have seen it 12 times, and there's like a marketing theory that's like sometimes you need 12 impressions before someone's actually going to click through and buy it. So it's all just like, when you're building a brand, it takes a long time, it takes a lot of effort and a lot of money to just keep blasting the internet with your brand logo and what you're about and what you're doing, and eventually people are like, let me give this a try.
Definitely. What like the cannabis industry, okay, when you're getting your Instagram deleted over and over and over, do you think that that's just because Instagram is so unforgiving about any kind of like quote unquote drug promotion, or is it because within the industry it's so competitive that people are really like aggressively going after each other's accounts?
That's by far the more accurate answer, is that like people see what you're doing, they're like, this kid marketing doing well, whatever, just gonna go pay someone to delete his account or whatever.
Right.
It's like, that's a very common thing.
Yeah, I mean, most of the biggest related brands that I can think of have dealt with us to some extent, including the ones like cookies that you would think would
have some sort of connection,
enough leverage to be able to stop that from happening. And you see Burner dealing with it probably like more than almost anybody on Instagram and stuff. You know, he's been pretty vocal about it, but yeah, I mean,
it sucks. And it's just like there's not too much you can do. You know, there's like back channels and stuff. Like I'm sure you kind of have seen some side of that from even this as well, but like there's no like support email from Meta or even for Twitter or for any of these platforms where you can like, hey, I'm a business and I rely on this and like I've invested a lot of money in this and I'm losing money because it's gone and I was unjustly deleted. Like I've been deleted and it said like for impersonation or something.
Yeah,
like,
everybody,
hey,
yeah.
I'm not impersonating myself, you know, this is someone that, you know, used some report bot abuse or something like that.
Yeah, because we didn't have the No Jumper Instagram for 7 months, and then...
And that's a huge impact on your business.
Huge, and I made a video basically talking about it, and then within a couple days, like a representative got in touch with me who was able to get us back on there, which is crazy.
That's luck,
yeah, just pure... Like, how much attention can you drive to this issue is basically like the deciding factor of if you're going to be able to exist on the platform or not. I mean, it feels like it should be criminal, but at the end of the day, like, they just get by on the excuse of, like, we're allowed to have whoever we want on our platform and just completely ignore the way it's being abused. Yeah, it's crazy. So, okay, what are the challenges in terms of, like, running a business that exists in kind of a legal gray area, because you guys don't have access to like traditional banking and stuff as well, right?
We do, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Actually, First Citizens Bank, like shout out to them. It's a North Carolina bank, and they're great. You know, I love the people there. They are totally in support of our business, like the hemp industry and everything. So, that's a great ally for this. But generally speaking, like a lot of people do just bank with whatever random normal banks, and it's not typically a problem until you get a wire from like some idiot whose LLC name is like Smoke Shop Weed LLC or something.
Right.
And they're just like, no, we're gonna flag this, shut down your account. Here's your check. Have a nice life.
Wow.
You know.
So you guys never had to deal with that? You've like got into a situation with a good bank from the beginning?
Yeah. Early on, we started working with them, but I've never personally had my accounts closed. But I've had a million. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, like I'm banned from all of that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a handful of other different financial services that I've gotten banned from. Like, that just, hey, this is a normal business that we should be able to definitely use this, but they have no tolerance for cannabis or hemp or anything. So, yeah, there's a lot of like red tape in that regard.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like at one point, like the OnlyFans world deals with a lot of the same problems that you guys are dealing with, but like my wife had her PayPal deleted that she'd had for like 10 years.
Has money on it too.
Yeah, lost money, and it was like basically because like, you know, just being associated as an OnlyFans person or whatever. I think she wasn't even doing anything porn adjacent with her PayPal, but they still just took it out. It's crazy.
And they'll keep your money too.
Yeah.
And it's again one of those like their terms and conditions is just kind of like shady enough that they can just do whatever they want and like not have to explain anything to you either.
I know. We have to basically just like sit back and hope that the AI gets smart enough to be able to differentiate between abuse and, you know, normal complaints. I guess. I don't know if that's even.
Or there's just better financial systems that come out.
Definitely. How big is your actual team? Like, how many employees do you have at this point?
About 100 people.
100 different people. And what, you just got like a big warehouse in Florida?
Yeah, we have a big warehouse in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Okay.
It was in Florida, but there's like a massive MSO company in Florida that's literally spending like over $100 million a year to lobby against hemp.
And why?
Because it's like they spent hundreds of millions of dollars, probably billions of dollars, establishing the Florida medical marijuana system with such a moat around it that if I wanted to play in that space, like I said, at least I have to bring $100 million to the table, and then I'm still not guaranteed a license. Like it is a fucked situation. It's not fair, and it doesn't make sense for a plant that's so easy to grow.
Right.
But separate conversation. Sorry, what did you say?
We're just talking about the size of the business and where it's located and everything. Yeah.
We moved it from Florida to Charlotte as we were in like a big period of growth because I saw all that was happening and I didn't want to risk like I had to get a bigger warehouse space. I had to hire a lot more people. And I really didn't want to have to like build this whole team, hire a bunch of people, and potentially have to fire them because it's like, oh shit, the law just changed. Now we have to move, and now I have to find an entire new team of 50 people or 100 people or whatever it would be in a different state, in a different location. So when I was at that point of having to grow, North Carolina was like clearly the better option from a legal standpoint and like a longevity standpoint. So I moved there.
And did they take any kind of interest in you, or are you basically just left alone?
What do you mean by that?
Like legally, like is there any kind of attention being put on you, or you're basically just able to
I'm sure I'm on radars because like I promote all over the place. I'm not like quiet at all about what I do, but like, we're in full compliance with everything. So it's like we have like a legal team that's just constantly auditing our business and like making sure everything's just totally good to go. Because like I said, like I don't want to go to jail or anything. I'm following the laws as they're written, and that's that. And you know, but I'm sure I'm got a docket on me somewhere.
Definitely, but I mean, yeah. So you're kind of like constantly auditing the business in hopes that if you do get audited, that it'll be a relatively seamless process. Yeah.
Yeah. And also, I'm like looking at this like for the future of like, okay, potentially this company could go public in 3 to 5 years or something like that. So it's like I want to have a foundation established where it's like there's not going to be any issues preventing me from establishing like, okay, this is something with enterprise value down the road because we were around or like had loose ends or whatever in the beginning. You know?
So this is like your first round of interviews. Is that a conscious decision? Because I feel like you becoming more of a well-known person in the industry that obviously is kind of beneficial. People could see you. I want to support this guy. I like what he's doing. I like what he has to say, etc. But then the other side of that is that, you know, the feds are also watching, and you might want to be considerate of how big your name gets as a result of that as well, right?
I mean, my name is out there in terms of everything. I've always been public about being the owner and doing everything that we're doing, but from the sense of like who we are as a company, what we stand for, what our goals are, like that's. I realized like, okay, I've built this business as big as it has been by just pounding marketing, and now at this point, like I want to tell people who we are, like do a storytelling of like who is the business, what do we stand for, like what is our goals and everything, and like, you know, the goal is like, okay, really principally to keep weed legal in the way that it is. And so to do that is like, okay, I want to share this story, like, hey guys, weed's legal, this is what it is, like if it comes up in your state to vote about it, you should vote, you know, to keep this legal, because it's a great situation. You know, people can, you know, in a lot more cases there's a lot less people going to jail for weed, and like that's just something that I don't want to happen at all anywhere in the country, is people going to jail for weed. So
definitely, yeah. I mean, the storytelling aspect is tricky because, like, if you had asked me a couple weeks ago what Bay Smokes was, I probably would have said it's like a trap weed brand that does promo with rappers, just because I never looked into it. But when I see rappers promoting some random weed brand that I haven't heard of, that's just kind of what I assume, is that there's just, you know, there's a lot of other brands that fall into that space. But it's got to like how do you approach that? Because it's got to be tricky to do the storytelling aspect of it when your Instagram keeps getting deleted, and it's difficult to like, I feel like it's a weird thing with weed where such a huge percentage of people smoke weed, but then meanwhile the amount of people that have the level of attention to really pay attention to brands is like kind of comparatively low. Like everybody smokes weed, but then like the weed podcasts do, you know, relatively small numbers, as opposed to like in hip hop, it's like hip hop itself is gigantic, but then the hip hop media is also pretty gigantic. But there's so many people that are like casual weed consumers that don't feel the need to like really be interested in the industry and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in a lot of senses, like for alcohol, I'm sure no one's like too particular tied into like their favorite alcohol brand.
Right, the sort of craft beer world is like 1% compared to the actual alcohol world. Yeah.
And so it's not like my goal is in particular to like make everyone in the world like fall in love and follow the story and everything, because what, you know, it kind of boils down to a basic, like I started the company because I liked smoking weed and I liked selling weed, and I found a legal way to do it. And you know, at this point, it's like we've got a great fulfillment and service. You can buy good weed at different prices, and it'll get shipped to your door legally. Like there's not too much to it in that regard, but I guess really the more intention that I have of like, okay, sharing the story and all is like at this point in the industry, I feel like it's a kind of like a crucial inflection point of like really spreading the news of like, this law is, you know, weed's been legal for this long. Like we really got to fight to keep it legal, because it's, you know, we have an increasing lobbying budget. So do all the other companies in the space. Like we're having to spend more and more money on lobbying each year, because like more different state by states, it's popping up that like, hey, we didn't realize that weed's been legal, and what are we going to do about it now? And like, you know, there's always the the save the kids angle, and then it's, you know, it's really just a lobbying game. It's like, so I'm young and I don't know anything about government and politics and what, but I've had to learn a hell of a lot about it because of being in this space and literally having to play and fight the legal battle of like keeping this legal.
Right. Is
So
that
that's
kind
really
of
my goal more so than anything.
Is it kind of depressing to have to sink so much money into the lobbying angle, which is just like a system that you probably feel shouldn't exist in the first place? Like it just shouldn't be like this.
Sure. I mean, anytime I'm sending boatloads of cash to like our lobbying group, and I know it's like just going to fund somebody to stand in a courtroom and just like plead our side of the situation, like that's not like a, oh cool, I'm growing my business, and it is like an abstract thing that it ultimately could go to nothing, you know, but I don't know. I mean, like I said from the start, like this is something that I'm passionate about. It's something that I care about, and like I want weed to stay legal, and this is a fun business to be in. So, just paying my dues to the industry along with like everybody else that's kind of a part of it.
So you started the business while the pandemic was already like pretty much in full swing.
Yeah, really the right at the beginning of the pandemic, like I had just moved to Miami and launched the brand, and like that's when, like right at the start of the pandemic.
I got to assume that we'd experienced something similar to what podcasting did, where everybody just had massively inflated numbers for a period of time.
It was a great time to start the brand.
Right, but then also, like, were there decisions you made during that time period that you kind of look at now, like that, like shit, maybe we expanded too fast, or?
Oh, a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times in the beginning, I mean, this was my first, because like I said before, I just drop ship stuff. So other than that, like I had zero experience of like running a packaged goods brand or like managing teams or anything like that. So I'm going into this like thinking like, okay, like I just market it and grow and we'll figure the rest out. And, you know, we had huge spikes of growth, and then it's like, oh, the manufacturer can't keep up with us. And that was like led to a crash, or like, and we moved to a different person and we started using a third-party logistics warehouse, and it's like, oh, now this guy can't keep up with us, or he's stealing from us, or like different problems that, you know, so many different problems that come up throughout the, you know, course of the business. Also because like a lot of people who are working in this side of the business, they're not like business professional people. They're just like, oh, I used to sell weed and now I'm in this, and like they don't really know how to operate a business or manage their own money or anything like that. So, you know, you're dealing with a lot of just like all over the place characters in this space. And just me being like a kid, basically, like growing this business that got really big really quickly, and like, oh shit, you know, we had a lot of learning curves to that, you know, growth crash. But ultimately, like, I think the most important thing for me was when I brought on like an executive team of like people who had run and scaled much bigger companies, and they brought a bunch more wisdom to the table of like, hey, how can we keep growing and not crash?
How difficult was it to put together that team? Or like, how did you get in contact with them? Yeah.
Because like, I mean, you put up a LinkedIn ad, and like, I'm just interviewing people like to be, you know, high level people in my company. It's, again, it's like I have no experience. I didn't go to business school.
A lot of the biggest companies that I've watched over the years, that's what they've had to do, is basically you got to hire like a CEO for your own business, and it's very difficult to hire somebody who's smarter and more experienced than you. Like, you're basically hiring somebody who would be able to do a better job at hiring themselves than you are possibly capable of.
Yeah. So that was like my first like executive hire. Like I hired a CEO because that's exactly what I thought. Like, I mean, the biggest thing was like operationally, like I'm really good at marketing, and I wanted to focus on marketing, and I really know the product, and I really know the opportunity of the business, and like there's a lot of this that's relationship based, and like I'm really good at all of that. Like the kind of boring back end of the business, like it's like that's daunting and tedious, and it was taking me away from my high value skills. So it's like that was the whole. It's like, okay, I need to hire someone who can just make sure everything is good on the back end. And I mean, I think I got lucky with just like the person that I brought on was really good for that. And they brought on some good people as well. So, you know, there's some amount of luck and some amount of like, hey, this is what we got, we're rolling with it, we just kind of keep working through it. But it was just a gamble, really.
Is there any like specific mistakes or, you know, learning teachable moments that stand out to you in terms of things that you wish that you had understood beforehand?
I mean, ultimately, whatever decision you make while you're in business and growing, it's like you're gonna make a lot of mistakes, and sometimes they're expensive mistakes and you lose a lot of money. But I wouldn't say it's like I wish I knew this beforehand for anything really in particular, because all the mistakes kind of just led me to where I am now, and seeming to go continuously in a good direction.
Definitely. What okay, besides just like working with rappers and influencers to do promotion, like you guys do sort of like streetwear style drops, right? So like what other things move the needle in terms of marketing? Like what actually works from your experience, having tried so many different things?
I mean, it's kind of just like in this space too, like when a opportunity for marketing pops up, a lot of times it goes away pretty quickly also. So really the most important thing that we've done in anything that we're doing for marketing is like we're constantly testing new things in a bunch of different avenues across all platforms, like every single social platform across, like doing billboards, doing TV, doing like this, that, and the other, like even in-person activation types of things. And it's just having a team that is like aggressively testing new things and constantly kind of doing like idea meetings where it's just like, all right, what are some good ideas of how we could do this? The most valuable like thing that I feel like we have as a team is like people who really understand content creation and how to make stuff go viral with content, because that's kind of like the foundation of online marketing.
You have to like create stuff that's capable of going viral on its own. Yeah.
And then you can pay to boost it.
Right. No, yeah, you see that kind of constantly. And like the best stuff of that sort is stuff that the average consumer doesn't really understand that they're even looking at an ad. Like I see that all the time where I'll see a Pop Crave post or some shit or an account on any other like Instagram account or sometimes I'll see the whole hip hop YouTube world taken over by a story or a narrative. And I'm thinking like all these people talking about that have no idea that my account and this other account all got paid to post that. Yeah. And then it became something that like dominated the internet for a couple days. And all those people don't realize that they're basically just like playing into something that was astroturfed for a couple $1,000. Yeah. So it's kind of wild. And then I'm sitting here just like not really wanting to say anything about it. I don't want to like give it away. But I've seen that all the time. And like one of the craziest things is when you see artists who haven't dropped, people will be like, oh, that artist hasn't dropped an album in 10 years for this and this reason. And it's like, they don't know that I've seen that artist team buy promotion to like basically test the waters to see if they're going to be able to get the interest of the people. And then they like back off when they realize that the people aren't really like reacting or responding to that. And I'm like, you might think that they just quietly took 10 years off, but they've actually been kind of plotting on what their moment was going to be this whole time. It's kind of bizarre like that.
Exactly. Like that's, you're kind of repeating, like they are testing in a bunch of different ways, a bunch of different things. And like, you know, they might test it in a small way enough that you mainly might not even notice it until something catches. But when something catches, it's like, all right, now like dump as much as we can into exploding this moment.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why so many artists who are signed to labels are just kind of languishing away and like not really experiencing any kind of growth, is because the label is basically putting it on them. Like you need to like find the song that has some kind of potential that will start moving, and then we can amp it up. But until you get to that point, we're not going to be able to just like take you from 0 to 60. You know, you have to like really lay the groundwork yourself, even if you are an artist who they previously gave hundreds of thousands or $1 million or whatever. Definitely. So like, do you get a lot of personal hate online or anything? Like is there an amount of blowback that is kind of hard to deal with, or is it not really like that?
I feel like it hasn't been so much directed at me, but at the brand. Like I've definitely seen people like talk negatively about it, and there's like throughout the entire time, you know, you're dealing with like people just downplaying hemp for like, oh, that's fake weed or whatever. But you know, at the end of the day, it's like I've kind of been in this space watching the trajectory and the change of mindsets about everything, and slowly but surely people are now realizing on this side, like, oh wait, THCA is regular weed, and this actually makes a lot more sense that I buy it from a legal company, because then if I get pulled over, I don't have a Ziploc bag with weed in it that's clearly, you know, marijuana. I have a weed or cannabis, whatever, in my THCA bag, and this is legal, and now I can't get in trouble for this.
I wonder though, in like middle America, how effective that argument is when you get pulled over and you're pointing on the bag, be like, look, it says THCA, and you've got some like knucklehead 23-year-old cop that doesn't know what the fuck he's looking at. Right?
People still are getting arrested with it, and I've seen like some shitty body cam footage of like people getting tackled, and like, and the guy's like, no, I bought this at a smoke shop, like, what the fuck, man? And like, you know, it's still happening, but the point is at the end of the day, and in court, like ultimately it's gonna get thrown out. You might still get tackled. You might still get thrown in the back of a cop car, which sucks, super sucks. And now you're gonna have to deal with whatever you're gonna have to deal with. But you know, if you bought a legal hemp product, then you didn't have criminal intention, and what you had wasn't an illegal product. So it's like, okay, well, you can't get in trouble for that. You know, they can make you go through the loops, but in a lot more places, like they know what this is, and they know where their kind of extent to get you lies. And like, I feel like in a lot more places in the country than ever before, because of this hemp law, like people aren't getting bothered more. Besides, like, they might take it, you know, but what are they gonna file all this paperwork and all this stuff just when like they've probably already done that before and realized like, oh shit, like this doesn't go anywhere. It says it's hemp on the packaging. Like at the end of the day, I'm gonna fill out all this paperwork just to look like the dumbass because I brought him in for a legal product that he bought in a smoke shop that's technically legal, so I can't do anything about it besides confiscate it and throw it away.
Yeah, I realize having this conversation too, like just how warped my view of the way cops feel about weed is, because in California, obviously it's about as permissive as you could ever imagine. And a lot of states too, even when you're in New York, you know, I've been like sitting around smoking a blunt and had like 2 or 3 cops walk by on the street and they don't even look at us.
Yeah.
And being someone who, you know, lived in New York at a time where, you know, we would have to go like huddle together like homeless people under a bridge or whatever to smoke weed because we were so paranoid about getting caught up. It's like, I don't know, it's just so bizarre to live in that world. But then when I hear about people in Texas or Florida or whatever who just get by the cops to an extent that it's kind of hard for me to imagine in this day and age. It's like, oh, I forget that that's like one of the biggest value adds of living in California from a young age.
Yeah, but honestly, Texas is kind of like one of the crazier things in my head of this industry, because Texas is like massively adopted this whole THCA dispensary thing. It's currently being debated in courts. Like I think a bill to ban it passed in the Senate, but in the House, I don't think it's passed yet. And that's where our lobbying team has spent the most resources, like, you know, convincing them like, hey, let's keep this legal. But like, there's THCA dispensaries all over Texas. Probably if you're out smoking a blunt, like you're still gonna get harassed, or like, you know, they're gonna take it from you or otherwise, because generally speaking, a lot of people in Texas don't want that like in their culture or in their face. Like they don't want to be like seeing someone smoking a blunt or whatever. Like the culture here is like a lot more people I feel like are open about smoking weed. It's just kind of part of the culture.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be a tough conversation once you have a rolled blunt in your hand to be like, no, it's THCA, because what the fuck is the cop going to possibly do to...
Take it, though.
Yeah, you can take it for sure.
The thing of that, and that's why this is, like, at the end of the day, like I said, nobody should be going to jail for it. So the punishment in that situation, more often than not, is, if anything, going to take it from you. Hey, you can't smoke here, and I don't know what's in this, but, you know, you're saying it's THCA. Maybe you have the THCA bag or jar in your pocket, but you know, I'm just gonna take this and tell you to off.
Have you thought international at all?
Yeah, for sure, but the US market is like so big, and I think especially for cannabis, because we kind of like have a much earlier start than a lot of the other countries. Like the weed in this country is more like the scene, the culture, and the businesses and everything, it's more advanced. And so my kind of goal is more so focused around growing the US market, and then you know, we only have so many people. We only have so many teammates to kind of go after all of this, and it's like there's a lot more opportunity in the U.S. than, you know, same thing as like, oh, why we're not doing like a dispensary or California cannabis is because like the best opportunity is really the nationwide hemp thing that we're doing now, and there's still a lot more room to grow.
How many packages are you sending out a day, if you could estimate?
A couple thousand.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And do you feel like, would you be able to break down like what percentage of those are your established customers versus customers that are new being brought in through advertising?
I think we have a really high rate of returning customers. And it's kind of just something that builds up more and more over time, but it's hard to say exactly what's like, you know, the returning versus the otherwise from the far angle. A lot of times people are like making new addresses or you know, new emails or whatever to order, and so it's not like perfectly trackable, but I'd say probably like above 70% is like repeat business.
Really? So you see a lot of people where this just becomes their day-to-day, how they get weed is through you guys.
Yeah, I mean, because we have I mean, a ton of different offerings, really, really competitive pricing, and really good quality across the board. But the smoke shop route is like increasingly where more of our business is going. We kind of started as e-commerce, and then we evolved into a lot more like just distribution. So that's kind of like the biggest part of the business now, because at the end of the day, most people, when they want weed, like they want it today, they want it now. So e-commerce is like a little bit of a weird avenue, but the benefit of buying it online is like you're getting it as absolutely fresh as you can versus you buy it in a store. Like it could have been sitting in a distributor, could have been sitting in the distributor's warehouse for a month. It could have been sitting at the smoke shop for another month, and now kind of dealing with the same dispensary problem that I was describing earlier, where it's like the common experience is that you're buying old weed.
Yeah, I always hear from people that work in dispensaries that, you know, I probably have a artificial view of what kind of weed is popular because I'm around so many rappers who take pride in smoking the best weed possible, and they're like, no, like when it comes to dispensaries, people walk in and they don't give a what they're buying quite often. They just want like the cheapest shit possible. Is that kind of your experience too, that you have to really market, you have to have options available for people that really don't have a lot of money to spend?
For sure. I mean, we're in a recession right now, so it's like the stuff that moves the most is definitely the cheapest stuff, by far. I mean, that's just kind of like, if you go in any dispensary and you ask the owners and the bud tenders as well, like that's, you know, unless you're in a particularly like bougie area, like the cheaper stuff is probably going to be what sells the most. But like the high-end stuff is just kind of like separate. Like, I mean, for better or for worse, I've kind of made Base Smokes like a superstore of like, we have all the options. We have super cheap options, and we have the most high-end flame exotic stuff as well. But it's kind of like different ways of marketing to different people. But yeah, I mean, I'm not a branding expert by any means, so it might not have been the best move to kind of have all the options, but that's what we do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's probably a ton of people that are on the more high-end part of the market as well, right?
There's the thing about cannabis is that the market is massive. It is like probably 150 billion annual across like regulated marijuana, hemp, and the black market. And so it's not even just like the rap culture and everything. Like even this is just like a subsection of cannabis smokers. Like there's like soccer moms that smoke a lot of weed. There's old people that smoke a lot of weed, and there's hippie culture that smokes a lot of weed, and country culture. Like there's so many different cultures that's like, it's not like one brand is going to be able to service everybody or be the biggest absolute everywhere. You know, it can be the biggest of that one niche, but there's a lot of different subcultures of cannabis.
Definitely. Do you like the Lil Baby collab in particular? Like, what did it take to make that happen? And was that something that kind of uniquely moved the needle?
It's a really big collab for sure. What it took to make that happen is, like I said, like I feel like I'm good just relationship with people, and like in this process of everything we're doing with rappers, it's like, okay, I kind of have an open bid out, like, hey, any rapper with a following, like I will give you money to promote my brand. And you know, eventually it was like, okay, I want to buy from Lil Baby, and I get to Lil Baby, it's like, hey, I want to buy from you, but like I know you have this like Wham thing that's already like established, but it's not really available for sale so much. And like kind of my thing with him was like, yo, I think you have the biggest weed brand ever that's not available for sale anywhere. What if I did a partnership with you and we have it available nationally, and like I'm taking the risk for you and I'm financing it, and like I'm plugging you into the system, like I already have all the fulfillment centers and the grows and everything handled. So, you know, we can instantly turn this on, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be massive. And he's a business person. He's like, yeah, like, let's do it. That sounds great. And, I think why it happens is also like, you know, the platform that I've already built, it's an impressive platform. So someone like him can see that and go like, okay, like this guy's making a lot of money. Like it's clear that he could do the same for me. And be like the trust, because like I said earlier, also like there's a lot of shady people in this space that you wouldn't trust them as far as you could, you know, throw something at them. And so seeing somebody, I mean, I feel like I'm overly honest, overly transparent, and you know, that's like a relief of someone in this space, and you know, whatever, to interact with is like, oh, okay, I feel pretty trustworthy with this guy.
With an artist as big as Lil Baby, though, did it feel like it was primarily his decision, or does he have like a team that this really kind of had to go through? Because I'm not sure how many people are part of his operation.
Of course, it has to go through like a legal kind of check. Right. He has other partners, and like really great about my partnership with him is like he had like a a design team that, you know, has been creating all this amazing artwork and like cool accessories and merch and everything for, I mean, I don't know how many years they've been doing this, but like at least 4 years. They've been like building all this brand assets that, you know, I was just able to kind of come in, and it's like, you know, I've done deals with rappers before where it's like, okay, I do the deal, and now they're like, all right, now you do everything. It's like, whoa, like, I thought you guys were, you know, you had a team to do some stuff, but, you know, working with him it was great because they had a team to do all of that branding work, which honestly, that's one thing where I felt like we were weakened to some extent beforehand. And so it's like, all right, that's done already. Obviously, he's got a big marketing platform and a big name already, and the brand is like people already knew what Wham was. They were already smoking Wham from their drug dealer that's like fake Wham or whatever. So it was a really easy thing to kind of pick up and just roll with.
Right. Were there any like big names that you've tried to work with that you weren't really able to get through to, or that you're still kind of working on?
I'm talking. I feel like anyone that's like even the biggest rappers like I've talked to or I am talking to, trying to either convince them like, hey, just promote my thing, I'll pay you, come on, just take the money, or otherwise I've tried to do like other partnerships and stuff. I don't really want to say somebody's name, like, or something that I'm talking about, or something that didn't work out, but
definitely
anybody that's big I've tried to offer money to.
What's your vision for where the brand could be at in the next, you know, 2 to 5 years? Like, what are the areas of growth that you're focused on?
I mean, really to kind of get us out more and more into as many smoke shops as possible, and like potentially start other brands as well, because like I said, like all of this is, you know, you can only reach so many people with one brand, because the way that we're marketing and targeting people, it appeals towards a certain demographic versus like, you know, a different demographic might see this brand, even though it's the same product in a different bag, they just don't align with it, or they don't, you know, something about it doesn't stand out to them as much, or they don't trust it as much. You know, like some people want like a clean, professional, like medical kind of looking thing, or something that's more appealing to like older people versus like, you know, this brand is more appealing to like rap culture and that sort of thing, because we've done so much promoting with influencers and rappers and stuff. So yeah, just kind of expanding in as many ways as possible. Hopefully we can make more good new partnerships. But really the most important thing of like the future of this is like, I want to ensure that this law, you know, however it goes, that it transitions into, hey, this is what federal legalization looks like, so that we can kind of continue in this space, other people continue in this space. It's easy access for whoever wants to kind of participate in. They can get in without, you know, crazy, you know, insane licensing fees or this, that, and the other. And eventually, you know, it'd be awesome to take this globally.
Hell yeah, man. I learned a lot, honestly, because I've always kind of had questions about the THCA stuff, the Delta 8 stuff, etc. So yeah, definitely it feels like I learned a lot, honestly, and you guys seem like you have a great business going on. So congrats, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 26.
That's actually insane. That's pretty crazy. When I was 26, I wasn't doing jack shit. But man, yeah, congrats. So for everybody out there, where would you direct them if they want to interact with the brand? You don't know your Instagram handle right now, so that's part of the problem, I guess.
BaseSmokes.com. Go get a free 8.
There you go. All right. Appreciate you, man. Thanks so much. No Jumper. Shout out Base Smokes. Like, comment, subscribe. Coolest podcast. We out.
A long, long, long time ago, there were godlike beings called Keepers, and the creation around them which they called the Ether. Two of those beings went by many names throughout the span of time. Most commonly, one was referred to as Dr. Monty, and the other as the Shadow Man. You see, not much is known about their history before the invention of a device known as the Summoning Key. But it was this device that allowed the Keepers to manipulate the Ether and create Agartha. What is Agartha? It's essentially another dimension that is beyond anything that we know and don't know. It's a dimension where everything is perfect. The Keepers were a lot like ancient scientists. They experimented with a lot of things, and that got them into trouble. The Keepers were able to master the ability to travel between dimensions, which led to the discovery of something called the Dark Ether. It's a powerful energy source that exists beneath creation. Many of the Keepers were corrupted by this new power and turned into bad guys we know as Apothicons. These guys were led by the Shadow Man. A war raged between the Apothicons and the Keepers, who were led by Dr. Monty, until finally the Apothicons were defeated and banished to the Dark Ether. Over the span of eons, the Apothicons evolved into twisted, monstrous creatures whose only desire was to return to Agartha. They just wanted to come home. But these guys knew a secret. On Earth, there was a gateway to Agartha. So, they sent meteors containing something called Element 115 to various Earths across various dimensions. It was their belief that if humanity waged enough war with each other, a rift would open up, allowing the Apothicons to escape the Dark Ether. Eventually, this does happen. The Apothicons escape, so the Keepers teamed up with the humans to defend Earth. The Apothicons, although really scary looking, are just a bunch of wusses, because they lose the war. Again. After the war, there were 4 knights wielding staves of power. These guys were known as Primus. But with all this magic, fighting, and dimension hopping going on, someone forgot to document the war. Now, there was also another dimension that documented the Great War, but we'll get to that later. Let's just stick with this dimension and fast forward to the 1800s. Element 115 was discovered in the American West. Yeehaw! It was also during this time that a resident of the town, Jebediah Brown, created a piece of something known as the Agarthan device. It's an object that is used to shape our reality. However, it needs 3 things for it to work: the Vril device, blood of an elder god, and an elemental shard. He created the Vril device, but didn't have access to the other pieces. Now let's again fast forward to World War II. Somehow, 3 major powers of the world discovered more of Element 115. The Germans, Japanese, and the Americans. What a coincidence, right? The Germans and the Japanese wanted to use it to create something of a super soldier that would be useful in the war. Group 935, led by German scientists Dr. Maxis and Dr. Richthofen, began experimenting with teleportation. But they screwed up and inadvertently created the first zombie. Seeing his failure, Maxis diverts his attention to making wonder weapons. There was a problem though. Money was low. So, the Nazis stepped in and said, "Hey, I know we're fighting a war and stuff, but we will give you some money if you send us some super weapons." Dr. Maxis went for the deal. Richthofen and Dr. Schuster continued working on the teleporter behind Maxis's back. In the process of experimenting, Dr. Richthofen wanted to use the teleporter himself, but he accidentally teleported himself to the moon, where back in the time of the Great War, the Apothicons had created a dark ether pyramid. Of course, he had to touch it too. This resulted in him getting electrocuted and hearing voices telling him to open it up. That electric shock also led to him getting teleported to a jungle called Shangri-La. While Richthofen was there, he discovered the focusing stone and Agartha. A little while later, he was teleported back to Group 935's facilities at Duris and started planning the construction of a moon base. You still with me? Dr. Maxis had a daughter named Samantha. She was neglected by her father, and during one of the teleportation experiments, Richthofen decided it would be a great idea to teleport them away. Samantha got sent to the moon, and her dad to the crazy place. While Samantha was on the moon, Graf and Schuster scared her, and she jumped into the ether pyramid. Meanwhile, her father developed the ability to physically merge with electricity. Eventually, Dr. Richthofen pulls Dr. Maxis out of the crazy place to get him to tuck Samantha out of the pyramid. She ends up coming out and is greeted by her father telling her to kill them all, before eventually turning a gun on himself. Dr. Maxis merges with the electronics on the moon, but his death triggers Samantha, and she releases the undead on the base to kill every member of Group 935. What a gal. This is where a group called Ultimus comes in, a group of prisoners who are being used as test subjects for Dr. Richthofen's mind control experiments. In this group was American tank Dempsey, Russian prisoner Nikolai Belinsky, and a Japanese soldier named Takeo Masaki. During this time, Samantha Maxis was going nuts on the moon with her zombies and stuff. So, Richthofen thought he knew how to beat her, and the secret lied within his diary. So Richthofen woke the group up in order to retrieve his diary from Shinonuma. It was a successful mission, and they were able to return safely back to Duris. This is good news, right? Well, no, not exactly. After returning, the next part of the plan was to go to the moon to stop Psycho Samantha. But Richthofen ended up overloading the teleporter, sending the Ultimus crew to Kino in the 1960s. And his diary ended up at the Ascension facility with the Russians. If you know a bit about history, you'll know that during the 60s, the Cold War was in full swing, and the US and Russia weren't exactly the best of friends. Americans and Soviets raided Group 935 and took all their sweet sciencey stuff. The Soviets were experimenting with Element 115 at this time, and they also discovered a second part to the Agarthan device, the blood of an elder god. By the way, remember Samantha? Well, she was able to time travel with the help of Yuri and stalk Ultimus throughout time and space. This is why everything is overrun with zombies. Darn it, Yuri. While Ultimus was fighting off the undead, they discovered a lunar lander and traveled to Ascension. Meanwhile, the White House is under attack by zombies. After surviving the outbreak, they create the group Broken Arrow, a scientific research program sanctioned by President Kennedy to research Element 115. Now let's go back to Ascension. Richtofen remembers that the Vril device is at the Siberian facility. So, Ultimus frees Gersh, this little orb thingy, and he teleports them to Siberia in 2011. Unfortunately, they land in a locked room on the set of George Romero's movie, Call of the Dead. At this time, George Romero was doing some research for a World War II movie when he got his hands on Richtofen's research. This inspires him to make a movie about zombies, using that as a cover-up to do more digging at the Siberian facility. Ultimus arrives and an outbreak occurs. But since they're locked up in some room, they aren't able to get what they came for. Call the Dead cast to the rescue. They bring the Vril device to Richtofen, and once again, Ultimus teleports out of there. Ultimus then makes a pit stop at the Himalayas, aka Shangri-La, in search of the focusing stone. Lucky for them, 2 British explorers got there first. The 2 British explorers, known as Brock and Gary, were looking for Agartha when an eclipse occurred and trapped them in a time loop. It's almost like somebody didn't want them finding Agartha. Anyway, Ultimus frees them in exchange for this glowing rock. Finally, Richtofen has everything he needs for his plan. He teleports to the moon, combines the Vril device and focusing stone to power the MPD, and swaps his soul with Samantha's. Now he's in control of the zombies and the ether. The end. Kidding. We're not done yet. Remember Dr. Maxis? Well, his consciousness is still in the electronics on the moon. He contacts the other 3 Ultimus members and has them launch rockets at Earth to cut Richtofen off from the ether. Unfortunately, the calculations were bad, and Earth is now in a million pieces. But Richtofen still has control over the zombies. Great. Earth is at the mercy of 2 mad scientists. Before we get any further, let's talk about what's happening on Earth while all the moon stuff was going on. So, Broken Arrow was drilling for 115 near Nuketown when their drill exploded. The CIA and CDC were sent to investigate, but when they arrived, they found that a zombie outbreak already occurred. Apparently, the explosion threw bits of 115 into the surrounding air and caused all the Broken Arrow employees to get infected. Getting back to the CDC and CIA agents, they don't live very long because one of the rockets from the moon hits nearby. Everyone at Nuketown is killed except for one Marlton Johnson, who happened to be hiding in the fallout shelter there. Why was he there? Because he's a conspiracy theorist and wanted to dig deeper into Broken Arrow's experiments. After leaving Nuketown to continue his search, he meets Misty, Russman, and Stuhlinger at the Hanford site in Washington State. I'm talking about Transit. Together, they become Victus. Then Maxis and Richtofen reach out to them. Both scientists were contacting survivors to activate pylons for them, but they each wanted them for different reasons. Maxis wanted to open a gateway to Agartha and reunite with his daughter in order to heal the Earth. Richtofen wanted to mend the rift and gain control over zombies and humans. Oh, I almost forgot. Richtofen could only talk to people who have a connection to the ether, and that's through eating zombie flesh. So the only person he could talk to in the Victus crew was Stuhlinger. The other 3 were contacted by Maxis. Moving on, the crew ends up activating 3 pylons in Maxis' favor. One in Transit, one in Die-Rise, and the last one in Buried. But Maxis is a liar. Instead of healing the Earth, he opens up a rift to Agartha to meet with Samantha and destroys the Earth entirely. On top of that, for revenge, he puts Richtofen's soul into a zombie. When Daddy Maxis arrives in Agartha, Samantha realizes he is an evil old man. So she reaches out to a nicer version of him in Dimension 63 and convinces him to help free her from Agartha. This is the beginning of the documented dimension. In this dimension, a guy named Pablo Marinus wrote about the Great War. This leads to Group 935 discovering 115 a few decades earlier at the Origins site. The Allies didn't like that this kind of power was in German hands, so they sent 3 operatives to investigate. The US sent Dempsey, Japan sent Tack, and Russia sent Nikolai. Before the three arrived in France, an outbreak occurred at the dig site. Maxis unfortunately got really ill and became one of the infected. But before he turned, Richtofen took the old hacksaw to Maxis' skull and put his brain inside a drone. That's when the other three guys showed up, and all four united to form Primus. Their new mission? Free Samantha. And that's exactly what they do. Maxis in drone form goes to Agartha, frees her, and Dr. Monty erases evil Maxis from existence. Monty also gives drone Maxis a new body. Now we get reintroduced to Dr. Monty. He comes up with some great plan and reveals it to Maxis. He wants to create a new reality that is free of corruption and free of the Apothicons. However, he needs the souls of people who have already been through the fracturing of the multiverse. That means Ultimus. But hang on, we'll get back to that in a second. Maxis teleports Richtofen to Agartha real fast and tells him about Dr. Monty's plan. Richtofen needs to retrieve the summoning key in the Chronorium in order for this plan to work. Richtofen travels to 1940 and asks the Illuminati to build him a lab underneath Alcatraz. A few days later, he meets with the warden of Alcatraz, Stanley Ferguson, and convinces him to help them construct and maintain the lab. Richtofen returns to Agartha and finds out that he also has a connection to Victus, and can talk to Stuhlinger the way Ultimus Richtofen did. He uses Stu to get the Victus crew to find the Chronorium for him, then takes their blood samples and has them transferred to Alcatraz, where they stay frozen until a better world arrives. Better world. Yeah, right. Sometime later, Richtofen gets the blood samples of Sal and Finn from Mob of the Dead and hands them over to his younger self. His younger self arrives from Zetsubou, gets the blood vials, and older Richtofen travels to Morgue City, where Shadows of Evil takes place. He recently learned that the summoning key was there. Before Richtofen arrives, the Shadow Man screws with the heads of 4 individuals in Morgue City. He tells them that they've done some bad stuff and that they have to do some rituals to free him and make up for their mistakes. The crew ends up freeing him and then realize that they were tricked. So they put him back in the summoning key, but then Richtofen arrives and takes it, dooming their dimension. Primus then travels to Doris in the undocumented dimension in 1943, a few seconds right after Richtofen sends Sam and her father away in the teleporter. Boom! Ultimus Richtofen dead. Why does he do this? Remember, Monty needs Ultimus' souls in order to erase the Apothicons from reality. 3 more souls to go. Primus goes on to Horizondrock to get Ultimus Dempsey's soul, Zetsubou no Shima to get Ultimus Takio's soul, and finally, Gerard Grovey to get Nikolai's. In between Zetsubou and Gerard, they stop at Alcatraz for snacks. Then, Richtofen sends the souls to the house, where they can all be innocent children and play with the toys. Maxis somehow gets his hands on the summoning key and frees the Shadow Man from it. The Shadow Man then opens a rift and allows all the Apothicons into Agartha. This is what we see in Revelations. Dang it, Maxis. Monty tasks Primus with defeating the Shadow Man and his followers, which they do, and they also drink the blood vials they get from Blood of the Dead. Because once they give Monty what he wants, he plans to erase them from reality. Monty is pissed, because they've just started a paradox by drinking blood from dimensions that don't exist anymore. Instead of destroying them, he sends Primus back to the Great War, where they start all over again. All the previous events that went down are happening again and again in an endless loop. But wait, I forgot to mention something. In Mob of the Dead, 4 mobsters imprisoned in Alcatraz planned to escape using a makeshift plane. Their names were Sal DeLuca, Billy Handsome, Finn O'Leary, and Al Arlington. But the plan falls through, and the other 3 blame Al and kill him on the roof of the prison. Sal, Billy, and Finn are caught and sentenced to the electric chair. They become trapped in purgatory, where those same events repeat over and over again until this happens. When Al kills the other mobsters, the loop breaks. But this causes other ripples in the timeline. This time, when Primus goes to Blood of the Dead, the Chronorium changes and the Warden stops them from escaping. In order for them to leave, Richtofen has to sacrifice himself. Why? Because the Maxis from Agartha radios him and says that the crew has to get blood from someone who has traveled through more dimensions than anyone else in order for them to open a portal and escape. That happens to be Richtofen. Great War Richtofen wakes up, basically lets Primus Richtofen know that he was useless, and continues the rest of his journey with Nikolai, Dempsey, and Takio. By the way, Nikolai is in charge now. Primus travels to another dimension where Ultimus is imprisoned in the Pentagon and classified. They teleport them out of there, and both groups go to Camp Edward, aka Alpha Omega. Why did they go there, you may ask? Primus and Ultimus have a plan to resolve the paradox. First thing they need is the Elemental Shard. So, they nab that from Camp Edward and Dr. Maxis radios them saying it's too late. Turns out, Monty's actually a bad guy. He doesn't want to destroy the Apothicans and end the paradoxes that make a perfect reality. He wants to rule over the multiverse and get rid of anyone that gets in his way. Anyway, Maxis teleports Samantha and Eddie to Camp Edward before getting eaten by Dr. Monty. The two kids watched the entire thing go down. When they arrived, Sam unleashed her rage on Camp Edward and said she would kill Monty and burn the house down. After the Camp Edward shenanigans, Primus, Ultimus, and the kids celebrate their future victory in a forest, but they celebrate too soon. Primus Nikolai poisons their drinks, and then wakes Victus to bring him the Agarthan device, which they build at Tagder Toten. After bringing Nikolai the device, he uses it to destroy the summoning key, and the multiverse collapses with it. He also kills undead Richtofen, and then asks Sam to kill him. Everything as we know it, Monty, Victus, the zombies, Apothicans, Element 115, it all gets thrown into the dark ether. The paradox gets resolved. Eddie and Sam enter the light at the end of the tunnel, and happily ever after, right? Enter the dark ether. From the previous timeline, we know that the multiverse collapsed into one universe, free of Apothicans and free of corruption, and the rest of creation got sent to the dark ether, a place under creation and outside of reality. Anyone who survived, including humans and Apothicans, usually ended up twisted by the dark ether into different creatures and monsters that matched their environment. Fast forward to World War II, the Nazis knew they were losing the war, and as a last-ditch attempt, they funded the construction of a particle accelerator. Led by two German scientists, Ulrich Vogel and Lucas Kurtz, Project Endstation was born, also known as the Machine. The particle accelerator worked phenomenally until they screwed up. Kurtz knew this would happen and even warned Vogel about it. Vogel and Kurtz were performing a test on the machine when it malfunctioned and opened a rift to the dark ether. Creatures were pouring in, and the rift infected the air around it, turning Project Endstation employees into the undead. Vogel and his team contained the outbreak, but somehow the cyclotron was operating on its own. He also began studying the victims and found that they were infected by something he called Exo-Element 1. Additionally, he created a device that could restore brain activity to zombified soldiers, Der Veschler. Hitler saw the potential of weaponizing Endstation, and he sent Task Force Balder into the Dark Ether to ensure the Reich's victory. Sending that many individuals through the rift at once, however, overloaded the particle accelerator, sending waves of exo-element radiation throughout the lab. Vogel stayed behind to make sure that the task force made it through. When he died, he left behind a daughter, Angelica Hannibal Vogel. You know her as Alexandra Valentina. She is one psychotic. Around 5 or 6 years old, her father was visiting her in her dreams, saying that she should finish what he started in order for him to come back with the milk. Turns out, this isn't her dad, and it's actually an entity known as the One, tricking her into letting him out of the dark ether so he can take over the world. This was the beginning of her descent into madness. Throughout Valentina's childhood, Uncle Kurtz did not let her go to school because of what happened to her dad. But Valentina was a super genius and snuck into his library reading up on biochemistry and physics. By 16, she got accepted into the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology. Kurtz got to the acceptance letter first and burned it. A day later, she poisoned him with some tea. She still went to college though, graduated as valedictorian, and joined the KGB before joining Omega Group. What's Omega? It's a Russian Spec Ops team formed to counter Ronald Reagan's Strategic Defense Initiative. The Cold War was going down at this time, and whatever the US did, the Russians tried to one-up them. But let's go back in time for a sec. In 1945, the Red Army accidentally found Endstation, taking cameras in to film their discoveries. Unfortunately, the team that went in was attacked and killed by zombies. A week later, a cleanup crew arrives and sends Kazimir Zykov in to shut off the particle accelerator. He shuts it off but gets trapped in the dark ether, never to be heard of for quite a while. The Red Army cleanup crew also found the film reels of the team that went in a week before. The reels were hidden in a Soviet vault, only to be rediscovered by Alexandra Valentina 40 years later. This footage would end up giving her the approval that she would need to reactivate the cyclotron. She had a hidden agenda though. Omega was sent to Endstation to weaponize their findings, but Valentina was really there to study the rifts, to make one of her own, and eventually reunite with Dad. Two scientists, Medvedev and Orlov, were chosen to turn on the collider. They successfully do so, but get infected in the process. On top of that, the rest of the facility gets overrun, and Omega Group flees. Not only that, turning on the power caused multiple breaches to sprout up around the world, including one in Vietnam and another in the Ural Mountains. Now it's the West's turn to come in. Samantha is back. She got her hands on a copy of the end station footage and sent it to Weaver. She tells him, hey, check this out, and he sends a Requiem strike team to investigate. As they uncover what happened at end station, they meet Orlov and bring back some of his brain function using Der Veschler. After having some flashbacks and remembering why he was there, he agrees to help Requiem shut down the accelerator. The lab blows up, and Raptor 1 saves the day. But Omega's not done yet. They built an outpost around the Vietnamese rift that I told you about earlier, thus Firebase Z was born. Dr. William Peck, formerly an American scientist who worked for DARPA, opened up his own portal and sent Omega Group soldiers into the Dark Ether to start mining Ethereum and make an unlimited power source. A lot of the miners didn't come back though, or they came back with their skin necrotized. And even then, some came back as mimics or whatever creature the One decided to turn them into. Meanwhile, Dr. Valentina secretly met with Dr. Coldclay to get Peck's blueprints for his portal. Poor girl. She still thinks her dad is alive. During this time, Samantha Maxis was on her way to meet with a defected Omega soldier named Ravenov. He was giving her the deets on what Omega was doing in Vietnam. She snuck around the firebase until she got caught and brought to Peck. Peck interrogated her, but to no avail. When she couldn't be broken, he threw her into the Dark Ether. Joke's on him. He does not know about her childhood. Out of her anger and hatred toward Peck, she caused an outbreak on the outpost. The portal at Outpost 25 released a gigantic burst of Ethereum radiation, turning everyone but Peck and Ravenov into zombies. They both hid in safe rooms, Peck at Omega HQ, and Ravenov in a village close by. Ravenov called Weaver, telling him that Maxis was captured, and Weaver sends a rescue team. The team rescues Maxis, fights off this giant tree that's apparently an elder god, and moves on to the next mission in the Ural Mountains, aka Outbreak Zombies. Oh yeah, and I almost forgot, Peck got his eye plucked out. So now Omega Group is in the Ural Mountains. A sort of super breach opened up in the Urals, and it created a barrier separating towns from each other like islands. Nobody could travel between locations without a portal. Omega also believed that giant Ethereum crystals were maintaining these barriers. When Peck got there, he was tasked with carrying out a plan called Operatia Inversia. The plan was to use the giant Ethereum crystals to make inversion warheads so that they could launch them to the US and create outbreak zones wherever they wanted. That way, the Soviet army could hop through the portals and win the Cold War. Kravchenko takes over Operatia Inversia and realizes that something big in the Dark Ether was mobilizing an army. The warheads were now meant to be used as protection against this new threat, which doesn't make sense to me because when Requiem comes to sabotage the missile launch, the missiles are still pointed at DC. Wait, Requiem was here too? Requiem was there to get Ethereum samples and send them back to HQ. Ravenov tells Sam about the warheads, and she radios the team behind Weaver's back. They arrive at a missile silo in Ruka, watch Ravenov win a pay-per-view boxing match, kill a giant purple people eater called Legion, and launch the missiles into the Pacific Ocean as per Sam's request. After launching the missiles, Weaver is pissed. He takes away any connections Sam has to the outside world and can no longer trust Ravenov. But Ravenov still has the audacity to contact Weaver again. This time, a handful of Omega scientists wanted to defect. Their only option for protection was to join Requiem, and reluctantly, Weaver agrees to pick them up, sending a strike team back into the Urals to exfil them. This basically becomes the second Outbreak Easter egg. Kravchenko saw this as his chance to finally stop Requiem from ruining his plans after losing the missiles to the Pacific. So, he sent a guy named Dr. Hugo Yeager with a defected scientist. Yeager was tasked with killing the scientists and setting up a trap for Requiem. The Requiem team arrived at the sanatorium, only to find a murder scene and a taunt written in blood. Then, as Raptor 1 comes to pick them up, boom! They get bazookaed out of the sky by Kravchenko and captured. Raptor 1 and team are dragged out of the wreckage, forced to give up, and boy were we fooled. Everyone thought Raptor 1 was dead. Heck, I even had a funeral for him. A few days later, an outbreak happens in East Berlin, Maurer Toten. Remember Alexandra Valentina? Well, she tries one last time to bring her dad back. This time she is successful. Apparently, Ulrich had another end station lab hidden underneath Berlin. Using the portal there, Valentina was able to pass through to the Dark Ether and reunite with him. The One, pretending to be Vogel, congratulates her as any evil Nazi father would. But he's got bigger plans in store for her. He gives her a new body and gives her command of his army. Kravchenko arrives on the scene and forces Requiem to stop Valentina from releasing the one. And guess what? Raptor 1 is still kicking, but Kravchenko uses him as collateral. You know, just in case Requiem decides to bail. They can get him back as soon as they're done. Requiem sticks to the plan and brings Valentina to her knees. Then they use her Ethereum-infused body to power a nuke meant to close the portal to the Dark Ether. A killer robot that they met in Maurer Toten named Klaus sacrifices himself, detonating the nuke in the Dark Ether and closing the breach. Afterwards, Kravchenko's like, hey, want your pilot back? Come get him. Requiem grabs him, but Kravchenko isn't gonna let them leave that easily. Luckily, Samantha's powers are returning, and she helps the strike team escape. The last thing we see is the director of the CIA staring at a computer screen, DMing somebody about Project Janus.
you lot doing? Hope you guys are doing good wherever you guys are. Welcome, Dead White Chicken, Jake, Gabe, Psycho, it's C. Welcome to the stream, guys. Hope you guys are doing good. Dan89, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, King. Right, Dead White Chicken, to answer your question, yes. Yes. Good morning. It is morning where I am, Jake. I'm in a different time zone to you right now. I'm streaming to you guys live from... I'm still in England. Jammers, how you doing? Yeah, Dead White Chicken, I do have a Discord. Yes, you can DM me on that and I'll take a little peep. I don't showcase every map. It really depends because I try and keep like a level of like, if it's crazy cool, then yeah. But right now I haven't actually started making another video yet on that topic. But I will when there's enough maps. So yeah, send me what you got and I'll see. I will look, see. But exciting either way. I hope the project goes well for you. Welcome everyone to the stream. This is Karma Resort. This is by Carabella and Z Ecstasy. Couldn't find a support link, but found a download link. And these guys did an incredible job with this map. And I haven't actually properly played it yet, but I do know it's crazy. And I do know it's Black Ops 2 themed. So if you're a fan of Black Ops 2 zombies, you're going to like this. Now, one thing I did very much appreciate from the very limited amount of time I have played it, which was literally to get a thumbnail and nothing else, because I literally haven't played this game, this map rather. Yeah, the HUD is sick. I love it. The HUD that was made for this map, immediately I was sold. So yeah, I'm very excited about this. This was featured in one of my upcoming map videos as well, so I'm very glad to have seen it released. It released quite a while ago, but it was during my hiatus, so I hadn't got around to it. And today, that's what we're gonna do. So hit the like if you haven't already. Show the love if you haven't already. It's good to see you guys out here. How's my Jake doing? How's my Jake doing? That's a very important question to me. How are you doing, Bubba? I hope you're doing good, King. But yes, Karma Resort, incredible map. From what I hear. F14, how you doing, King? Okay. Let's do it. On to Karma Resort. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. 66. You legend. I'm doing good, Jake, man. It's good to see you out here. Thank you for like, get some love for Jake in the chat. Loyalty knows no bounds. Look how sick this HUD is, by the way. We got a little helicopter intro. Nah, Conjura's okay, Jake. Conjura's okay. Right, enable easy Easter egg. Sure, why not? We'll do that. Whatever. Right, sure. No bounds. Good to see you out here. 66. On to Karma Resort. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. 66. You legend. I'm doing good, Jake, man. It's good to see you out here. Thank you for like, get some love for Jake in the chat. Loyalty knows no bounds. Look how sick this HUD is, by the way. We got a little helicopter intro. Nah, Conjura's okay, Jake. Conjura's okay. Right, enable easy Easter egg. Sure, why not? We'll do that. Whatever. Look at this HUD. This is crazy, dude. This is actually I love the HUD that they've made for this map. I don't know which one of them who was responsible for it, but it's gnarly, dude. Let me change. Oh, the pause bars are wrong. That's okay. We'll just quickly do this so that it's balanced correctly. There we go. Life is good. Right. Yeah, this HUD is gnarly. Now I think also we got new zombie noises as well. Yeah, we got new zombie noises, which is so sick. And also new zombie models, I want to say. They look like a kind of like a hybrid of World War II zombies with... Maybe I'm tripping, but they feel new to me. Crazy. Yeah, Black Ops 2 campaign kind of HUD. I love it. I think it's so cool. So cool. You know when do I know when I'm going to upload Best Maps 2024, 2025? It will just be... Yeah, I know. I'll be doing it this... Well, if you're looking for the Zombies Awards, that's end of year. But if you're looking for like the top 5 maps, that video will be either this month or next. But yes. But yes, I will be making that video. Believe it or not. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Okay. It's quite a nice skybox as well, actually, to be fair. Yeah, I fucking love the HUD. The HUD is like, I love a good UI. This UI is so clean. I mean, does it really need to say the ammo type, the country of origin, and the year that the gun released? No. Am I glad that it does? Yes. It just feels clean. It just feels nice. Those zombie noises are gnarly though. That's pretty sick. Okay. I was wondering what they look like on the HUD there. They look kind of interesting. Okay. Sick. Where do I go? Boy, I don't know. I dead ass, like I say, have not played this map. So, I'm guessing. Well, this is a debris, isn't it? With the big old Apothicon symbols that are weirdly stretched for some reason. Okay. We will pour that. Bring me fallen souls. Sure. I can do that. That looks like water park. Okay. Oh! My ammo scenario isn't ideal. Okay. Where can I... Requires all players. I am all players. Take the elevator. Yes. Get me out. Oh, this is sick. The elevator functions. Better skybox in the tomb. Facts. Is it just me or does it feel like custom major map releases have been slow in recent years? They have been, yes.
Dropping additional supplies near the main pool.
Thank you, section. Right, that's quick revive. We'll take that. Oh! Interesting. There's a lot to digest here. There's a lot to digest here. Right, let's chuck a nade down here. Okay, they're impact. I did not know they were impact. That's rough. Is that a max ammo? Maybe? No? It's definitely not. Chuck another one. Why not? That's so sick, dude. Yeah, this map is gnarly so far. I'm not gonna lie. Does this hurt myself? It doesn't. It's like Wraith Fires from Black Ops 4. I rate that. Okay, right. Olympia. Pass. Pass on the Olympia. Can't crawl through there. There is a female. I have spotted a female. There we go. Right. 750 points. There are things going on here. What is this? Is this speed cola? Must hold on the power first. Okay, good to know. I need a gun. Maybe I should have just... You know what? Let's just buy the Olympia. We're just going to Olympia gang this bitch right now. Do that. There we go. Problem solved. How hard can it be? Oh, there we go. Love that. Right. Death machine. That's a cool UI. I love... See, the HUD is sick. The HUD is sick. There are some weird pop-ups that look like they're not actually part of the HUD. So it's a little inconsistent, but I love it. I do love it. And the glass smashes. 10 out of 10. Hold on. The glass smashes. Chat, the glass smashes. Look at that. That feels like Black Ops 1 glass. If I could place it correctly. My money is on Black Ops 1 glass. We got Black Ops 1 glass. We're winning, chat. We're winning. Is this the power switch? Okay. Power's already on. Very cool. I like that. That looks important. Fair enough. Cool. What else? Right. Now the power's on. What are you? Banking soda. Sure. This seems like a bad idea. Don't do that. Don't do that. Right. I'm guessing this gives me more points per kill. I could hazard a guess. I'll take it. I don't know what it does, but it sounds good. Is my character French? Oh no. Right. Okay. Sure. I'll rebuild you. Why not? Map of the year right here. It's looking good. It's looking good, Bev. It's looking good. We got the glass. We got the glass. Double points. Love that. I would much prefer max ammo, but... Okay. Oh, hello! Oh, I love... Wait. Is the Olympia Italian? Brother, I've learned this now. I've learned this now. Chat, is this real? Is this canon? These zombie noises are gnarly as well. And the max ammo reloads your clip. Life is good. I mean, even this Olympia feels pretty beefy. I'm not gonna lie. It actually feels pretty good. I'm quite happy with this. I'm very happy with this. What map is this? This is Karma Resort by Z, Ecstasy, and Carabella. I've got a link in the description for you. Don't worry about it. Don't just check the description. Let's not die. Let's try not to die anyway. Slide through here. Love that. Bong. Yeah, this Olympia feels fresh as hell. I'm quite a fan of this so far, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big fan. I like the zombie models. The zombie models look sick. The zombie noises look sick. The UI is sick. So far, the map layout is interesting. I like the fact we had an elevator that we went down, a helicopter intro. I mean, it's painting a pretty picture right now. No worries. It's CS117. Some of those zombie noises remind me of Dying Light 1. That might be where they're from, you know. I doubt they're homemade. That would be crazy. Right, we've got another shotgun on the wall here. We've got a Toshmash 23mm. I don't even know what that is. If I could hazard a guess, though, from the wall, it looks like a... not a KR. What was the name of that one from Black Ops 1? Oh! We've got Admiral Briggs. Isn't that...
Exit should be behind
from a pop culture movie? Isn't that Lethal Weapon? Is that Lethal Weapon? I don't even know. Tell me if I'm wrong, chat. Stabbing up. We got the... This is the Black Ops 2 freaking dubstep club. Bruh. I love it. Is that the... Titus DG2. Is that going to be good? I don't know. Well, this MA7 has been, well, MA2 rather, has been nerfed because it's a starting weapon. What is this? Is this a wonder weapon? Oh my lord, it's a wonder weapon you can just buy off the wall. Should have guessed by the DG2 in the title. This is crazy. Where's this weapon model from? This is wild, chat. How you doing, Spaff? Welcome to the stream. Hey, got it right. There we go. Love to see it. The zombies are from Voyage of Despair. That makes sense. Okay. Oh. Let's see. You want my old live streams? If you liked the videos, then you can still see them. Yes, but the old live streams, they are gone. Unfortunately, they're gone. They're gone. They are unlisted. So if you have a link to it, then it still works. So if you hit like, it will still be in your liked videos. But the reason why I got rid of them was because I feel like they don't represent the difference in quality that my streams are in now, even though necessarily the old streams were hype. I'm not gonna lie, they were hype. Maybe I'll bring them back up. I don't know. We'll see. Is that the Black Ops 2 campaign HUD? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Cool. A lot to digest here. We've got a wonder weapon already. Olympia is good. There's a lot going on here. This feels like, what? Where even am I now? I need ban level 1. We go ban for ban right now, chat. Let's go. Where? You just came through the wall, bro. Don't do that. Do not do that. That is rough. That's cheating. You can't be doing that to me. That's not fair. Let's get out of here. Let's. Can we move? Can I leave? I wish to leave the dubstep club. Oh my dude, it's the Black Ops 1 like animation behind the glass. That's crazy. Oh boy. Death machine, bro. Death machine. Get me out. Get me out of here. Right, is this... Who am I playing as? I swear I was Alex Mason when I landed. Am I bugging out? Who knows? It's the club on that... yeah, exactly. It's the Black Ops 2 club. Crazy. All right, let's keep moving. Can I open this door yet? No. What do you want? Do you have to PhD slide it or something? Like, I don't even know. I don't even know what that means. Fuck you. Okay, well, fuck you too, sign. I don't need your opinion. Okay, there's different... Okay, so this is one thing that does confuse me, is you got this gnarly HUD. Now, I'm not dunking on the map, okay? The map is clearly sick, right? No diss into the map. The map is fire, okay? I'm not contesting that. But you got this fire HUD, and then like an MS Paint crafting board. I'm perplexed by this, but hey, it's still cool. It's still cool. Watch the screen. Yes, that's where the mystery box is. Now I know. I know where that is. I definitely know where that is. Okay, can I open you? No, I cannot. I'm clearly lost. That's a barrier. Where do I go? Jacob, how you doing? Camille, how you doing? Okay. Brav. That's not ideal, is it? Right. Well, I've got... Good thing I've got a 45 ACP, chat. All my problems are solved. Okay. Can I charge this weapon up or something? Is this literally just like a linear semi-automatic rifle? It is. They're coming from behind. They're coming from all sides. That's the problem. I think I'm safe, and then my ass is unprotected. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Let's just use the Italian Olympia, because the Italian Olympia is fire. Okay. Search up Jug. Juggernog. Indeed, I need Juggernog. This is a good idea. This is a good move. A good suggestion. Can we just do a bit more of that? There we go. Just get me out. That's a nuke. I don't need a nuke. I'm actually going to leave a last zombie. I never normally do that, but I'd love to know where the fuck I'm going, because I do not know where I'm going right now. I literally deadass. I just don't know where I'm heading. Yeah, those zombie noises are sick. You might be right. They might be from Dying Light. It sounds familiar. That Olympia model looks like it's from the Black Ops 3 online multiplayer. It might be. It might be. It's clean is what it is. Very nice. Okay. Rest in peace. Oh, no. Someone died. Right, so we can't open that door because that door's forbidden for some unknown reason. Shout out to my Black Ops 1 main menu zombies, man. I love that. Right, back into the dubstep zone. The D zone. Wait. What are you? You're just a mix table. Okay. Pass on that. That stamina up. Not interested. I would just like to leave, please. I would just like the way out. So I need badge 1. It said I needed a badge of some kind. Now, how do I obtain the badge? ID ban level 1. Looks like we're looking for a badge, chat. We're probably looking for a corpse of some kind. Is there a corpse in the bar somewhere? Who knows? Where's the band, sir? I need the band. The name map is Karma Resort. I absolutely hate this map because of how confusing it is. I am confused right now. I will admit that. But to be fair, well, there you go. It's not, yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. I just need to do this thing called look around, which is something that apparently is a very foreign concept to me. Okay, let's waddle up this staircase real quick and go band for band with this door. Okay, quite literally. Right, we are now on the top floor of the Dubstep Arcade. Cool. And okay, so these are different elemental variants of the wonder weapon we bought off the wall. I'm following that so far. 1250 for this debris. Okay. Juggernog, hello, my friend. Welcome. Love to see that. That is a gobble gum. Why not? This is cool. Okay, so it's an instant thing. Right, Killjoy. I'll take a Killjoy. Why not? There it. Look at that jawline, dog. Damn. Bro's got Giga Chad jawline. Love it. ATM. I'll pass. Right. So the objective right now is to not die, as I understand it. That looks like a jump pad, which I might take. Is this the mystery box? No, it's a mystery box location, but not the box itself. Okay. Let's jump. That was pretty cool. No, don't take me back. Oh, you are kidding me. Chat. I did not ask to go back again. Can I? Right, there we go. Problem solved. 1250, 1150, 1500 is the correct phrasing. There we go. Is this Black Ops 3? Yes. Thou shalt witness me. Professor Gears, welcome to the stream. How you doing? This Italian Olympia on round 9 is still a one-shot.